Yeah, otherwise, you're seeing a lot of vision pressure on the bottom side of the map there from Winthrop, riddled with wards both in the river and in CCG's blue side jungle. Really big for them just because they got that first Drake. They want to continue prioritizing this and build towards the soul. I mean, it's something we often see them go for in years past, and PG, gonna go for him. Nice. Yeah, and I like that time they spent just making sure passive can't get a single minion, so it does guarantee that minion should die under the turret, as Fiji doesn't have that teleport yet, so gonna deny some gold from him, allow Denethor to pick up some for himself, and allow this small lead Winthrop is going to just continue accruing, especially for Denethor on this Gnar that he's very comfortable and competent on. Getting this bit of a gold advantage will make him more impactful in these team fights. Oh, Wilson.
Em Đạt nhìn nhầm lịch anh em ạ. Địt mẹ. Bọn TF nó để cái lịch 4 giờ anh em. Mẹ mày lên. Mẹ mày. Chị cái lên cũng lên cũng nhầm anh em. Bố khỉ. Chị cái lên cũng nhầm anh em ơi. Chết luôn. Chị có thợ. Thợ lên thế. Mẹ. Nó lên nhầm anh em ạ. Lên nhầm. Những kênh em Đạt đang làm này cũng đang lùa lên luồng rồi. Đây. Bình luận viên cô giáo Thảo cũng phải clean. Bây giờ nó còn dùng cả AI thì nó làm thì bố cũng chín chịu chúng mày. Khốn thật. Mà tiếc cái là nó lại đánh vào cái tầm giờ đêm nó hơi sida.
Dragon secured. 2 more until Winthrop get the soul. It's going to be a Chemtech soul, which feels like a little bit of a low roll during the the pressure and the amount of effort Winthrop putting into securing this dragon. But a buff is a buff. So at least it is.
Sorry anh em nhé, em đã may lên nhìn nhầm lịch lên hơi muộn anh em ạ. Mẹ, may đáng lẽ là lên lúc 3 giờ kém rồi đấy, mà thì đéo nào lại không để ý. Thành ra là nhưng mà tầm này thì anh em hội viên của em Đạt tầm này ngủ hết rồi anh em. Tầm này chắc là toàn con vợ mẹ mày ối ôi thôi. Tầm này chắc toàn những anh em, dĩ nhiên là vẫn sẽ có những anh em hội viên của em Đạt nhé, không có nhé, vẫn có anh em ơi. Nhưng mà nó sẽ ít anh em ạ, sẽ rất là ít, rất là ít luôn. What the fuck?
Not quite yet at the 15-minute mark before the first plates do drop.
Giải NACL tiếng Việt anh em ạ. Chứ mà tầm mày nói thì cũng không có cái gì đâu. Nói thì nói chung game cũng chẳng có gì để nói. Trận này thì được cái là nó cân. Game bánh cân quá, 2 team gần như là không có kill. Chỉ thế thôi, có mỗi một câu trả lời nhất. Gần như là 2 team này là gần như không có kill. Chạy thử song song 2 cái luồng này xem tình hình thế nào nhưng mà xem nó ra vấn đề không. Em thì em không biết được là nó sẽ chạy như nào, nhưng mà em thì em thấy là luồng thì nếu mà để làm ấy, em nghĩ cái tầm khoảng tầm anh trận lúc 7 giờ thì ngon hơn. Đấy, hát tầm này anh em làm một còn thức tầm này chắc là đang kiểu như là đang vừa săn bóng rồi, kiểu vậy, bóng bành rồi. Tầm này phần vợ làm còn thức thì quỷ anh em ạ. Rồi đây thì có một cái ông Thủy đang giữ vị trí của Oli. Đó thì Mipo hơi yếu máu. Mipo anh ta đang bị sử dụng cái cơn bị dính ác mộng này, bị dính hoang tưởng này. Cô đi xuống chưa có mạng, cô đi xuống hết trong mình đó chính là năng lượng, và pha này thì hai team lại phải nhả nhau ra. Nhưng mà tầm này thì hai team nghĩ cũng phệt nhau ít. Thế là nói thật, không thể nào phệt nhau nhiều ở trong tình huống này được anh em ạ. Em vào livestream bấm Đạt xin một like vào cái kênh để thông báo nhất khi em livestream nhá. Máy kênh của em Đạt đang có tí đề xuất đề sò à. Nên là chắc là mấy cái giải này vẫn có người xem. Ngày xưa thì không có luôn. Ngày xưa cái tầm mẹ mày sợ hơi dở hám là không thằng nào làm đâu anh em. Mà thôi, dù gì thì cái giải đầu bò thể rách ngày mai nó cũng làm đến tận 2 giờ sáng cơ. Làm đến 11 12 giờ trưa. Nên là thôi cứ em Đạt cứ kể cả tầm này em Đạt làm mà không có người xem cũng được. Thì để loanh quanh đến 7 8 giờ sáng khi đông anh em xem. Đấy, kiểu ấy. Em vào livestream nhớ cho Đạt xin một like vào cái kênh để thông báo nhất khi em livestream nhá. May đi hơi muộn không hiểu kiểu gì, quên không biết giờ giấc thật. Em Đạt không biết giờ, bởi vì là em Đạt thì hay xem ở bên nhà máy, ở bên cái sảnh chứng khoán TF. Thì bên cái sảnh TF ngày hôm nay nó lại báo là 4 giờ nó mới đánh. Thì mẹ không có khóa ra rằng rõ ràng là 3 giờ đánh rồi. Nếu mà 3 giờ đánh thì trận này, cái trận kia nó đánh chuẩn thì tầm 8-9 giờ sáng. Thì nó đánh trận BO3 thứ 3 tầm 10-11 giờ là coi như là có trận là coi như hết giải mẹ ăn. Về mặt cơ bản thì cũng không có nhiều cái gì mà bình luận lắm ở trong những trận đấu như thế này đâu anh em. Đơn giản là hai team đánh rất là chậm. Ở tầm này thì làm thì thực ra thì có người xem thì cũng là tốt thôi anh em. Tầm này nhiều người xem, đêm hôm khuya khắt nhiều con vợ mới thức đêm nghiện mà những con vợ mà kiểu xem cái tầm này thì nói chung mà em đã tiếp xúc rồi, cơ bản là cũng thuộc thành phần là có tính, thuộc thành phần là có tính anh em, chứ không phải là dễ tính đâu, rất có tính luôn. Xong rồi còn kiểu anh ơi anh mở tài khoản chứng khoán ủng hộ em nhé, là gần như câu trả lời là I don't know, anh không đâu. Anh đánh bên này chắc phải mình 5-6 năm 7-8 năm rồi nhưng anh cũng chả có ưu đãi gì cả, nhưng mà anh không thích mở cái mới, anh lười lắm. Anh thì nọ thì kia, đặt nghe nhiều đặt quen mẹ luôn, đặt nghe nhiều biết luôn mà. biết có văn luôn. Nên thường cái tầm này em đặt làm thì khi mà ngày xưa đam mê ấy, thì còn cố, không còn bây giờ bình thường, bây giờ không máu anh ạ. Thật sự tầm này kiểu làm tầm này không bình thường thôi, vì có những người ta kiểu gọi là miễn dịch với tất cả những ưu đãi, người ta còn nhớ còn ưu đãi gì cơ. Bảo là tháng đầu tiên mà anh có chơi mà bị thua ấy không vấn đề gì, đại hùng thì pha này có đặt ra thì cũng không có nhiều tác dụng. Rách đã có cho mình một mạng hạ gục Norton, sau đó anh ta bị shutdown bởi con Ari trong tay của chỉ là Ari thôi anh em ạ, thậm chí không có tên anh em ơi. Đi mẹ nó giấu mẹ tên rồi, what the hell man. Ủa chơi game mà giấu tên vậy sao chơi mày? Chơi game giấu tên anh em ạ. Chơi game giấu tên khó nói. Đôi vai em hao gầy. Like for me please. Ủa? Sao bây giờ cái ghim nó lại để ở trên đầu, nó lại để ở dưới nhỉ? Bị vậy. Bây giờ nó lại đéo ghim ở bên trên mà lại ghim ở bên dưới nha mọi người. Ngáo vãi đái. Chết. Đâu rồi? Cứ lên thử làm thử cái luồng này sao? Vì không, thực ra nhé, cái luồng này có làm thì cũng thực ra không thể nào đông người xem được, bởi vì là cái kênh NACL nó cũng đang có người xem rồi anh em ạ. Cái kênh này kênh tiếng Việt ấy, kênh tiếng Việt mới là nhiều người xem. Kênh nước ngoài nó cũng đang có 300 người xem này, đây này. 300 người xem kênh nước ngoài luôn mà. Thì em xem thử xem làm xong cái game này thì liệu được bao nhiêu người xem. Haha, Kim Jong Un in team à. Chào Swat nhá, hello Swat. Yeah, Kim Jong Un. Who Kim Jong Un? À, his name is Kim Down, bro. Kim Down. Kim Down, yeah. His name is Kim Down. It's mean below Kim. Yeah. Có cứ bình luận chơi tí thôi anh em. Này lấy mạng nóc tơn xong rồi về 4-2 nha, vị trí ở U. À 1.500 vàng. Điểm đấu diễn ra thì có lẽ nó cũng hơi chậm. Kill cũng không quá nhiều. Rồi, nhìn cái kiểu này chắc em Đạt chắc chỉ xem nốt kiếm. Ôi nó bùng nổ trượt đến từ vị trí của Vi. Chắc chắn non Saiyan này tầm này thì khó về rồi. GA này làm choáng không thành công, vị trí Saiyan không còn chiêu cuối, không còn tốc biến. Có dịch chuyển nhưng ta cũng không thể nào dịch chuyển về được nhau. Chói chân rồi thì là hất tung, rồi thì là đấm, rồi thì đi đá. Saiyan này thôi cố gắng clear lính thôi. Rồi, ăn lính đến từ vị trí của Saiyan thôi. Tầm này Saiyan thì vẫn proxy gọi là một bãi. Ăn đủ 6 con, đi về. Vậy là ngon luôn. Chỉ cần vậy thôi anh em ạ, cũng không cần nhiều. Những con tướng như kiểu con Saiyan team đang phế này cứ đi fit thôi. Team bánh gà thì mình phải chấp nhận, cuộc đời đang cay. Team mà gà thì mình phải chấp nhận là đời nó là cay đắng thôi. Chứ bây giờ team bánh gà mình vẫn muốn là phải số 1 thì khó quá. Hello everybody. Rồi số lượng người xem không quá nhiều anh em. Kênh Tiếng Việt thì chắc tầm này anh em đang xem nhiều kênh khác. Chắc là em Đạt sẽ quay trở lại với anh em vào cái BO3 tiếp theo nhé. Chắc là độ khoảng tầm 20 like đi. Vô BO3 tiếp theo nhé. Này 1-0 rồi. Chắc phải 20 like thì chắc là mới làm tiếp lên sau rồi anh em. Mới làm BO3 tiếp theo rồi. Mà cũng hên xui luôn. Em không biết được là view vùng thế nào, không rõ. Biết đâu đấy hiểu chưa. Kênh em Đạt thì đang có đề xuất thì em vẫn cứ phải like, dù giải gì em cũng sẽ cố gắng em like. Nhưng mà hôm nay em lại không phải là em lười đâu, mà là thế méo nào nó lại không vào, nó lại báo lịch sai nha mọi. Mà em đã vào trong cái fandom em xem rồi nhưng em không để ý. Mình bảo sao mình thấy số 3 giờ nhưng mình vẫn cứ tin tưởng là 4 giờ. Thế vừa nãy 3 giờ thì lại ngồi nghịch điện thoại tí, nghe hiểu không? Nghịch thế là 3 giờ 15. Thế bảo 3 giờ 15 rồi thôi cũng vào xem dần dần đi. Thế vào xem thì thấy game đánh mẹ rồi. Sảnh im sảnh DB khóa mẹ rồi. Thôi. Thế thôi. Tôi cứ bật lên thì chắc tầm 7-8 giờ thì vào chiến đấu tí cũng được. Em nghĩ như thế là hợp lý không? Giải này làm xong chắc tầm 10 giờ, 11 giờ nghỉ ngơi chút xong rồi đánh giấc. Xong rồi làm quả Uzi, game muốn làm quả giải Uzi ngon luôn. Ngày mai thì Liên minh Huyền Thoại sẽ có 2 giải đấu là giải Esports World Cup với cả cái giải đấu bỏ giải rách gì em không nhớ đâu, nhưng mà em nhớ không nhầm giải Esports World Cup thì dù có đề xuất thì vẫn ân cứt thôi anh em ơi. Chắc ngày mai em đặt lại cứ vẫn thế thôi anh em ạ, vẫn cứ làm quả giỏ cải thôi, Uzi Cup thôi. Còn cái Esports World Cup thì em sẽ không làm. Em sẽ không làm em nhé. Lại như năm ngoái rồi, năm ngoái cũng thế mà. Năm ngoái thằng nào thích làm Esports World Cup thì cứ làm. Bố mày vẫn cứ thế thôi. Vẫn cứ là làm cái quả giỏ cải Legend Cup. Đấy, tầm này năm ngoái là Legend Cup mà. Anh em nào xem cái tầm này năm ngoái là sẽ biết là em đặt bình luận giải đấu Legend Cup rất là nhiều. Hululu suốt ngày luôn. Nhưng ngày hôm nay, năm nay thì nói chung là nó thay đổi một chút nhưng mà vẫn thế. Esports World Cup độ khoảng tầm 2-3 hôm thì ví dụ ngày hôm nay có Esports World Cup nhá, thì ngày mai khoảng tầm ngày kia là bắt đầu có LCK CL rồi, 30 là có LCK CL, 28, 29 là có LCK với cả Esports World Cup. Đấy. Tóm lại là nó cũng nhiều giải anh em ạ. Nói chung tóm lại là nhiều giải lắm. Họ sẽ đánh liên tục. Em Đạt thì cũng sẽ vận dụng tất cả những cái tài năng của mình, khả năng của mình để mà có thể bình luận cho anh em. Cái Esports World Cup thì em chưa chắc, chứ còn riêng những giải khác là em sẽ làm nhiệt tình luôn. Esports World Cup thì em nói thật với anh em có làm không có view mà, vì em nhớ năm ngoái là Esports World Cup em nhớ là em có làm, nhưng mà hình như là ăn gậy thì sao ấy, hình như là ăn gậy, ăn gậy này, xong rồi còn có một cái vấn đề nữa là cái vấn đề về mặt kiểu như là bị ấy, bị làm sao nhỉ, bị nhập kênh livestream. Dạo này giờ cứ chan cái dưới kêu cho điều hòa nhá, lâu lắm mới thấy con vợ xuất hiện này. Vợ này thì xem em Đạt chắc lâu rồi đấy. Để em ra xem qua cái thể thức của Esports World Cup 2026. Đấy. Giải đấu nó sẽ là gồm có những nhà vô địch của LCK, LPL, Pacific các kiểu. Hiện tại GEN.GA được mời rồi anh em ơi. Thế cái Esports World Cup kia nó đéo phải là Esports World Cup của bọn 2026 anh em ơi. Rồi. Nó là cái gì nhỉ? Asia Master Elite Invitation Tournament. Nó là cái giải của mấy cái thằng kiểu như là LDL anh em ạ. Đít mẹ vãi kẹo. Đây là LDL á. Ủa rồi là sao vậy trời? Lắm quả giải bịp ấy. Vậy là ngày mai không phải là ấy anh em ạ, ngày mai là giải LDL. Ôi giời ôi chịu ấy. Mấy sảnh chứng khoán giờ mẹ lên mã nào cũng xịt anh em ạ. Bên này CCG thì đang có cho mình là 2 dòng liên tục, nhưng mà họ đang bị gáp rất nhiều tiền hơn. Tiền càng ngày càng nhiều, Q càng ngày càng ít. Trong mấy giải này thì anh em có thể đánh Q thấp cũng được. Mà trận này nó đã giết anh em đi tày rồi thì chắc là game sau chúng nó lại đánh cẩn thận rồi. Thì ra đợt này cũng không thể tin tưởng được cái gì nhỉ? Không thể tin tưởng được cái lịch thi đấu ở trên những cái sảnh chứng khoán nữa anh em ơi. Bịp dã man. Xem sảnh chứng khoán thì nó bảo là ngày mai của Esports World Cup anh em, mình bảo đi mẹ sao Esports World Cup sớm thế. Hóa ra là ngủ. Nó là Esports World Cup China Qualify, tức là vòng bảng của Esports World Cup anh em nhé. Vòng bảng thì bắt đầu đánh từ bảng 4 rồi, 2 giờ chiều ngày mai. Ra thế, vòng bảng. Mày. Rồi, cái này thì đang có dấu hiệu muốn chơi vị trí của Only 3 file. Vào vị trí của Only 35 à? Nghe quả ỉa thế nhở? Anh em nói nhồi cái hũ của bọn CCG vẫn hồi nhồi được nhá anh em nhá. Mấy thằng chó lợn này đánh này khi nó bịp bợm lắm ấy. Được. Thì làm tốt anh em ạ. Giải này em đã làm ngon luôn. Ngày mai lại 3 giờ. Xong rồi LCK lúc 8 giờ tối. Nói chung ngày mai thì không ngày buổi chiều ngày hôm nay ấy, tức là tầm 2 giờ chiều hôm nay thì còn có cái giải kia, còn có cái giải Uzi, chứ còn đến ngày 28 là không có giải Uzi đâu anh em. 28 là chỉ có mấy cái giải của bọn NACL thôi. Họ có thể là bọn Uzi nó đang chờ kết quả nó đánh thì em không biết nữa, thì em xem. Tiền chênh lệch là khá nhiều. U lại tiếp tục ăn cho mình là con rồng bản lề thứ 3. Con rồng bản lề rồi anh em. Rồng 3 nhà vị trí của U vào đây là rồng thứ 5 chỗ cả game đấu. Game đấu quá dài rồi anh em ơi. Dài và nhiều chông gai quá. Này thật sự. Mẹ cái giải Uzi Cup nó còn đéo quá thể lệ anh em ạ. Em còn không biết ở ngày nào là nó sẽ có Uzi Cup anh em này. Em còn không biết ngày nào Uzi Cup mà. Phải cứt. Không biết giải nào Uzi Cup. Vòng loại mở 19 23 tháng 3 đến 2 tháng 4 là vòng bảng playoff. em cũng không biết được là nó lịch trình của nó thế nào, nhưng mà tạm thời thì kệ mẹ đi. Lúc nào có thì mình tính tiếp. Chắc là nó sẽ đánh vào cái tầm 2-3-4 giờ, tầm 2 giờ chiều, 4 giờ chiều anh em. Mai cái giải Esports China Qualify thì là ngon luôn rồi. Giải đấy thì là ngon luôn rồi. Thích làm bên sảnh nào thì làm thôi. Thích làm bên kênh nào thì làm thôi. Ngày mai mà làm giải đấy chắc nhiều người xem hơn là làm cái trận giải Uzi này. Mà ngày mai vẫn phải làm Uzi anh em ạ. Bỏ cũng không được. Không phải làm. Rồi bên này là phát bắn thần bí liên tục đến từ vị trí của EZ, sát thương rất nhiều này. Tua lao lên này, cậu đi cầu về khá nhiều sát thương này, bật kính dâm lên từ vị trí Nocturne, chưa tìm được người nào để có thể lao vào. Tầm mày lao vào con nào thì cũng dẻo thôi. Nocturne là yếu vãi cứt rồi. Chào si fan nhá. Honolulu được không em Đạt được nhưng giờ blue ơi. Ôi vợ dù giờ blue vẫn còn thức cả. Đức biểu tích nhá, mong về được cái trên tham 33 gỡ một mẻ thua lúc chiều. Sợ thật, anh em đánh từ chiều một giờ này anh em vẫn còn thức, em chịu chết hơn anh em luôn đấy. Hội viên của mình thì không phải, nhưng mà sự động lực nào để anh em có thể mà ngồi mẹ mình còn chơi game như vậy. Em nói thật đấy, là em buổi đêm này là em bật livestream lên là bảo khuyên anh em đi ngủ đấy, chứ không phải là để QC các thứ đâu, chứ không phải là bảo là anh em ơi anh em gọi là tìm sân chơi nọ sân chơi kia đâu. Hứa là ngày hôm nay livestream từ giờ đến ít nhất là 8 giờ sáng là sẽ không có bất kỳ một câu QC nào hết. Đi ngủ đi, chơi nhiều nó ngu đấy. Ngủ mẹ đi. Ngày mai 2 giờ chiều lại có Esports World Cup vòng loại ở khu vực của Trung Quốc rồi. Có cả Uzi Cup nữa. Nghỉ ngơi anh em ạ. Đánh bóng nữa. Rồi nhìn quả dơ blue là biết là fan của chè xanh rồi. Bóng bành có đéo đâu mà anh em cứ xem hoài nhỉ. Em thật chứ kiểu thời của chính ra nhá, như cái tuổi của em Đạt phải là cái tuổi thích bóng bành nhất ấy. Nhưng mà em thì cũng từ ngày xưa là em Đạt là có bóng bánh, có đây gọi là có đi đá bóng rất nhiều. Nhưng mà thực sự là em Đạt không thích ngồi xem bóng đá, đéo hiểu. Mình thích tự trải nghiệm hơn ấy. Mới kiểu chơi điện tử thì kiểu chơi điện tử mình thích chơi điện tử hơn ấy, chẳng bao giờ không có thời gian thôi, chứ còn để mà mẹ ngồi xem bóng đá mà nhìn mấy thằng khác đá nhiều khi ngứa mắt lắm. Đánh từ chiều giờ mới được chụp thêm tí nữa thôi đấy. Chung mà ban đầu bao giờ cũng thế anh em ạ. Cứ bảo thôi cố gắng đi được một chục đi, xong rồi thôi hại một chục hơn rồi đấy, địt mẹ lại dư ra 2 triệu. Thôi đánh lên 15 triệu thì nghỉ. 15 triệu ra lại 15 triệu rưỡi, bảo thôi 15 triệu rưỡi lên 18 triệu thì nghỉ. Địt mẹ một cái vòng lặp vô tận anh em ạ. Thôi ngủ đi, chơi nhiều nó ngu đấy thật. Nhưng em Đạt ngày hôm nay là cũng gọi là trận này là em Đạt gọi là lên tâm sự với anh em thôi để cho anh em đi ngủ sớm đấy, thì mẹ giục đi ngủ đấy. Đi mẹ hứa là từ giờ đến ít nhất phải đến 8-9 giờ là sẽ không có một lời quảng cáo nào. Anh em mà đéo đi ngủ em Đạt đi ngủ thôi. Vậy là mình không thể cứu rỗi được anh em ạ, trường hợp này mà rời cứu. Mẹ chứ thức đêm thức hôm này thì sức khỏe đéo đâu ra, trong khi buổi chiều thì thấy vẫn ngồi xem livestream của mình anh em ạ. Chiều xem livestream của mình, thế mà đến tối đêm vẫn ngồi xem. Hiểu người mẹ chắc mẹ cân cả bìm lên chắc giờ 40 cân quá. Gỡ được 2M cái trên tham 33. Chúc mừng Đức Biểu Tích nhá. Về được mã 20.5 là nghỉ luôn rồi. Rồi bên này thì có mạng shutdown cho vị trí của Ari này. Sau đó thì các team của CCG đang đánh khá là hay. Dứt điểm luôn lấy cái tinh thần của con Vi. Vi pha này chắc chắn là sẽ dính cú nện. Ai da. Rất nhanh đến từ vị trí của Vi. Này Vi không có tốc biến. Và đó là trụ 1 ở khu vực đường dưới cho vị trí CCG. Họ sẽ có cho mình đó chính là con rồng bản lề. Và Gu thì đang muốn gỡ lại cho mình đó chính là con Baron. Tầm này không ăn được, phải đánh người thôi. Lao lên combo bất khả kháng cự vào vị trí của ao luôn outplay bằng cái tốc biến. Và sau đó thì kim đào yêu máu kim đào lên bảng đếm số rồi. Còn lại DD Thor phát súng dẹo thôi. Đấy bảo trận này phải hũ 5 chấm về thật này. Cho si fan nhá. 3.000 tiền trận này đánh ra hũ 5 chấm thật này. Mới giải đêm hay nổ lắm. Giải đêm hay nổ lắm luôn. Vào được 4.20 chúc mừng anh Blue nhá. Anh em nào may bú được cái hũ của U thì bú được cái hũ của CCG thì anh em có thể nhắn tin cho Đạt qua ứng dụng máy xanh anh em nhé. Cố gắng thì có vốn thì chơi với em Đạt thì anh em được ưu đãi nhiều hơn cái việc là anh em hết sạch vốn rồi. Vì suy cho cùng thì anh em chơi thì em nhìn thấy nhiều cảnh rồi, thắng nhiều ở bên này nhưng cuối cùng lại đi thua ở bên khác. Mà cũng rất nhiều anh em rất là thiệt thòi là anh em thắng ở bên em Đạt xong lại đi thua ở bên khác, thế là cuối cùng là anh em chẳng được hỗ trợ cái mẹ gì cả. Thôi thì nói chung cái đấy nó cũng là tùy thôi, kiểu ví dụ như kiểu bên nào mà nó giống em Đạt thì em là không nói, nhưng mà anh em thua ở toàn mấy cái bên mà kiểu chúng mày tự chơi chúng mày tự chịu thì chịu chết. Nốt trận này rồi ngủ à? Ok anh em ơi, cùng ánh sáng bắn ra góc khá đẹp nhưng 3 round dành cho vị trí của Nocturne. Một phản ánh quá hay đến từ vị trí của Only 3 File. Cảm ơn Đà Đốc rất nhiều. Thôi được rồi. Only 35 nó là con Nam ý anh em ạ. Mẹ có game ảo thật tích. Tiền tranh lệch bây giờ còn khoảng tầm 2.500 mà game đấu này ít nhất phải đến đánh phút thứ 40. Sáng thì NBA, chiều thì UZ Cup, tối thì vòng loại WC, bận hơn cả giám đốc mà thôi. Xin đấy. Các anh em cứ nói thế an ủi nhau, bận đéo thì chơi nhiều nó ngu đấy. Báo bảo đéo gì, em Đạt đây ngồi bình luận đây còn đang ngu hết cả người đây, lú hết cả mề đây. Cứ UZ Cup xong rồi bắt đầu Dota 2 xong rồi UZ Cup vương giả vinh diệu xong rồi Dota 2 xong thì đến NACL với cả nồi NACL xong rồi tỉnh đoàn dậy bắt đầu tỉnh được tí thì bắt đầu EPL Dota 2 xong rồi 2 giờ chiều thì bắt đầu đến mấy cái quả kèo khác UZ Cup. Mà bên này bây giờ tầm mày ao đồ rồi anh em ạ. Thì này ao tầm mày ao đồ level 17 nhưng mà nhìn sát thương của nó kinh điển vãi. Một cái phi hồ lên thôi mà gần như đối phương trắng cái máu hết rồi. EZ bắn từ đầu đến cuối thì trúng đơn mục tiêu, chúng một con chỗ này cảm giác Nari anh em nhìn. Arilet thì không bằng con Rai nhưng mà để hiểu kiểu gì nó đánh nó gấp đôi đam luôn. Để hiểu kiểu gì anh em ạ. Em vào live stream thì bấm ra em đặt xin một like đăng ký kênh nhận thông báo nhất khi em live stream nhé anh em nhé. Đêm hôm khuya khắt rồi. Mẹ nói mình nói mình bị líu mẹ cả lưỡi mà anh em ạ. Chết. Thôi hẹn anh em vào lúc 7 giờ sáng anh em nhé. Hẹn nhau ngày nắng về rồi anh em ạ. Thầm này. Xem chắc trận này xem nốt cái nổ nốt cái hũ của bọn CCG rồi tính tiếp. Nó trượt đến từ vị trí của Aozun, cậu đi cầu về áp lực rồi. Trụ 2 ở khu vực đường dưới sẽ được mở ra như vị trí của thành viên bên phía team đội xanh. Hai con xe pháo thế này thì là ok luôn đấy chứ. Trận này thậm chí CCG anh ta còn đứng tanh luôn cho con xe của mình, nhưng cùng ánh sáng này là đủ để dứt điểm như một con xe. 3 xe mới ghê chứ 2 xe lại không còn ghê nữa. Fiji đang đánh khá là hay, con rồng còn tầm 2 phút nữa xuất hiện. Nếu mà đánh chuẩn trận này thì con Nocturne sẽ ăn rồng hơn. Nocturne nó có ấy mà, Nocturne nó có tắt đèn mà. Bật kính dâm lên là coi như là cút hết. Nếu nhìn thấy gì cố ăn rồng thì đồng đội kêu cứu cũng không cứu được. Trận này con Vi khó đánh phết đấy. Nhìn vào Nocturne anh em nhìn kìa. 1 đồ, 2 đồ, ở 3 đồ rồi. 3 đồ rưỡi rồi. Đồ này cũng khỏe nhá. Fiji cũng 4 đồ rồi. Còn Cana bây giờ xanh đến mấy thì cũng chỉ 4 đồ rưỡi thôi. Vậy là cái phiếu của team CCG đang đánh rất là tốt. AD thì còn gấp nhìn rưỡi tiền đấy. Trận này nhìn là biết CCG và đang ao tiền rồi. Bên Hu thì lấy đánh gì nó sẽ không, con Silent nó phế nhưng mà nó lên đồ như này thì nó cũng vẫn khỏe anh em ạ, tanh cơ mà. Con Cana thì nó đóng vai trò như kiểu AD thứ hai ấy. Thì nó cần nhiều đồ nhưng mà những cái đồ nó nhìn trông rất là tù anh em. Móng vuốt Sterak, dìu đen, mũ thích nghi, tam hợp kiếm cũng không có đam. Trên này phụ thực rất nhiều sát thương vào vị trí của Rai anh em ơi. Mà Rai bây giờ có 4 đồ. Rai này phải có thêm mũ phù thủy nữa cơ. Đồ như này toàn đồ thủ thôi. 3 đồ thủ thôi anh em. Bên này thì sử dụng chiêu cuối vào vị trí của Fiji, bật tất cả kháng cự lên, Fiji lui về thành công. Chiêu cuối tắt đèn đang được đầu tư. Bây giờ muốn giao lao vào ai đây? Lao thẳng vào vị trí của Kim Đao bị dính cái ác mộng, anh ta yếu máu rồi lên bảng điểm số mạng của cho vị trí cá đốc. Hôn gió là chuột, mất đi mạng support, thế là mất mẹ con rồng luôn. Mới đây thì ra rồng. Fiji bên này thì đang vui quá, ta bị đấm bị đá, ta khá là trâu bật lò luyện hồn lên, và khả năng cao là anh chàng này cũng sẽ phải lên bảng điểm số thôi. Mã hộp dành cho vị trí của sách. Với cái việc tốn quá nhiều thời gian thì con Sion này nó đã câu đủ thời gian rồi anh em ạ. Pha này Sion nó có thể về được anh em nhé, nó cố tình nó không về anh em này, câu kéo thời gian của đối phương. Đấy, lời rồi, đổi mạng của Sion 50 giây đấy, con rồng 4 phút mới có một lần, dĩ nhiên là lời. Mobility này yếu máu, mất cho mình cái tốc biến là điều chắc chắn, thậm chí mất tốc biến rồi cũng không thể nào mà thoát đi được. Tiếp tục là bảng cục dành cho vị trí của có kỳ. Bên này lấy được một đường lính siêu cấp, nhưng khả năng cao là họ vẫn thua thôi. Giấy không gian được đầu tư và họ đang muốn tìm vào vị trí của Only 3 file. Codisan một combo nhẹ nhàng vì mất giáp tiên thần. Đắc Thoa chuẩn bị xuống dạng đa tí nỉ và anh ta một combo, em nghĩ là Codisun cũng có thể thực điểm được con đa này. Thủy ngục là trượt. Only 35 đang cố gắng câu thêm thời gian, anh ta chạy ngược về hướng của đồng đội và khiến cho các thành viên của bên phía team Hu ăn được cái mạng này của Nami thì anh ta cũng sẽ phải trả giá. Double kill cho vị trí của Codisan. Con có kỳ này giờ này nó vô địch rồi anh em ạ. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 đồ mẹ rồi. Giờ nó về đóng thêm cái nọ tử thủ, nó này hết bài. Hết rồi anh em ơi. Giờ về đóng cái nọ tử thủ chơi đéo nữa. Game đấu đầu tiên đánh 40 phút. Giải này khéo đánh. Giải này em nghĩ chắc tầm 8-9 giờ anh em dậy có khi là vẫn còn đấy. 8-9-10 giờ anh em dậy có khi là vẫn còn. Sion 4 dòng hóa kỹ thì em bảo rồi mà, con Sion 4 dòng hóa kỹ đây, vừa nãy con Rai với cả con Vi đấy, combo tất cả các chiêu mới dứt điểm của nó đó anh em. Còn đánh tầm này thì phải ăn Baron này, ăn game thôi. Ta xem pha thi đấu này. Đắc Thà yếu máu này, quay lại trả đam Codisan cũng không dám nhún nhảy lên, nhún nhảy để bắt vào vị trí của con Nami. Nami tinh ý chạy ngược về phía đồng đội của mình đó. Sau đó là nối dây thôi. Trời ạ, Nocturne đánh khéo thế, đánh hạt tung nổ lùi về luôn. Pha bật trong mình chính là cái hoang tưởng không? Không dùng hoang tưởng mà. Tầm này mấy thằng CCG nó téo thiếu đam luôn. 4 dòng hóa kỹ lần đầu tiên trong cuộc đời anh em ạ. Hũ 5 chấm về anh em. Và đấy em vừa nhìn thấy ở trên sảnh DB hũ 5 chấm luôn mà. Vừa nhìn xong. Vừa nhìn thấy hũ 5 chấm xong. Mà lúc đấy cũng chỉ bảo anh em mà cái hũ này có khi nổ được đấy. Bởi vì là thường những cái trận đấu như thế này mà ao khoảng tầm 5.000 tiền là hũ nó phải to cơ, to hẳn ấy thì nó mới không nổ được. Rồi này có dây chuyền chuộc tội đến từ vị trí của Nami. Bây giờ thì Dark Lord thì anh ta sẽ đóng vai trò đó chính là một người bọc đầu. Nhưng mà cô đi chẳng quan tâm lắm. Tầm này con có kỳ quá xanh rồi, đóng giáp thiên thần thế là hết chuyện anh em. Nếu mà không có nhiều tiền thì đóng cái gì nhỉ, cái nỏ tử thủ. Nhiều tiền này thì giáp thiên thần mà chơi thôi. Tầm này có kỳ cứ rồi một tên lửa định hướng trúng 3 người là hết chuyện. Dây chuyền thực tội được sử dụng đến từ vị trí của U. Tầm này thì cảm giác cái dây chuyền thực tội giờ nó không còn khỏe như ngày xưa nữa. Cút rồi anh em. Đâu Kiều Anh nhá. Ui đánh gì 43 phút à. Game có thế anh em. Đánh đủ 7 rồng mà. Trận này mà anh em nào đánh cái mã mà tổng số rồng trong một cái BO3 thì chắc game 1 nó gánh mẹ hết, chắc phải một nửa này. Thường thì nó sẽ đánh là khoảng tầm 13 hay 14 con rồng anh em. Cái này thì Jack anh ta chắc chắn sẽ phải lên bảng điểm số thôi. Mà gục dành cho vị trí của Fiji. Thành viên của bên phía team Hu tầm này tù lắm rồi. Rai đầu ra sát thương, bây giờ anh ta lên bảng điểm số thì đấy gì mà chơi. Tốc biến lên là điều bắt buộc từ vị trí của Vi. Tả sung hỗn đột nhưng mà không có đam để có thể dồn vào, và Vi lên bảng điểm số. Và hộp mình cho vị trí của Ari. Đó có thành viên team Hu coi như là tan vỡ. GZ cố gắng gỡ được một mạng hộp tính ta cũng lên bảng điểm số luôn. Kim Đào cố gắng kéo lính, mà lính tầm này thì quá nhiều. Lính ở đường giữa cũng có, lính ở đường trên cũng có. Đây là thôi anh ta chuẩn bị hóa khổng lồ, tầm này hóa khổng lồ cũng chỉ là lời du thêm buồn thôi. End game đi. Cũng 5 chấm về luôn cho anh em đánh CCG anh em nhé. Cảm ơn anh em rất là nhiều. Vậy là bú Hudulu anh em ơi. Thế phát này thằng Rai nó bỏ nó không chơi là đúng rồi mà. Nó có về nó vẫn thua thôi. Chúc mừng anh em nay, anh em nào bú đồ hũ là chúc mừng nhá. Quá ngon luôn. Thầy nào may bú đồ hũ quá thơm luôn nhá thầy. Ảo vậy ta. Này em thấy 6.8 à. Ok Kiều Anh nhá. Vừa nãy anh thấy là 5.2. Vừa nãy anh thấy 5.2 mà. Bú rồi. Rồi ngoan anh em ơi. Chúc anh em một ngày mới tốt lành. Và anh em nào mà có ý định thức khuya dậy sớm thì em chúc anh em có một cái buổi thức khuya sức khỏe là dồi dào, tinh thần thì phấn chấn nhé. Sức khỏe thì dồi dào. Đấy, không mệt tí nào. Ngày mai mình vào mình lại ngồi mình xem Uzi Cup tiếp anh em ơi. Mai có Uzi Cup anh ạ. Ngày mai vừa có Uzi Cup, vừa có trận đấu của bọn kiểu như là bọn Esports World Cup vòng loại của bọn Trung Quốc anh em nhé. Cảm ơn cả anh em. Ôi, tí em Đạt sẽ bình luận cho anh em, chứ chắc hẹn anh em khoảng tầm 20 like em Đạt tiếp tục bình luận cho anh em game sau nhé. 20 like anh em ơi. 20 like làm game sau. Thank you anh Blue nhá. Có gì mai mở tài khoản ủng hộ em Đạt nha. Yếu thế như này, bấm like ủng hộ em Đạt đi anh em ơi. Ui xồ.
Yeah, it's really sad gold graph for Winthrop University. They were in the lead for essentially 40 minutes straight almost. But, you know, while they did play the early and mid game really nicely, I love the objective control, the macro decisions they were making, deciding what to do and when to do it. They couldn't close things out in the end. And this has been a bit of a historic issue for them at times over the years. It's great for CCG and Winthrop. You know, you're kicking yourself for that one.
Well, we'll see how well Winthrop can try and bounce back going into game 2, or CCG will look for a sweep when we come back from break. So make sure y'all are staying tuned.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim, edge, shave. Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
All you need.
y'all. We are getting ready for game number 2 between CCG and Winthrop University. If you are just tuning in, well, you guys missed out on a 45-minute banger where Winthrop had the lead early beat down. They were playing an effective map game.
Yeah.
But all it takes is one fight sequence, and CCG wrangle control back into their own grasp, and they're the ones taking the first win.
Yeah, got to give a lot of credit to Dardoch and Aojun. Especially Aojun, I think, landing some really nice charms on the Ari. A player who, I mean, this is his second year in the NACL, was a rookie last year, showed some steady growth, and it's nice to see that he is at least somewhat continuing to trend upward here, especially now that he's reunited with Dardoch in the jungle.
Yep, one of our 4 rookie mids that made their debut in NACL last year in the 2025 season, and he was definitely on the upper end of the ones we were super excited about and impressed with by the end of the season. And like you said, that synergy with Dardoch definitely paid off in the end once they were able to start making really strong punishes off of Winthrop's mistakes towards the second half of the game. But looking forward, going into the second draft, there was a lot of jungle bans in that game, especially towards the second round. Xin, Pan taken off the table. So effectively, those 2 champions are still back up on the board. I'm still very much a fan that Dardoch opened this game with Nocturne, because now it still brings those top skirmishers, as well as the Jarvan, which was another ban, still available for the second game.
Provided not banned, but yes, I agree. It will be really interesting. Maybe he sees fit to bring out that window that he's so comfortable on as well. But it does bring that question for ban. I'm picking ban going into the second game. We talked about it earlier on into that pre-show, Mark. This is a new patch. So while a lot of things are probably carrying over from first stand and leagues around the world in previous patches, really it's going to be the players who are setting the tone for us here this weekend and, you know, going forward, just to see what they're prioritizing and will things really be like they were in the previous patch.
Very true. So Winthrop, last time around, banned things like the Orianna and the Azir from CCG, trying to diminish the effective control mage pool. We didn't get a mid lane matchup locked in until the second phase of the draft. Curious if that is going to be changing going into the second game, now that Wu are not only first pick, but they're also on the blue side.
Yeah, again, more of that Seraphine focus there over to Aojun. Again, just removing those mage picks from him in that mid lane. Yeah, I'm pretty curious on how Winthrop's going to prioritize their picks this time around. Even on red side, they do often blind pick for Denethor, or they do have him blind pick. This time around, wouldn't be surprised again to see a very early top pick for him, especially when you consider, you know, one of his signature champs, Camille, while not too popular, still is up and available right now.
Gwen taken off the board. Usually a nice pick into something like a Cassante, so curious if CCG are just trying to set that up for Fiji going into this first round, maybe on third pick of the draft. Woo, you have plenty of control mages at your disposal. Do you go for one of those and just let them do the handshake? They actually go for the Jarvan, noticing that, hey, that jungler was not banned by CCG this time around.
Yeah, so it gives you a really easy engage option there for Wilson. Good at skirmishing, as you mentioned, but is this going to be that jungle pick for him? And what's the answer going to be from Dardoch? They banned Xin. That one's not available. No, Wukong would be pretty good. Do we like it?
I can understand if you're worried about getting trapped in Cataclysm as Pantheon, since you don't really have a natural escape unless a target is outside of the ultimate and you can W to them or something. But Wukong, you can escape with your clone or your E.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say.
And at least this gives Dardoch kind of a scaling threat for his own self if the game continues playing out later and later. And that was a 45-minute banger. So CCG might just make the read after that first game saying, you know what, we're confident that Winthrop cannot close games early, so we're just going to play for the later stages of the game.
I mean, Yunara is perfectly playing into that one as well, Mark. So another hyperscaling champion there in the bot lane for Cody Sun. He had a really good performance on the Corki. didn't fall too far behind in a disadvantaged lane matchup and was able to catch back up once we got out of the lane phase. So I think it's going to end up being a good look as long as the rest of the map is able to have impact earlier on in the game.
Winthrop end up going for the Orianna. Shockwave on top of targets that cannot flash out of the Cataclysm. Good combo, in my opinion. I do like the Lulu denying that as a common pairing from the Yunara, as she would have been quite deadly to deal with in those Omega team fights where Cody's son did start thriving a bit once he got to that stage in that first game.
Yeah, and it's really nice too because something we've seen Aojun play and an answer we could see that's popping up is the Akali. The Lulu feels really bad to play it into that. Even it's going to feel bad for the Wukong just because of the way that Wild can disrupt your engages. But only 35, still going to go for that engage route instead. Going to lock in that Rakan.
B-Down, I just want you to give me one word on your reaction anytime you go in as a Akali and you get polymorphed. One word.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know if I could describe. No, I'm not even gonna say that.
I thought that was
it. Feels bad.
I thought that was
I wasn't even thinking of the. Yeah, I know. Okay, if I'm being honest, that's literally what it was.
It's just pain. It's just
Damn
pain.
yeah, it's tough. So we'll see. We could still go down that route because now there are many engage options here for CCG already. So there are a lot of targets for the wild growth knockup, the polymorph, things like that. So we can still see Aojun go there.
Remember some of the bans that Winthrop had thrown against Fiji in the first game, the Yorick, as well as one of the things that we also mentioned that might be in his back pocket is that Singed. Not sure if we're going to be seeing it be pulled out today. The bot lane has been secured already, so CCG have to make a choice. Either they blind top, despite knowing what the mid lane matchup is, or they do effectively save counterpick for Fiji and go ahead and lock in their choice for Aojun.
I think the answer is very clear. You do lock in for Aojun here. I really like the Gragas ban because that is another signature champion there for Fiji and already really good in a situation where you have not so mobile champions. So, okay, we're going the burst damage angle, but instead of the Akali, we're going a different angle here for Aojun. And now it's just going to be about what's this bot lane. Tristana has definitely seen, some looks in those last couple of patches. Might not be in the greatest of positions here. There's a lot of angles that mobility is kind of cycling through.
Low-key, I would be excited to see Kog'Maw, one of the most infamous pairings in League history with Lulu.
That's true.
That's true. I think I can understand the hesitation
the desire
to lock
to do
it
damage in the late game. Yes, I agree.
Yes, well, you have to deal with Wukong, Aurora, and Rakan. So no matter what AD carry you're picking, you are going to be focused as a threat. So at least you can grant your team a lot of utility with that on the hunt movement speed boost. So I think that's just mobility saying, I'm going to be wave clear duty for us. I'm going to give you guys speed boost. Hopefully you guys can win the fight without them effectively killing me. Now, CCG with Aurora technically is a flex pick. I would be surprised if Fiji has an Aurora, and I'm expecting
it would be pretty sick.
A top lane pick here instead.
Oh, that would be fun. I mean, we did talk about Fiji. Again, as the more neutralizing top lane player plays more into these tanks. I mean, we talked about the Gragas that's banned, the Singed. So this time he's going Ornn. We are going all in on this late game mark. So really, it feels kind of similar to a situation we were seeing in game one, where it's that, that mid game is really going to be about Dardoch and Aojun. They're the ones who are going to be doing this heavy lifting, only 35 as well, with some of those play setups, and really just enabling Fiji to come online and help the team scale, allowing Cody's son to scale and get to that monstrous position Yunara gets to.
Wilson at least has the agency on this Jarvan to look for more proactive plays even before level 6. You can make a lot of things happen and flag and drag as early as level 2. I would love to see just try and blow the game wide open before the late game scaling comes online for CCG. That being said, it's not like Winthrop are in trouble if the game goes late either. Jax is going to be huge later the game goes on. Lulu utility value is going to go up for the Sivir. Sivir, 6-game item Sivir. I mean, shout out to Teddy on generic green wings. I mean, that's all you need to know. And you should feel somewhat secure if this game is another 40-minute plus banger.
Yes. The real concern for me on that front is just that while the utility from the ultimate there from the Sivir is going to be really impactful, your only real ways to get these big fight starts is either Zach putting the ball on Denethor and Wilson or Wilson's Cataclysm. So really, they need to be on point to be able to set up mobility and even Denethor to be able to do those big damage moments in those later stages of the game. And when you're facing down something like an Ornn, your comp can get disrupted quite a bit. So really for me, Winthrop, we've seen what they've been able to do in that early to mid game. We've seen it today. We've seen it in years past. It really is just about finding success in the team fights later on to ensure they can take that lead to a win.
Let's see how it all plays out. We're already a minute into our second game of our first series. If you're just tuning in, we've got 2 more best of 3s right after this. So make sure you are catching all of the action here on NACL, whether you're watching on Twitch, on YouTube, or you're watching one of our very lovely partner co-streamers throughout the... I think we have a mix of not only other broadcast towns who are not scheduled today who are co-streaming, we also have many other awesome community faces of multiple languages as well. So, muchas gracias a todo para apoyar NACL. And shout out to everyone else that is tuning in and giving love back to the scene and putting eyes on this awesome community and league. So far, beatdown. Mid lane is actually kind of volatile. Zach is pressuring Aljun for the level 2 all-in. Good flash by Aljun, answered by Zach. Yep, good communication from the jungle mid duo of CCG. Dardoch saying, listen, I can't do anything. I'm going to continue farming. Just be careful on that side. If you get hit by EQ flash, it's your fault, not mine. Just making it plain. And with that, Dardoch is technically 1 camp ahead now of the pace just because of the pit stop Wilson took. So he should be able to maybe look for... definitely one of these crabs. Bot crab might be difficult, even though Wilson is finishing his clear somewhat late. But the push from Winthrop bot lane, oh, it's not in time.
Yeah, at the end of the day, Cody Sun's back is not interrupted, which is what's important. And Dardoch does get to have that slightly better back. He does leave with a little more farm, having gotten that Scuttle Crab. So we'll see if he wants to use that gold and try and make something happen early. But I think for the most part, what we've seen from him today and in the past is just that. So he does his first couple clears a little quietly unless there's an enormous opportunity for him to get a gank off. And I don't really see one right now.
Barely 100 HP for only 35 on this Rakan. Slowly losing out in the push war. Forced to pop the summoner heal as the harass from Kim down was putting him on the brink. CCG. Oh, flash from Kim down! First blood picked up for the Battle Lulu here in the bot lane.
Yeah, again, like this is just that meta of double range bot lanes and enchanters. So only 35, sacrificing lane pressure for the ability to start fights later on. But when you're doing that, you got to be careful. You can't let things like that happen. And just a kill that didn't need to go over, even if Kim Down is the one to get it, just adds more pressure onto Cody's Sun.
The cope that only 35 can have is saying, all right, come bot. Kim Down has no flash. Get this guy.
True.
Right now.
Kill this guy.
Fast.
Real. Yeah, we'll see. The communication is definitely there. But is that a play that they can actually make at the moment? I don't know if that's actually the case. Aljun, though, having a little bit of fun. It is a nice cover from only 35 off that back to ensure his mid laner can play things out relatively safely. My eyes are really on this first dragon. I think it's going to be like last game. Not an immediate take from either side. It's going to be about who leaves it open and who takes the opportunity to get it.
We'll see if Winthrop try and go for a dragon stacking win condition like they did in the first game. Like we saw before, it wasn't an immediate priority, only one where no other objectives or camps were readily available. Good ward, though, by Winthrop's bot lane. He's going to spot out Dardoch trying to look for a lane gank. Wilson is here for a counter. But at the end of the day, looks like Dardoch is just making sure that they can get this wave fully pushed out and crash so that they can look for a reset.
It's looking like they'll get it. No danger of a gank, as they knew from Vision. As long as this recall finishes, right, guys? Oh.
Well, Kim down stops the base. Is it going to punish him? Cody-san flashing forward. He gets the kill on the Kim down, but now Mobility has the opportunity to pick up one for himself.
I'm not sure. I guess you're trying to make the best of a tough situation. Getting the back cancel for Cody-san sucks, but at the end of the day, now, only 35. I don't know if he'll be able to hold that wave. Mobility is going to be able to crash quite a lot of minions. And at the end of it, Cody-san's going to end up falling further behind because of that. And Marky has no summoner spells. He threw it all so he could secure that kill.
Yeah, if I'm Wilson, I'm like, oh, there's no summoner spells on an 80 carry? Guys, what if I swing bot and just ult this?
Yeah.
Ult this guy, you know?
What are you doing in a minute 30, guys? How are we feeling?
The only way Cody-san can escape it is if he pops ulti and then immediately dashes, but I'm not sure if it will be enough to escape the wrath of a Prince of Demacia in that period of time.
Is he the prince? All this time I thought he was the king.
Well, his dad was the king, and his dad got killed.
I know he has that line, but his dad's dead. Yeah, exactly.
So I'm not sure where we are technically in the lore.
We'll find out when the next arcane comes out.
True. We need a Demacia arcane side. Although
isn't that the one they're doing? Didn't they say that?
It's either that or Noxus. Or I guess it would be Demacia versus Noxus. Anyway, we'll let the arcane creators figure that one out, and we'll just try and happily consume whatever they give us here. As 20 seconds from Grubs. That is not the focus, though, for this upcoming fight. As we called out before, Wilson knows. Cody-san, no summoner spells, wants to be able to use it. Shockwave was on to Aljun. Dardoch flash for the Cyclone onto Wilson and Zach.
Wow.
That's the first guy to fall, and CCG are the first ones making this play happen. Aljun flashing away from Wilson. He survives! The health pot's ticking, and the shield coming in clutch from only 35's Battle Dance allows CCG to make the big play.
Yeah, really nice play from Winthrop University. Got to give credit to Aljun as well for how he played that one post Shockwave. And I think him down, walks away from this one. Maybe not. Maybe? No, okay. Yeah, we're walking away. The thing that was so crazy for me about that play, Mark, is I was really just building up to this point where Winthrop did a pretty good advantage in this first dragon fight because the Shockwave and Cataclysm were so powerful. And then right before I could, Zach uses it before a death. So big resource lost, cost you a kill, cost you the Drake. You're going to get some plates in return, but overall, CCG, you're very happy with that.
Quite on the same page, or unless the idea was chunk Aurora out so that he can't join the fight. Still had the confidence to go for it anyway after, so plan did not go accordingly for the Eagles here. And while they're still technically ahead in gold, CCG are not even that far behind. Cody-san still down a flash, but the barrier is available, so Wilson just taking a pit stop on this bot side of the map, allowing Kim down in mobility to continue to crash these waves and put Cody-san further behind.
And this is quite a big deficit that he is facing, especially with his jungler on the other side of the map. Not a whole lot he's going to be able to do for the moment. It is for a worthy cause, though. Grubs have been secured, all three of them. A bit of turret damage is going to be nice, and a kill would be great, too.
Only 35 setting it up on the Kim down, but pops the flash and the wild growth to get out alive. So good trade of tools there from CCG's bot lane. while Darda continues to take up resources here on the top side of the map.
Oh, really big from only 35 too. Stopping the back from Kim down is going to give a little more breathing room for Cody Sun to get that wave in. Potentially would be able to even get a plate. Kim down is only just getting his back off now, but could choose to back and spend some of his gold. Either way.
Little fade sidestep from Dardoch. We'll talk about it later as Aljun and Dardoch are able to pounce onto Zach before Wilson can effectively counterplay. And unfortunately for Zach, he's going to lose out on the minion wave.
Yeah, again, nice play coming through here from the mid jungle of CCG. We talked about in draft how important it was for them to be the playmakers in this early mid game, and so far they are delivering, especially Aljun's Aurora. It is schmoovin'. Oh, does it? No. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Denethor has the flash. It's all going to be about whether or not Fiji can flash that counter-strike. The Denethor is going to be looking for. Wilson might be trying to set him up. Okay, maybe it's just a cover, just to make sure that Wilson, only 35, don't show up. Yeah. Oh, there it is. And I think you highlighted Jax and how strong he is, especially in this meta. I think he also got a buff with this patch, right? Where level 19, his passive improves again. So he's going to be... Yeah. I think it's like each stack gives him like 1.5% at 19. It's pretty nuts. Ooh. Good look so far. Gonna get that pressure to allow the invade here from Wilson. See if that turns into a skirmish. Oh,
between worlds, Cyclone still connects. Actually, I don't even know if Cyclone went off or not, but the shockwave unfortunately did not pull Dardoch away in time. Yeah, it looks like he still has it. So wow, that feels bad for Zach. Not even being able to burn more than one ultimate there from Aljun and Dardoch.
Yeah, I gotta say, Aljun, Dardoch, again, like, they're kind of smurfing so far, the way they're playing together on this duo. And it's allowing them to be the one to get that early gold lead, where last game it was Winthrop, who were finding themselves a pretty big gold advantage here. And really, as long as they're able to keep this part up, and, you know, they can alleviate the pressure Cody Sun is dealing with, this is exactly what their comp wants to be doing. Yeah, Winthrop have scaling elements, but like I really enjoy things like the Yunara late game, the Ornn, of course. I think paired with the Rakan, you have so much engaged, disengaged potential here to be working with. Your team fight it's just too good for CCG later on.
Very true. CCG feeling confident that maybe they can look for a wraparound onto Winthrop. They are using their bot lane entrance as the way in, but the Dragon resets. CCG somewhat positioned. Dardoch still has his ulti available. Looks for the backline while Wilson went for Aljun's face instead. The wild growth only stops one knockup, but the second knockup from only 35 guarantees that the bot lane from Winthrop fall in a swift fashion. CCG hand-feeding Cody Sun 3 more kills with that Kraken Slayer online already, and this is a massive snowball in the works for CCG.
Yeah, remember, Mark, when I said Dardoch and Aljun trying to alleviate some of that pressure, help Cody Sun get back in the game? Yes, I don't care. 3 kills for the Yunara, who was falling behind. Like, go next play. Oh my god. That is brutal. Another good team fight coming through from CCG. And yeah, you give away that shutdown to Denethor, which makes him a little more difficult to decide. But otherwise, you're getting everything you want, man. What else is there?
Just insane decision-making from Dardoch. As soon as he sees Wilson goes forward, he knows that the backline is completely exposed for the counterplay.
Yeah, I mean, really comes with that experience, recognition of such key moments like this where you only have a fraction of a second to be able to make these decisions. And Dardoch is pretty good at making them. He's shown us time and time again this year and years past. So now, gold lead shot up to 2,000 in favor of CCG. Rift Herald is up. You gotta imagine that is just the next thing in the sights of CCG.
CCG now lead the game with the 2,000 gold advantage. Not necessarily one that Winthrop cannot recover from. They have scaling late game insurances on their side.
Yeah.
It's going to be up to them if they can try and stabilize the game, mainly through Denethor, who does have this Jax for the side lane split push threat. And for the Eagles, they need to be able to replicate a lot of the successful formulas that was going well for them in maintaining the map control from that first game.
It's hard, though, because part of what they were doing so well in Game 1 was using their agency that they had from the early skirmishes they were winning to pretty much maximize the gold they were able to generate on the map. Right now, they don't have too much agency at the moment here. Really, Wilson and Zach still are in a position where they can have impact if they just find the right play with their ultimates. They just haven't been able to find them yet. Dardoch and Aojun have just been so much faster, so much cleaner.
About 3 minutes before the third dragon of the game, CCG are the ones that have the dragon stacking this time on their side and with the grubs as well. So Dardoch has successfully maintained full 100% objective control. Zach is seen on a ward, only 35 decides to send it, but Dardoch was already walking away. Bit of a misunderstanding of how far to push that one, and it comes at the cost of only 35's ultimate.
Result in a play mid, or at least a little pressure. Dardoch's here. Oh my god.
Mobility getting shunned. I mean, Cody's son has 2 items, by the way. Kraken Slayer plus Fiend Hunter Bolts is a hell of a feeling. And Mobility cannot really endure. Thankfully, was able to hold off of using his barrier and just pops the ultimate to get away.
Yeah, so not gonna result in a kill. You do force Mobility away. Some pressure on him, allowing Cody to catch up in farm. Of course, in kills, far exceeded Mobility, at least for the moment. And now we got another play.
Double knock-up onto Wilson from the Cyclone and only 35's grand entrance, but he makes it out alive. Aojun chunked by Zach. CCG cannot continue the play, but this was a solid window. They still have another 1 minute and 40 seconds before the third dragon spawns, so all of their ultimate cooldowns should be back up in time.
Yeah, so there's an opportunity there. Certainly. Right now, again, Rift Herald, only objective to look for, but this time it's a Mountain Soul we're playing for, Mark. You got to imagine that's the priority for both of these teams, especially CCG. They're the ones with Drake control this game. It's going to be their Mountain Soul point if they're able to earn it. And Mountain Dragons for Ornn, that's what we like to see, Mark. That's what we like to see. He's going to be hard to kill.
Yeah, I'm curious if Denethor can actually push Fiji around in this side lane effectively. He's able to get the first turret.
Probably.
And he has Kim down, backing him up so that he gets away safely.
He's able to get that wave in. He doesn't quite have teleport yet, so I don't actually think this is quite an angle for Winthrop to do Herald. But given that it's going to be difficult for them to fight Drake, they might be waiting till it's closer to Drake spawning to see if they can actually rush this objective. Or maybe they might put all their eggs in this dragon basket because they can feel game 2 slipping away from them, excuse me.
"15 seconds before this third dragon spawn beats down VG, looking for, I think he's upgrading either the Kraken Slayer or the Fiend Hunter Bolts, one of these 2 items. But Cody's son might have told him, hey, just let me get my third item if he is working towards potentially an Infinity Edge. So Fiji will probably upgrade someone else's item. It looks like he got the Sunder Sky for Dardoch. Wilson trying to look for Aljun. Cataclysm. Aljun uses the ultimate to get out of harm's way. Decent use of the ultimate there. It does force Aljun away. Doesn't have TP. So this is a good timer for CCG or Winthrop to try and stop the dragon stacking unless Dardoch wants to flip.
could. There's going to be that 50-50 Dardox here. Might be looking for the
smite on both. Dardock, are you kidding me? Pops the Cyclone.
Wow.
I don't know if he gets out of this one alive. Still has flash. Walks out to safety on the right side. Thank you for the leash. CCG are now on soul point.
Oh, that is, it feels bad. As long as you can walk away, because Denethor is trying to stop people, but I think this fight is actually going to work. You got to let this one go. Maybe you could take this turret as Winthrop University, so it is that small consolation to be able to get some gold back. But you said it, Mountain Soul Point. Now Winthrop are hard on the clock. Less than 5 minutes before CCG gets a massive buff.
Yeah, it's pretty devastating for Winthrop there. They had the numbers advantage. It was an effective, like, predetermined play to force Aljun out, so you are able to have a 5-on-4, and Dardock still wins the smite fight. Only 35, trying to pass his former jungler and say, hey, nothing to see here, just getting some vision down, don't mind me. Baron now available on Summoner's Rift, while the rest of Winthrop try and recuperate their losses and see if they can continue looking for proactive plays.
Now, this is slowed down just a little bit. I think if Winthrop want to try and make something happen, you're probably looking towards Denethor, who, I mean, despite the deficit, he has a pretty big advantage over EG there, similar to last game. So if they're able to especially get him to his second item and find PG on his own, that could be a way for them to kind of generate gold the way they were in that last game, through side lane, through Denethor, and sometimes Zach split pushing.
And we haven't really seen a massive advantage pull ahead. Denethor does have a 1.5 thousand gold lead at the moment. Good look from Dardock. Immediately pops the ultimate from mobility, so he's safe for now, but now down a very useful tool. Wilson waiting in the shadows. Tries to look for Dardock, clips him with the knockup. Cataclysm available. Dardock forced use the Cyclone. Denethor is here for the play for the first time. Fiji sends in massive call. The Forge God onto 2. Forces Wilson to flash over the wall. Denethor caught by the knockup, but is able to use the leap strike to get back to safety. CCG are able to safely escort their jungler, and Winthrop don't find a single man in the play.
A lot of resources consumed, though, on both sides of the map. Only the mid laners who weren't there hold on to their ultimates. Taking stock, I mean, Fiji is flashless. Would be something that they're able to take advantage of on the side of Winthrop. Again, like we were saying, playing towards Denethor in that side lane. They kill this Ornn. That could be a really good opportunity for them to try and grab the Baron, really get themselves back into this game here.
Effective one at that. We're now under 2 minutes from this Mountain Soul. The gold lead is still overcomable, very easily overcomable for Winthrop University. Yeah. So CCG cannot be content just yet. Don't want to get complacent and give Winthrop an edge to get back in this game. Only 35, forced to flash as he took a dangerous path, and nicely done by Wilson and Denethor to punish his route back to the top side.
Yeah, could be, or rather is, a big tool not available for those flash charm engages. He's going to give Wilson the chance to leash the chickens there for Dardock. Little emote.
I've never seen that one.
His head.
It's like a little shrimp. Shrimp.
Not?
No, that's awesome though.
Oh. Yeah.
All right, well, smite was used for the chickens, so Wilson says, fine, I'll take your red buff instead. And maybe not the most mutual exchange was completed, but a trade deal definitely did take place. Winthrop will take the lead from the top side as they now have to shift their vision priority over to the bot side. Aljun looking for an all-in onto Zach. Flash still available on the Orianna, finally uses it from the weirding cast. Aljun successfully applying pressure, and now Cody Sun on the hunt, looking for Zach before he can get out of range. The W does connect, but they can't get in range for a final blow. Cody Sun able to dash out of the Cataclysm. Denethor flashing over the counter-strike stun. Mobility was the first one to collapse, able to cut off his retreat path. Only 35 falls next, and Fiji TP just a little too late, and now this Ornn is on the wrong side of the tracks. CCG have completely lost 3 of their members. Unless no one goes for Fiji, they don't even care. They're just getting ready for this dragon take on spawn.
Yeah, that couldn't have come at a better time here. This could have been CCG Soul, but they overstepped. I kind of hope we can look back and see exactly whether or not Sun and Only35 didn't know they were getting collapsed on, but it seemed like such a big risk to take before this dragon, and now the soul stacking has stopped, and Winthrop have started some stacking of their own.
Not sure if we're gonna get a replay of that, but it is definitely super punishing that it did happen for Sun, because he burned both summoner spells to make that play happen, then realizing the overstepping of the boundaries that had occurred from CCG, and then trying to make up for it. And unfortunately, it goes from bad to worse. This is a massive opportunity for Winthrop to try and capitalize on a summonerless AD carry.
Dardoch, though, oh my god.
Finds the Cyclone mobility instantly, tries to get away with the call on the hunt there. Well, Flash was expended, it did not matter. CCG are able to punish their AD carry before Winthrop are able to punish CCG's. Baron now up on the table. They might just force this.
Yeah, I mean, what are you scared of? You still have a few ultimates to play with here. You have a lot of damage with that Infinity Edge coming through for Sun. Imagine this Baron's going to go down pretty easily, especially with members of CCG playing a little defense in Wilson's side of the jungle here. So, you know, CCG give it, CCG take it away. That one misstep came through, and now they have the Baron.
Denethor is pushing on this bottom tier 2 turret. Should be able to get it. Fiji is not going to threaten him anytime soon, so at least Winthrop gets some extra gold into their pockets, and it's now extended to a 2,000 gold advantage. So Denethor is very close to having a solid 3 to 2 item advantage over Fiji.
Yeah.
It's going to be up to him, though, to try and leverage it in these team fights.
Yeah, I will add also, even though that's true, Fiji, what he does have going for them, of course, at level 16 is a couple of those ornaments. You can see his Underneath Despair is upgraded, of course, the Sundered Sky for Dardoch as well. And, I mean, the more time goes on, the more power he's going to be able to give his teammates. So it really does feel like Winthrop need to be able to find something before, I think, Yunara gets that Infinity Edge upgraded. That's going to be real
with the Smite secures the red buff steal over Wilson. Aljun gets away from the other pack of Winthrop members there on the other side of the wall. Fiji with the Call of the Forge God doesn't find anyone. Just forces Wilson to back off of his own jungle quadrant, but it gives them full control of this bottom tier 2 turret, and it's quickly getting destroyed fast by CCG.
And really, not much of a response. Maybe a mid-tier 2, but this is a Baron you're pushing against here, so recalls need to happen right now. Otherwise, you're going to lose more of your base than you bargained for, especially with Aljun trying to just play defense, clear waves in that mid lane. For sure, an inhibitor is going down.
Yeah, Aljun is keeping tabs on mobility in the mid lane. Mobility can't really even look for a tier 2 turret because Aurora's wave clear is able to match that of Sivir's. CCG effectively eliminate one entire lane of structures through the bottom side.
Whew.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage from Dardoch. Trinity Force, Sunder Sky, and Black Cleaver. That Q is going to do a lot. That Shockwave didn't do any damage. What the heck? Oh, man. Well, that's not a good sign for Zach on this Orianna, who is really expected to bring a lot of that magic burst into these team fights.
Yeah, especially going with what looks like that Sork shoes that got upgraded to that tier 3, just giving that extra pen as well.
Only 35. Flash onto the back line, finds Zach, and the rest will fall. CCG in one sequence eliminate 3, and Winthrop are now down to their last 2 members, and I'm not sure if Kim Down and Denethor are going to be, frankly, enough to defend this base from falling.
I don't think so either. We're looking at 6K ahead. The Baron is still here, and Winthrop have no ult to speak of. CCG, unless Denethor can give a miracle.
He flashes into the backline, pops the Grandmaster's Might into the Zonias for the full combo, but it's still not enough damage to really kill the minion wave off. Sun and the rest of the crew are just pounding away at the Nexus turrets. Kim Down is forced off and using the ultimate just to keep himself alive, but there's no Nexus turrets in sight anymore. Denethor falls, and CCG have nothing left to overcome. The 2-0 sweep comes through, and CCG take out Winthrop.
There we go, and in a much more decisive fashion than game one that was 44 minutes mark. Now we're looking at sub 30 minutes and a really clean performance there from the side of CCG. Again, got to give a lot of credit to both Aojun and Dardoch. I think syncing up so well together, picking people off in these isolated 2v1s, and just outplaying situations that you weren't quite sure were going to go their way.
And if you wanted a no more perfect way of summing up that series win for CCG in a facial reaction, it was definitely only 35. It was content, but also kind of a little bit of smugness. It's like, yeah, we just took down my former team. That felt good.
Yeah.
That felt awesome.
That's got to feel great. And you can see it here. Again, gold, this time mostly in favor of CCG, who were able to find a pretty big advantage in that early to mid game. And top for Denethor, was able to do almost the most damage in the game, but ultimately wasn't enough to make up for Winthrop's inability to team fight in some of these skirmishes.
Yeah, game one definitely was going Winthrop's way for the first half of the game before CCG turned around. And as you said, this second game was a better example of what happens when CCG are the first ones in the driver's seat in that first half of the game. And they do not so easily give over mistakes for Winthrop to punish. I think the only one was just the overextension trying to play for Zach on the bottom side, and CCG immediately course corrected, got mobility, turned the Baron, and then just one fight push is all they needed. Really impressive stuff from CCG, as Winthrop, while boasting 2 new members from their 2025 roster, I think you could see that the overall synergy and at least coordination seemed a lot more solid and sound from Winthrop's side. This, at least based off of what we saw from the first game and the planning they had, whereas CCG, they were kind of figuring things out later on, but the experience that some of these members have can always trump some of the coordination that you get from these teams that have been together longer. And you have players like Dardoch and Cody Sun there for a reason, right? They can help be a lot of the mentors that the younger guys need. But that is our first series wrapped in the books. So we're going to take a short break. When we come back, it's our second series on the docket, queued up, ready to go between Blue Otter and Dorado Gaming.
Edge. Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim, edge, shave. Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim, edge, shave. Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
for our second series. But before we do, we actually have a post-match interview with our MVP from that first series. Now let's go ahead and see who the MVP was. Only 35, the former supporter Winthrop, alongside the rest of
Yeah, good performance, especially on that Rakan, able to find a lot of good engages. So makes a lot of sense here, and we will be talking to him very soon. It's got to feel good for him, get his opinion on how it feels to be able to beat his former team in such a way.
Let's go ahead and cue that up with only 35, your MVP for the first series. First of all, welcome. He even still has the Winthrop.
Dude, you gotta flex.
That is, for the match, but oh wait, what did you just show? I
His phone case, yeah.
It's nice. Still repping. Well, only 35. First question I want to come at you with is what is the dynamic change having played for Winthrop in 2025 and now playing with CCG with this squad here in 2020?
Right.
And yeah, for CCG, it's kind of hard to adapt to like the first week. I mean, before first. It's virtually so. I like to think, man, it's first.
Oh, fair. Must be a tough growing pain, but it's looking like you guys are making it work. So I gotta ask you. Well, you beat your former team, first match of the split. Of course, we got a long way to go before the split ends, but does it feel good? I see, obviously, you're repping the merch. Are you having some friendly banter with your previous teammates about like, hey guys, what's up? Get owned.
Room because they are screaming and it was really sad.
Yeah.
They kicked me like group chat.
Wow.
But
Group chat kick.
yeah, I mean, I can rejoin because
True.
Oh yeah, I can only face.
that I can hang out with my friends now, and
That's good.
I have to still hang out. Forward to this season overall with 2026, and or at least just for spring split with CCG. How is it? Has had a lot of experience, not just strength level, but just like what he wants versus what you and mobility would do, and what mobility wants in lane.
I mean, I think that
They
team fight really well.
Fight really well, and they both want to win lane no matter what.
And I mean, it's kind of mechanic mixed gap maybe, but I can't tell the difference. Yeah. Talks more in game.
But this one is a little bit quieter, but
Whenever he sees angle, of course,
Face Winthrop. You guys are friends again because you won't see them until potentially playoffs. Is there another team? Is there another team? Is there another a support player that you really want to beat that you're looking at for the rest of the league?
from Ariana, not to support, because he's one of my close friends. Was really unremarkable. Ariana's glasses while we are waiting on the metro. Yeah, so I'm
Wait, how
expecting
to
to
break them?
Okay.
We
But
gotta know.
wanted the Ariana like slide
Mhm.
like a little
Oh my, like a backhand while he's sliding?
yeah.
Or... Oh my god.
Oh my goodness. A fun little story. Only 35. It's season, and before we let you go, is there any other special words you would like to share with us, or any shout outs that you want to make today?
Yeah, I want to say older brother, dedicate this win to him, and I wish I didn't expect this would be like that, but yeah, just hug your friends and family while you can. Yeah, I've been expecting this all my career. I lost this day, and first time I win and get a chance to interview.
Big hug right now. Energy, and you were in an amazing personality. And I'm sure your brother is looking down on you with a lot of pride and a lot of love. Again, thank you for your words, and thank you for our second series. Welcome back, gamers. Thank you so much for your patience. Just getting through some technical difficulties on our end, but hopefully should be smooth sailing. Crossing our fingers on this one. Before we get into our second best of 3 of the day, we actually have another pre-match coach interview, this time with DeAndre from Blue Honor. So let's go ahead and cue him in. Presented by Philips and Roku One Blade. Hello, DeAndre. Welcome to the interview desk. I'm going to throw some quick questions your way. Can you hear us? I don't think he can hear us.
He can hear you, so just give it a moment.
Hello, hello.
Right, he can hear you.
Hello, DeAndre.
Hey.
Welcome. I'm gonna throw a couple of rapid fire questions, one for me and one for Beatdown, and then we'll let you get some quick shout outs in before we let you go and get ready for this epic best of 3. What was your philosophy in putting this roster together for Blue Otter 2026?
I just tried to make sure it would have like a good roster, and then like players' weaknesses and like strengths would match each other, you know. So like in the end, I think we have like a pretty balanced roster, and yeah, I think I'm happy with how this team was built, you know.
Nice.
Is there community sentiment, because you know roster leaks, things like that? Is there a player you think on your team is not getting talked about enough? Someone we should be really looking out for, underrated, something like that?
I saw the tier list. I think that all of them are pretty close, but I would say that I think Samikin and Munchin are really being underrated by community overall. I think Samikin is by far the second best mid laner in the tournament, and Munchin has just a lot of potential. You know, like the same thing that I saw when I saw Krada first time. I see with Munchin. You know, it's not a matter of if him and Samikin will make LCS, it's just a matter of when, you know. So I'm pretty sure that people are underestimating both of them. They are like just insane players, and I mean, it's just great to work with them, you know.
I love to hear that confidence about Munchie and Samikin, and I mean, Tier 2 fans know Samikin for a long time now, and Munchie finally making his NACL debut, very exciting as well. Before we let you go, DeAndre, any other last words you would like to have before you get ready?
No, I just want to shout out to like Blue as an org. You know, I think they're all amazing staff that work with me, and like even like the ones who work behind the scenes, they are all great. They are like all good person, all good human beings, and they really work hard for the whole T2 environment. I think that Blue is really doing a lot for the scene and doing a lot for us. So it's really an honor to work with them. And of course, my players, right? They are just like the best player ever, and I really hope they have fun. I'm really focusing on the second split. To be honest, I think our project is a really long-term project. So I just see like all of these matches as a stage scrims. To be honest, so I just want them to have fun, and we're gonna fix our mistakes. We're gonna like see the good things we did, and that's it. So I just want them to have fun and to always be successful, either in their lives and in game, you know. So yeah.
Excellent to hear, DeAndre. Thank you so much for your time.
You're
Go
welcome.
ahead and get ready for your epic best of 3 against Dorado Gaming. Best
Thank
of luck,
you very
and we'll
much.
see you next time.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you.
I like the transparency that DeAndre gave us there on the interview. Not only is saying like, hey, we're more focused for summer split long term, because this is the road to LCS at the end of the day. You know,
Yeah.
there's a huge win in being one of the top 2 finishing teams for spring split and determining your group draft for second split. But at the end of the day, if you make the run, regardless of where you started from, as long as you're not getting relegated, you can still make all of the finishing touches and polishes and peak at the right time, which would be towards the end of summer split, where you get into that promotion tournament and then try to eventually take out all the other competing teams, as well as Disguised, who currently are defending that guest spot in LCS.
That's right. So it's really cool to hear that confidence in players like Munchie and Samikin as well. And a player that we've seen some good things from over the first couple of years, but to just definitively say on broadcast that he is the second best mid in the league, in a league with Spyrax and Insanity, I love that, and I really hope we can see some of that from Samikin, not today, throughout the rest of the split, because he is a player that we want to see some growth from, because he could be making that push to LCS if we saw a little bit more.
This is definitely the year where Samikin can make a push to define himself as one of the best mids here in NACL. And speaking of which, he, alongside Munchie, the new face on Blue Otter and in the scene, alongside new face to the org, but not new face to the scene in Ariana, who is now joining this roster alongside Rovex and Spawn. Rovex and Samikin, obviously the tenured members on this roster from last year. Spawn coming in after Array was previously on this roster, but brings a pretty nice amount of experience just from his time bouncing around Tier 2 and a brief stint in Tier 1 with Dignitas. So, Blue Otter as a whole, it's an exciting project, and on the flip side, you look at Dorado Gaming, who is their opponents on the other side of Summoner's Rift. There is not only a mix of some faces that we saw for the first time last year in various teams, but also new face Redemption, who a lot of our broadcast colleagues are saying is the most exciting part of this roster.
Yeah, that's right. You know, you've seen a couple of familiar faces. I know LoJazz, of course, started in this league with Blue Otter. Of course, we saw Adam and Hub playing for Polestar last year as well. And yeah, Redemption, really the only tape we have on him, from what I understand, is him subbing last year for the Ducky Getters and had a great performance then. So it does make you excited to see what he's going to be able to do going into this split here on this team. So he's definitely somebody to be watching out for.
Going to try to make the best out of an awesome opportunity of being able to play in NACL for the first time, and a majority of these players were kind of faced with a similar sentiment when they first made their debut last year. They weren't necessarily on super strong competitive rosters, so it's just playing for the experience of being here against some of the best that Tier 2 has to offer. It seems like we're going to be taking a short break before we get ready for our second series of the match, so no break, yes break.
Sounds like we're good, Mark.
Okay. So we will be back as soon as possible. y'all. Getting ready for our second best of 3 between Blue Otter and Dorado Gaming. First thing to queue up, we have our face-to-face match-off in the support role this time, as we were already hearing a lot of good things about Redemption coming in and making his NACL debut, whereas when he's playing against Rovex, this guy is quite the NACL journeyman and tier 2 overall. He has played not only in multiple rosters as a support, but he's also had experience as a mid laner before transitioning to this new role.
Yeah, Rovex is definitely a player. While he has shown us some highs and some lows, some of his best performances have directly led to the success of teams like Blue Otter. And he's just had some great performances, even going back years to when we were still having proving grounds and things like that. You called him a journeyman, Mark, and I think that is very accurate. So will be really interesting for Redemption, who just joining the league, playing his first match, has quite a matchup ahead of him.
Both of these two supports going to be trying to make their gameplay as sharp as possible. Shout outs to Phillips, Narelka One Blade, as we get ready for the draft phase in just a few moments here between Blue Otter and Dorado Gaming. I think one of the important things about this roster for Blue Otter in particular is that Munchie, someone who also is making their NACL debut this year, I've heard around the block that he has made significant improvements in the past couple of months. And I think when you have someone like Rovex, who is a very experienced voice, it can help Munchie establish that leadership prowess and voice that he needs when you are playing jungle in competitive.
Yeah, something he's going to need to definitely work on to help kind of fill that gap that he is here in Blue Otter. And talking about the picks and bans, I mean, if you're watching NACL or just Blue Otter for the first time, that Zoe and that Mel ban, that's for Samikin. He is a problem on those champions, and those are two champions he almost never gets to play. So nice advantage in pick ban to have to get those taken away all the time.
Yep. And then when we look deeper into the champion pool, if you are really interested in like some spicy picks, then you'll see things like the Lux from Samikin or even a Vex. But that will only happen if the matchup calls for it. We'll see if Samikin plays something a little bit more standard. Orianna Azir taken off the table from Adam, as well as the Karma. We already saw how powerful Karma can be with those mantra-inspired shields. So a lot of junglers are available, but you know what is available, Beatdown? We haven't seen it yet, but Seraphine was banned in both series, and that is a common pairing with this Ashe that just got first picked.
Yeah, very likely something, even though she is popular in support. Samikin actually does play a fair amount of Seraphine himself. So it could be something they're angling for, just to take away that pairing immediately. Could work pretty nicely with the Nocturne, if that's a route you want to go. There's also the Nico that's available too, but of course, again, you risk giving up the Seraphine in the process, so it may not be ideal.
We'll see what route Blue Otter wants to go for. Low-key, I like either prospect, if you take the Seraphine for yourself or the Nico, because both of those ultimates can be better masked now by this Nocturne paranoia that was locked in for Munchie. But Blue Otter gonna keep their cards hidden for now, thinking about maybe just locking in their AD carry of choice for spawn in this Ezreal. And while he's not gonna have the Karma common pairing with him on this rotation since it was banned, Blue Otter can always look to another support to pair with Sim.
Yeah, fair enough. And there it is. You get the Xin, and you also have the Seraphine, gonna synergize very nicely with fighters in general. And of course, the pairing with Ashe is very powerful as well. So there is that Nico option. You have that Nocturne Nico combination, which is very powerful. You turn out the lights, you make it harder to dodge that Pop Blossom, and you're able to do a lot of work here. So it's a big wombo combo that Blue Otter have kind of set themselves up for. And we're going to find out whether or not it's Samikin or Rovex, probably Rovex, who are playing that one.
Sure. So far, it seems like Blue Otter are more favored for that early mid-game spike with things like this Nocturne and the Nico, not necessarily scaling as hard once the game goes later and later on, unless you do have that natural gold advantage. Ezreal can kind of hold his own, but if Dorado ever decide to go a tank in the top side for decoy, Ezreal tends to suffer in trying to take down big meat sticks later game.
Yeah, I mean, luckily there is an option for Orianna, of course, to go a more damage-oriented top laner. I mean, Jax being a #1 option that does come to mind there. So a couple of options for Blue to be able to play this one out, and we'll see what Dorado Gaming want to round out this composition with as well. Like, what's Adam going to be playing when we get to that point in the draft? I know the Ahri is a big one for him, but pretty big takeaway.
Mbessa also banned away. It would have been a nice champion for Orianna to use as a carry threat, as you mentioned. Yeah. Can deal with tanks later on in the game, thanks to the fact that she gets scaling armor penetration from ranks in her ultimate. Another classic pick for Samikin.
Of course.
Anything in the long-range artillery department is the Hui, and definitely one that is not too untraditional when you think of like meta champions. It's definitely not something that not a lot of mid laners are picking these days, but it's not one that we haven't seen before. So Blue Water really not showing anything too surprising from the get-go.
No, definitely not. And it still works too, because you're playing into this kind of range identity poke, wanting to outrange your opponents, especially this way where you can get a lot of damage done later on into that game from very far with those severing bolts. So it is that tank route, as you mentioned, Cassante there in the top side. So it does mean that, you know, not a whole lot of tank busting capability here from Blue Otter. Does mean that they're going to need to be careful about letting this game go on for too long here. And Ariana is having a little fun with us with these hovers.
Ends up going for the Gnar instead. I did like the Aurora ban, as not only both Samikin would have been able to play it, but good top lane flex, as Ariana, for those that don't know, was a former mid laner before committing to top lane here in NACL. So it always has that versatility of champion depth in, at least maybe for later games here in a Fearless world. But getting one final look at both of these compositions beat down, you already noted it before, it's a strong poke comp identity from Blue Otter before trying to then commit for the finisher on Nocturne Nico Pop Blossom combos, right? Dorado looks like they're just trying to 5-man death ball you here.
And it's a pretty good death ball, Mark. It's really just going to be about can LoJazz kind of get his team through that early game. Xin, very well-known skirmisher, very well-known at being good, at being active in those early games. So he's going to need to be doing that and playing through some of his strong lanes, like that Ashe Seraphine, and using the advantage that they will naturally be able to get to try and get his team to that position where they want to win. Blue Otter, they're looking for mid-game. Post-level 6, they need to get that ball going immediately and make use of that Nico Nocturne combo, make use of Gnar as best you can, and you want to snowball yourself that way, because there's going to get to a point where the death ball is going to be too hard to face.
Yeah, and because Blue Water don't have a natural tank in this lineup here, the closest you're going to get is once Gnar goes Mega. Normally, compositions that have Ashe sometimes can run into a problem of not doing enough damage, but I feel like this constant sustain from the Seraphine and the tools that Dorado have to control the space in these fights will allow them to win extended skirmishes and long, drawn-out battles once we get post 20, 25 minutes. So I'm definitely with you that Blue Otter, the imperative is on them to make sure that when this mid-game stride happens, they hit it hard and they never let go.
That's exactly right. A little bit of fighting already. I don't think that's quite orthodox on the way, but either way, you're playing into Victor. So it's going to be a lot of poking, but mostly farming. And that isn't exactly where I'm expecting much of the action to happen. I say this, but Samikin, he's getting walked down. Just looking at the little medallions there.
So far, seems like Adam has been able to cleanly take a majority of the wave on that first push. Both of the junglers starting here on the top side of the map, which makes sense if they want to play towards this bot side. Not necessarily a ton of reliable setup for either jungler from their supports, but anytime you have Ashe on your team, you always have to be conscious of the fact that, hey, if they get them slowed and they've already overextended, we can at least try to burn summoner spells here.
I mean, especially if you land the, what is it, the beat drop for Seraphine? 'Cause if they're already slowed by the autos, they're just auto-rooted. Definitely, yeah, so definitely a play angle there. Something that Blue Otter are definitely going to need to be aware of. And that's why it's going to be really important to know where Low Jazz is going to be.
Nocturne, once again, a little faster on the clear versus some of his counterparts in the current meta. We'll see if that advantage can be leveraged by Munchie here, while Low Jazz is right behind him in terms of tempo. Ariana having a pretty solid laning phase so far, chunking Decoy below 50% of his HP. We'll see if Decoy will be forced to take an early base into TP anytime soon. Crab is going to be spawning in about 12 seconds here.
And of course, as you highlighted, Munchie likely going to be able to get out there first. Rovex positioning himself for a little interference. Gives both teams the information that, yep, junglers are both in the area, but Daylight, Ward, and Munchie getting there first is going to guarantee that Scuttle Crab goes through. In fact, yeah, Low Jazz is kind of just killing time here. Trying to, oh, does he want to go for the? I mean, bro, you're not getting it. Please be real. Be so for real. What?
The thumbs up emote was all we needed to be said from Blue Otter there. And while Munchie did use Smite in front of Low Jazz and just kind of forced to use it preemptively, because Samick had already pushed in the wave, there was no chance that Adam would be able to contest and help get that push. So I will say, yes, Munchie's going to get a little bit of extra gold and a little bit of extra experience towards that level 6. Low Jazz is the first one back out on the map. So if there is a window to try and make an impact, it's now.
Sure, something the laners of Blue Water need to be aware of, but it is good. If they can dodge ganks and not really fall to a play that Low Jazz might be making, this is really great to be 2 camps up for Munchie and just continue farming without any real concern. It's going to get you to level 6 faster, like you said, Mark, and that level 6 paired with Rovex's ultimate as well when he gets there is really that deadly combination that Blue Water are looking to leverage here. So the sooner they get there, the better.
We saw that Low Jazz was trying to take a peek into Munchie's jungle to see if his Raptor respawn was the first thing that came up, but didn't get a chance to catch it in time since Munchie did go red Krug's Raptors before going to his bottom side of the map. So advantage is still to Munchie, who is ahead by 2 camps pace so far, already level 5, while Low Jazz is about to hit it. Munchie now going to move in with Rovex to force Low Jazz off of these Raptor camps. Both have Smite. And it goes to Munchie.
That's brutal. The 3rd camp up. Well, he goes to collect his Gromp and Wolves. Again, Munchie just continues to accelerate himself to help some of his teammates. And it's just making that gap widen that much more. Getting closer to level 6. The fact that nothing else has really happened elsewhere. Pretty good for Blue Otter right now. Of course, we highlighted Dorado Gaming. Scaled very nicely. So nothing game state is pretty great for them too. Accelerated Nocturne, on the other hand, not so great. Oh my god, he's going to hit level 6 on this camp.
Yeah. Being able to get 2 Scuttle Crabs and then a enemy Raptor camp spawn, he doesn't even have to fight for the bottom Scuttle Crab. He'll have level 6 available. I like this timer, though, from Low Jazz, making a punish onto bot lane as soon as possible before Paranoia is available.
Wow,
but it's now been hit, and Spawn and Rovex maintain most of their summoner spells. Here comes the Paranoia from Munchie. Burns the flash out of 2 carries there from Redemption and Hub. Low Jazz stands his ground, does not burn anything, but Blue Otter able to get more than what they were willing to give.
Talk about having your cake and eat it too. Munchie gets to finish his clear before joining in that play to blow up 2 flashes, and he gets that 2nd Scuttle Crab as well. Hey, first Paranoia, even though didn't result in any kills, still a lot of value generated there, and that is only the beginning, Mark. There's still so much more that he's going to be able to do if they keep this up.
Yeah, and looking forward for Blue Otter, you've now burned all the summoner spells on Hub and Redemption. This now sets up a devastating level 6 all-in from Spawn and Rovex if Low Jazz or Adam is not there. You just going with Pop Blossom, they can't do anything about it.
No, they really can't. There's there's no response to be had. So a lot of safety needs to be considered here for Hub and Redemption and how they play these next couple of minutes, and probably some help from their jungler as well. Lojaz is starting to approach that level 6 mark in a couple of camps. But otherwise, Blue Water pretty happy with how things are going right now. I think Dorado Gaming, even though you have scaling elements, there is that little bit of sweating happening right now. You do want to be able to get some kind of work done here with a champion like Xin Zhao.
As you mentioned during the draft, Xin Zhao will still do fine with the Seraphine behind him.
Oh,
so he will get a lot of utility out of it, but Munchie is going to have a lot of agency now that we are past the level 6 mark and just casting Paranoia off cooldown. Decent all-in from Ariana, just trying to force a health advantage in this top side. Doesn't look like any junglers are going to be running interference as into a quick pause, or hopefully a quick pause.
Hopefully a quick pause. I'm going to just assume you're right and say it's a quick pause, because that's what I want.
Me too.
Right? So far, while things are a little slow, not too much action, we have seen some activity from both sides here. You can see the players just catching a breath right now, taking sips of water, whatever they can with the time they have. And at the moment, the big thing I'm watching right now, Mark, is two things. I'm watching Rovex's experience bar, and I'm watching the ult timer on Munchie's ultimate. It's coming up. Both are coming up very, very soon.
Yeah. I thought you were about to talk about Rovex's hair, because the profile picture we got...
I was thinking about it. I really almost brought it up. I can't lie.
No, it looks cool. He must have gotten it bleached recently, but he's got the anime protagonist look going on for him right now, which, to be fair, even though it's been Munchie that has gotten a majority of the lead this game, I think he and Rovex have been working hand in hand to push those leads together. You saw that enemy Raptor respawn was supported by Rovex right behind him so that he was moving first. And the fact that I'm not sure if Redemption has secretly done more roaming than Rovex is, but somehow Rovex is ahead of the experience curve right now. And yet I feel like Rovex has been a lot more proactive on the map compared to Redemption so far.
And you know what, Mark? It's called picking your timers. Rovex, of course, being that experienced player we know him to be, knows the angles where he's not going to be losing out on too much. You combine that with the fact that Hub and Redemption forced the flash and back in a not-so-great moment.
True.
Did force them to lose out a little bit in that XP department. So it makes a lot of sense. But it really is a credit to Rovex that he's able to have that impact while not only keeping up, but maintaining an XP advantage. And that's going to serve Blue Water very well once he has that Pop Blossom. It's like the XP bar is basically touching. Like, he has more experience than Spawn right now. He might as well be level 6.
Yeah. He's just on the tip of it right now.
Yeah. It's like when you say, I'm this close to freaking out right now. My fingers are touching. See how close I am, guys? Any second now. They said
you just need one more thing to push you over the edge.
See?
Yeah, it's just...
I'm this close, guys. Same thing.
I'm just thinking of the 100 Thieves of Kali emote that we used to have.
Dude, Sniper's the GOAT, man.
Sniper is the GOAT for that. What an iconic moment, and I can't wait to see him play later today over on Conviction. But we still got Blue Water and Dorado as we're taking a brief pause. Seems like there is some network issues over on one of the team's sides, so we're just trying to let them figure things out, and hopefully the network will stabilize. If we have to pause for longer, then we'll send to a short break. But honestly, Beatdown, I'm kind of chilling right now. So let's podcast it up.
All right.
So far,
what do
let's talk a little bit more about Munchie and give a little bit more context for anyone watching him. So the funny thing is, going into this season, I know nothing about Munchie, and first impressions, I'm told that, like, when he was first coming up, he wasn't necessarily that much of a leader. He had strong, like, carry mechanics and carry identity, but he wasn't that much of a talker. But recently, from sources, I have been able to ascertain that Munchie is talking a lot more, and he's been working on his comms, and he is trying to step into that more vocal role. And I think when you have someone like Rovex, who is so experienced and is so good at being able to guide younger players and younger voices, as he's done so for the past couple years of his career, I think this is a great pairing. And from what Dion Ray said confidently about what I see in Munchie, I saw on Kryra. And that's crazy. That's exciting, because we know how exciting Kryra was last year, and even some of the looks he got this year on Disguise when they made their debut LCS performances.
100%. You gotta give some credit to Munchie. He's come a long way since the third-party days, where he played with, of course, Zumudo, also in this league, and resident mid-lane GOAT, Alec.
True.
The fact that he's working on such crucial elements, I mean, really shows at least somewhat immediately the faith that their coach has in him kind of justified. And we'll see if he's going to be able to continue that one. Playing something like the Nocturne, I mean, Mark, you're a jungle player. You'd know better too that you got to be playing for yourself a little more. That involves talking. That involves saying, hey, I need this. Hey, we have to play for that because this is the best for me right now.
Assert yourself.
Yeah.
Type beat. Yeah.
Type beat.
Type beat. Can't say the other thing.
Yeah.
Munchie so far with a 4-5 camp lead over LoJazz at this point in time, demonstrated in the level difference. Yeah, and they're so far 100% in objective secure. However, LoJazz is taking this timer to recognize that, hey, Munchie wants to farm out his top side of the map, so I'm going to go for these grubs. Not sure if he'll be able to get all three, but he's been able to secure one, so has Smite for the second. He's going to take it, and yep, he's done his due diligence.
Yeah, it's still something. It's too bad he's not able to get all three, because I think even then, he's not going to be able to... I think Dorado overall not going to get that as much value, I think, out of the grubs. I mean, you have... We called it the death ball composition for a reason. They're really going to be playing to stick together.
Yeah.
So also getting only 2 out of 3 grubs. It really does feel bad, but you're denying it from Blue Otter, which is what is important here.
Not sure what I'm looking at, but what I will say is that the damage coming out already. We're a few hundred gold away from hitting first item spikes for some of these carries here, especially on Blue Otter, who are ahead of the curve. I guess Hub is somewhat even with Spawn. All out from Decoy on the top side. Ariana already used the Mega Gnar, forced to flash away. Decoy able to stand up for himself and hold his own here.
Yeah, going all out, doing nice work. If he stops the recall, okay, that would have been pretty crazy. Instead, Oriana's going to be able to get away, and that's the Ashe. You know, I can't believe we didn't mention that part.
Woo! LoJazz with the finisher. Wind becomes lightning flash. That guarantees first blood for Dorado.
Yeah, you can't get caught lacking when Ashe is in the game. You are not safe. Even if the enemy jungler isn't nearby, you never know when that arrow is going to come by and hit you. Nice play there from Hub.
Yep. It's a team effort. Adam lays down majority of the burst damage after the arrow, and then LoJazz with the finisher. I know somewhere in the world right now, Shibby is popping off for his boy. Munchie, first one to finish his role quest, or at least in the jungle, since Ariana did complete his role quest as well on the top side, having the Unleashed teleport. But this is a very accelerated Nocturne. Paranoia off cooldown, looking for the bottom lane play. Flashing over the encore! Munchie just munched the crap out of Dorado Gaming's bot lane!
Munchie took a nice bite out of Dorado Gaming, because, wow, what an angle there. Played out so nicely by him, just mechanically, and great follow-up from Spawn and Rovex as well. This is the power of that paranoia. This is the lead Munchie's earned for himself. He's using it well.
Beat down. It might be early, but I'm starting to become sold on Munchie. That was awesome.
Yeah, I'm feeling it.
Oh, that was awesome. Oh, and we get the precision play replay. Let's go. Oh, it's on the mid lane. Okay, Blue Otter fans, avert your eyes. This is not the one you were hoping for.
Yeah, if we can watch the Nocturne play again, that'd be cool too. But I think Munchie played that one out really nicely. Overall, well executed from Blue Otter. He's gotten them up to this 2,000 gold lead. The pressure they're putting on this bot lane is really bearing fruit. Okay, we get to see it again. And my favorite part about this really was that he flashed the Encore, was able to use the spell shield to basically tank the slow. So he could keep his move speed, he could walk his way back, so the fear forced a redemption away from his turret. Good stuff. Good stuff.
Precise mechanics for the precision play.
Yeah.
Thank you, Phillips and Ruckle One Blade. Blue Otter continuing the snowball. 1.7k overall in the bank for the team as a whole. Second dragon spawning just now on the Rift. And Paranoia is coming back up in the next 2 seconds, thanks to not only that Hex Plate, but just a great timer from Blue Otter overall. And Dorado Gaming going to have to be a little careful about contesting this one. Low Jazz is strong, but he did burn Flash to guarantee the kill in mid lane just a couple minutes ago, so needs to make sure that he's not overextending himself.
Yeah, right now, a lot of ultimate. Yeah, go for it.
They turn out the lights. Pop Blossom still at the ready. Everyone is forced to back off for now. Low Jazz. Whoa, Spawn going face forward. Takes the Ash Arrow using the cleanse, and it's the Severing Bolt to finish off Hub behind enemy lines. Blue Otter demonstrating their prowess here in game 1.
Oh, and it is looking so good, Mark. They gotten themselves another Drake. Second one of the game. And they're just continuing to advance this gold lead. It's also going to be a Hex Tech Soul. So that is a lot of power on the table if they're able to secure these next couple of dragons here. And great thing, too, Spawn gets that third plate. And overall, they're just able to stack so much gold here as Blue Otter. Genuinely, if I'm remembering that fight correctly, this damage graph might not even be a bug. I actually think Dorado didn't do any damage in that fight.
Damn.
That doesn't seem possible, but also considering the fact that I just watched them all flash and run, it's believable. You know what I mean, Mark?
Yeah, honestly, I'm willing to roll with that narrative.
Yeah.
And now Blue Otter, 2 dragons to their name, stacking the Drakes at a reasonable pace. Hub and Redemption, no flashes available, have to be careful about overstepping their boundaries. Rovex does clear out the control ward on that top side line brush. Samakin might get pressured for a dive. Flash available. Oh, he's trying to teleport out. It forces Low Jazz to flash ulti to knock him back and cancel the TP, but here comes another one from Ariana to bail out his mid laner from getting dove. And at least his mid laner will survive.
I will say, the fact that Low Jazz was able to walk away from that one alongside Adam, that is a lot of resources you get out. 2 teleports. It just sucks that, the Rift Herald was up and you lost it in exchange for this one. But still, there's an opportunity for another group play like that. And the fact is, no one's going to be able to respond if they're not nearby.
Can Dorado find a cross-map play to take advantage of that TP advantage? We will we'll only find out once the time comes for it. 3 minutes before our third dragon of the game, and then 3.5 minutes before Baron does spawn, as this is a curious look on my spectate screen. Adam and Ariana are in freeze frame? Not quite freeze frame. What am I looking at, Beatdown? Okay, well...
I don't know.
Well,
but
Adam must have died.
Happens.
And Paranoia was just cast, so I'm assuming Nocturne came bot with the ulti, and now Samakin's under fire. Flashing away from a couple of the spells there, but Decoy alongside Low Jazz and Redemption should be able to get this dive successfully done. Oh, the burn, the minions auto attack, and the Blackfire Torch burn is enough that Samakin makes a trade 1-for-1. Rovex now looking for an isolated hub in the mid lane turret, sets it up for Spawn to claim.
A great play from Samakin to turn that one into a 1-for-1. Best you could have hoped for. Really nicely done by him. It allows his team to get plays across the map as well. So it's all coming up Blue Otter after this sequence of events that just took place. And you're feeling more and more desperation, I bet, as Dorado Gaming. The fact that you're falling further and further behind, we're 145 away from what's going to be Blue Otter's soul point here for a Hextech Soul. So this is a lot of pressure that they're dealing with. And the more plays fall apart, the pressure only increases because when you're behind, soul point, really hard to come back from.
Yeah. We'll see if Dorado Gaming have it in them to try and stabilize the map from falling further apart. But right now, I am feeling very confident that Blue Otter have the mid-game advantage. They want to try and snowball this into a large enough advantage that they can close the game out successfully with. I think this third dragon will give us a strong precursor of what the result is going to be like. Samakin was getting hovered by the bot side, but Paranoia used on mid, forcing Hub to flash back to safety. Does manage to get out alive, but that guarantees the tier 1 turret falling in favor of Blue Otter.
Yeah, so first brick going through. More gold for them. And another charge, probably not going to come through for this Herald. At least Dorado will be able to do that. But still, breaks open the map quite a bit, taking down that tier 1 turret. And Ariana getting this pressure too on the tier 1 turret is going to make it easier for him to go ahead and move and join.
Looks like Spawn just found a window where Hub overstepped his welcome, and Spawn shifted in. Didn't even need the flash, and his cleanse is off cooldown, so must have tanked the arrow, and I don't know, Captain Gen
shrugged
Jack
it off.
Cleansed it, or yeah, just like, yeah, what about it? I'll trade this any day. Come at me, bro.
Man, really nicely done. Now, we have another fight going on here.
Samakin used ultimate. Rovix with the flash. Protobelt over the wall. Allows for a 1-for-1 so far, since Ariana did get shut down by Adam. Lojaz trying to go all out, or I should say decoy. Not able to do so. Adam now caught in the crossfire. It is Samakin's ultimate that is expended, and another Paranoia from Munchie will find redemption. Spawn picks up the double, and I think this one is looking pretty wrapped up.
Yep. The pity prizes, as you so lovingly called them, Mark, are available here for Dorado Gaming. And lordy lord, do they need them. 7,000 gold at 20 minutes. Dragon is up, but there's no way Dorado Gaming can take it. And I like that Blue Otter are focusing elsewhere because they know they have opportunities to just squeeze more gold out of their opponents. They can take this dragon whenever they want, man. At their leisure.
Yeah. This is quite a strong showing from Blue Otter in their first game of the season. I know that a lot of community sentiment had Dorado Gaming towards the lower end of the power rankings for teams, but still want to give praise and credit to where Blue Otter is due, because there's a lot of skepticism and questions about how the newer pieces of Blue Otter would function going into the 2026 rebuild. And I mean, we said it a few minutes ago, Beatdown. I'm sold on Munchie right now. Just the way he is communicating with his team and making plays around them right now.
Oh, yeah, I'm for sure feeling it. Blue Otter, overall, looking like a well-oiled machine so far. And I think it would be a great start to the split for them to be able to secure this win here. I kind of get that confidence to start things off well. And really just proving, again, the faith that the coach clearly had in this mid and this jungle. We asked him, who should we be looking at? And he said mid and jungle. And so far, they have not disappointed.
Samakin's definitely been focused a bit this game, but he is still making do on not only his farm and resources, and he's still paying off with a lot of the damage follow-up whenever he's able to sync up with his team. And if he gets camped a couple times, so what? He's still ahead in gold. Yeah.
Oof, and speaking of ahead, Mark, we're looking at 8,000 now. This is a substantial advantage here. I mean, we're looking
that's not the right spawn.
that's so funny. That has to be intentional. That's amazing. It is spawn. The stats are spawn. He's playing great. But we're looking at a different spawn. You know,
that spawn
the AD.
Did coach spawn AD at one point,
exactly.
But that's coach spawn.
Spawn coach spawn. So that's why coach spawn is also represented when we look at spawn.
Decoy might be in trouble, forced to flash away, but Ariana's got a hop and a skip and a jump and a couple boomerang tosses, sending it towards his way for the eventual rundown. Blue Otter, meanwhile, dodging out on an enchanted crystal arrow engage as it goes wide. Be down, watch out for your fridge. It might hit you in a couple seconds here.
It's okay. I'm ready to move it. Okay, I think we're good.
Nice.
It passed right by me. It was close.
Oh, good. Good. I don't think your fridge needs to be frozen any further.
Yeah, honestly, real. In fact, I might need to turn it up.
That would be the interesting trajectory to go all the way past Toronto towards the southwest here in Utah. It's like,
yeah, I don't know, Earth's magnetic pull, something, this, that. I'm not a scientist.
Not true. We don't talk numbers and we don't talk science. We just talk
good
League
Lord.
of Legends.
That's right. Not at all science, thankfully.
2.5 minutes until Hextech Soul spawns on the Rift here for Blue Otter. 9,000 gold advantage. They're pretty much fishing for one last good fight that allows them to unlock the base. And then if it's good enough, might be just time to wrap this game up and close out the game. But Dorado Gaming are still banking on the fact that their 5v5 should, in theory, be incredibly strong. The question is it strong enough to overcome this massive gold deficit?
Maybe? I mean, honestly, no. It's going to be pretty hard. This is the kind of moment where, you know, you're hoping for throws, Mark. There's no two ways about it. You are hoping your opponent lobs you a freebie, and then you got to capitalize on it. But the way Blue Water are playing, I don't see any freebies. They don't look like a charity at the moment here. And you can see the damage that they've been doing. Now both sides are represented, and yeah, it's looking pretty Blue Water favored.
That's a lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage. Oh, I miss Steve.
I do too.
The way you said it reminded me of a lot of money.
That's a lot of money. Yep, it's a lot of damage. I mean, both of those conditions are technically true here, because Blue Water have a lot of money right now.
Yeah.
9,000.
Nice save.
It's not the, what was the full thing? $1 million in a briefcase.
I give you $1 million. In cash, untaxed. A lot
right
of money.
now. That's a lot of money.
Yeah.
Shout out to Kangas. Blue Otter are, as we've said before, massive advantage point. A good third of that advantage is in Spawn's gold right now, since he has a full item differential over Hub. And Beatdown, how familiar are you with the new item Endless Hunger?
I've seen and read all of them. Endless Hunger is the one that gives you AD, gives you haste. Isn't that the item I was like, oh, that's gonna be good on Olaf? Am I crazy?
I don't remember you saying that, but
right?
yeah. But that is a good item for Olaf, because it's the one that Spawn has currently right now in his inventory. And this item on Ezreal is disgusting. It is filthy, bro, because the way that you get ability haste from this item, it scales with a percentage of your AD. I don't remember if it's total AD or bonus AD.
Oh, yeah.
It sounds.
I see the vision.
Yep. And and your Omnivamp not only goes from 5% to 20% once you are involved in a takedown, so kind of like a reset mechanic, but this item also gives you 20% tenacity.
Yeah, that's a little disturbing.
What the hell?
I can't lie. Especially in this game, it is a very good purchase from Spawn. Gotta give him that.
Yep.
Okay, we're back. Players client
We're so Daybach.
Let's go. So Daybach. True. Oh my god, I think my girlfriend's watching. She's gonna be like, what the hell are you guys talking about?
Why are you just randomly throwing out Koreans? Like, listen, man, when you're taking Korean classes.
I'll explain the joke to her. It's okay.
There you go. There you go. 1 minute away from Hextech Soul. 1 minute away from Blue Otter seemingly closing out this game, and potentially one final stand from Dorado. Third items probably are not coming online anytime soon for the carries here of Dorado, so they're going to try to bank on not only the best executed 5-on-5 fight they can find, but hopefully some mistakes from Blue Water as well.
Now that's a big question. It isn't quite the way Dorado Gaming wanted it to happen. But here is the death ball. They are grouping as 5. Try and get some kind of setup before the Drake.
Arrow finds Samakin, but the Encore's a little too late. Gets a big whiff. Ariana now full on frontlining and just pushing Dorado Gaming away while in mini Gnar form. And the rest of Blue Otter are just taking up position in the choke point in the mid lane entrance to River. And when it comes to Otters, you do not want to mess with them in their home territory. Munchie already having the Dragon at 6,000 HP. Wind becomes Lightning, does not connect onto Samakin, and the rest of Dorado do not even dare to face check. But at what point will you throw it for the game, try to send it? Paranoia just used to make sure they can't get in, and Rolex with the 3-man pop, Blossom flash into the back line. Front line completely eviscerated by the Otters, and they're ready to sink their fangs into more. The rest of Dorado managed to escape, but they lost 3 in such swift fashion, and Blue Otter can now look to the Baron.
Right, I like the call. Ignore the tier 2 and secure the big purple worm. Blue Otter have officially destroyed this game. Now they have everything they need to close it, take us to the game 2, and become one step closer to their first win so far in the league.
Very, very strong look from Munchie in his first game in the NACL so far. Regardless of strength of opponent, this is always nice to have just in terms of confidence and momentum building for the rest of the season, especially considering how much praise Dion Ray had for this guy going into this match.
Right now, Blue Otter aggressively taking the Hex portals, as they know Dorado Gaming have to respect the power that their opponents are dealing with, or holding on to right now. And you can see them doing this 4-1 here, just to ensure that they can break open the base. And you got to imagine with this advantage they have, they are certainly going to succeed. And all it takes is one fight. For Blue Otter, not even have to think about the Elder. Just end the game right here and now.
Yep. Unfortunately for Dorado, they're sending Decoy just to pick up some objective bounties to get some extra gold back in their pockets, maybe get a 3rd item spike on some of these carries, and force a fight on the defense of their base. But Blue Otter are so damn strong. An astounding 12,000 gold advantage. That is usually past the breaking point of no return in a lot of these games here.
Yeah, it really is. Now you can see it. Empowered Cannon Minion doing work while they wait for the next wave. And nobody is there to answer Orianna, and he's Mega Nard, by the way. He can just come from the back. Set up a crazy play with that ultimate.
I can appreciate the restraint from Blue Otter, not to just fully send it. It would have been so epic, though. Just turn out the lights and then suddenly flash 5-man Gnar ultimate, but have to pay respect. Want to make sure that the closing of this game is executed well. Blue Otter looking for Lojaz with the Samakin ultimate. He dashes out of the way. Severing Bolt almost finishes him off, and Decoy trying to frontline for his team. Force the flash. Severing Bolt will not connect. Quick heal from his team. And the siege continues from Blue Otter.
When they're getting it, man, their damage from range, that poke is unbelievable. Now they gotta send it.
Good flash from Samakin, gets out. Rovex with the Pop Blossom onto the front line. They're trying to hold the door as long as possible, but they're gonna blast on through. Triple kill for Spawn, maybe a quadra, but Munchie will put an end to any Pentadreams in this first game. Blue Otter, in dominating manner, will take down Dorado Gaming in game 1.
Okay, what a great start here for the boys in blue. Be able to finish this in sub 30-minute fashion. A great look for this team so far to open up the series.
What more can we say, Beatdown? I mean, that was an impressive debut from Munchie. Still has at least one more game to play against Dorado to complete his series debut, and hopefully it is just as clean and as dominating as that one. We'll take a quick look over at the post-game stats, but honestly, Beatdown, I have nothing but praise and now really high expectations and excitement for this roster. I know that there's still an entire series to play out, but I'm ready to see how Blue Otter will play against other teams for the rest of the split too.
Yeah, me too. If they can keep this up, they will be an exciting team to watch going forward. But you're right, for now we got to finish out the series and see if they can do this all over again. Got to give a quick shout out too to Rovex. I think that Nico was insane, and something that I think going forward teams may not want to allow him to have. And the fact that he's able to impact the early game so effectively and just do so much more than his opponent was huge. And I think a really big part of why Munchie had such a substantial lead.
Yeah, Yeah, and we talked about that experience. Understanding your timers is so crucial and can be all the difference in a lane matchup like that. But it's time for a short break. When we come back, it's going to be game number 2 between Blue Otter and Dorado Gaming.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things.
for game number 2 between Blue Otter and Dorado Gaming. A massive stomp by the Otters over their opponents in that first one. So they are now 1 game away from winning the series and then proceeding to our final series of the day between Conviction and Maryville University, which is definitely, I would imagine, either the match of the week or pretty damn close to one of the hypest matches of the weeks.
Yeah, definitely a great match to end our first day on as well. So it'll be really exciting when we get there. But for now, we're going to see if Dorado Gaming can maybe delay that match a little longer, Mark. Maybe show us something different. Show us game 3. The thing all casters love to see. Or game 5, in best of 5. You get it.
True. A series going the distance. Or a series on our hands.
Ah,
as
yes.
some might say.
The famous ism.
The classic. The classic. Going into draft 2, like we talked about in draft 1 for Blue Otter, they haven't really shown anything that is a big surprise for us here so far. A lot of their comfort picks were banned by Dorado, respectively, towards Samakin, as you noted, the Mel and the Zoe taken away, but still got to Rocket on the way. And there's many control majors that are still up for grabs going into the second game.
Yeah, again, that draft advantage cannot be understated when you have these pocket picks that you always succeed on, to the point where, you know, you have to use bans that cannot be used for more popular meta champions. It feels really difficult to draft around as a team. And now that Aurora might be something that Samikin's looking towards, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw all 3 bans go his way, because that's another champion that he is great at.
Definitely see how it all pans out as we are kicking things off hot for the second draft of the series. Rise and Azir both eliminated by Blue Otter from the draft. Zoe and Karma. So not an immediate Mel ban, but if we think about what the draft was from Dorado in that first game, Ashe Seraphine, makes sense why they prioritized the Mel right away as a ban.
Yeah. I mean, it's still possible that they could ban that there on 3. J4 being taken out there. Wow, so they're going to focus on the Orianna. That means the Samikin does have an opportunity, can go for the Mel, could be angling forward with the J4 ban if he wants to play something a little less mobile, because he punishes that really well. But for now, it's Pantheon, surprising no one. Wait, what am I?
I think Blue... No. So we're in something called first selection beatdown.
Oh,
so,
that's right.
Yeah, where sometimes teams, even if they're red side, they get first pick. And I'm assuming that Dorado should always have, like, first pick of, like, what they want. I'm assuming Dorado probably picked, we want blue side, and therefore Blue Otter said, we want first pick. We're not sure. But Dorado are second pick, but blue side and Blue Otter are first pick and red side. So Yunara, is this just a Yunara Lulu slam right out the get-go?
I mean, it would be good. You could pick Vi on 3 if you really want her, and it would be fine. But maybe they're not really sold on what they want to put Redemption on just yet. And of course, it gives that opportunity for a denial from Robex. We'll see if he actually wants to go that route. Could set up Spawn for a hyper carry of his own.
This tells me that Redemption has an answer into the Lulu support, because you're not in threat of losing Vi to Blue Otter if they've already locked Pantheon, unless you think Pantheon top or Pantheon support has suddenly become a thing. I mean, not saying that Pantheon support isn't a thing. We've seen some instances of it, but Pantheon jungle is so strong in this meta right now. But Dorado, they've given over the Lulu. They pair it with a Sivir. So now Redemption has his choice of the matter. There's a lot of fun hovers here that I'm seeing, but as we learn to beat down, we're going to wait until the very end to see what they want to round it up with. I will say that they can always still go with another enchanter. They don't necessarily need engage or diving support, because you already have the Vi, but you don't want to leave the Vi isolated by yourself if you're not going to plan to dive with any of your solo laners. So 2 diving forces in the Alistar and the Vi combined for Dorado.
Yeah, and it does indicate to me that Decoy probably isn't going the more engaged tank route. They maybe want to set him up for. They maybe want to set him up since he's going to have that potential counter pick on 5 for maybe something he can use to kind of get a win up on Orianna and try and carry a little bit more in the side lane and in those team fights.
Almost about to beat down. What are the bans from Dorado and Blue Otter? Did I stun lock you?
Yeah. I don't know if you know this, Mark, but no hablo español.
Oh, well, don't worry. We'll teach you, brother.
Oh, yeah? I don't know if I can handle a third language right now.
Come on, flex that polyglot abilities.
Yeah.
Lock in, bro. Yeah. Well, to be a polyglot is to speak multiple languages, yeah, or at least more than 2.
Cool. Yeah,
but Mel taken away from Samakin. Talia as a counter ban response towards Adam would have been a great combo with Vi. Just curious to see if they're going to target more mid laners or if they're going to start looking towards the top lane.
Yeah, right now, it's going to be interesting to see what Samikin is going to be pulling out. And because you have Lulu Sivir there in the bot lane, I am still kind of wondering if we're going to see that Aurora. Because they might pick for Orianna here, just expecting that it's going to be a... They might pick for Orianna just expecting that it's going to be last pick top lane there on the side of Dorado Gaming. But we'll have to see.
There's the Aurora.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So they took it. Honestly, respect. It's a good combo. I think it would have been good with Pantheon, and I actually think you wouldn't want to let it go. So,
Nice. As you called, flex for Adam and Decoy potentially. So Blue Otter don't get to have a guaranteed counter pick in either lane. So just a good draft maneuver here for a fourth pick from Dorado.
Okay, but like, is this just not... I think picking Rumble here is a little crazy because do we not just pick a different mid laner for Adam like Ari? We just put Aurora in the top lane? That's a really good...
On paper, yeah.
Oh. Ari's banned, but still. Then, yeah, I mean, is that not what they're going to do?
Hear me out, Beatdown. It would be crazy if Decoy does have a pocket Aurora and plays it top, and then Adam plays whatever mid lane.
Oh, this is literally what I was thinking. This is literally what I was saying. Like, pick an AD mid. Yeah. Get walked. Like, Blue Otter said, you're not like that.
Okay.
Adam said, what?
So, if memory serves correctly, Adam did have not a pop-off Vayne game, but he had a pop-off Tristana game during his NACL debut over on Polestar, that's right. And he looked pretty damn competent and proficient, and he was like solo killing Spyrax in the Tristana versus Azir matchup. So Adam throwing down a lot of confidence here, saying, you know what? We've successfully gotten not only a counter pick for our top lane, Aurora versus Rumble, but also Vayne into Galio. I mean, this is the cap special. Dylan, we must go Vayne here. Trust. And Adam saying the same thing to his coach, although I think the coach name should be Swamp, because DeAndre was the coach for Blue Otter, and Bobby, we must go Vayne mid here. And you know what? Beat down when the game 1 draft and the execution and the result turned out the way it did. I'm down for Dorado just kind of sending it with a more unorthodox draft here.
Yeah, this is more of a draft we'd probably see like last year, since we're really big on enchanters right now for the support players. But I mean, it makes sense given how we ended things in this draft for Dorado Gaming. Vi needs a buddy to be able to do anything in this early mid game, because now, Vayne, you should have an advantage against the Galio, but you're not gonna be doing much until you get some items. Yunara, you're not expecting much until you get some items. So while on paper lane matchups are good, the execution, there's gonna be a lot of onus here on Dorado Gaming to make sure they can keep this early mid game steady and not get their crucial carries caught out in the lane phase.
Very true. We'll see how it all unfolds as we hit Summoner's Rift for Game 2 between Dorado and Blue Otter. And I'm Very excited to just see how the mid lane matchup pans out. Samakin, I don't know how many Vayne mids you've played in your career or your lifetime, but get ready to not have a fun time, friend. This is...
Yeah, I mean, Samakin's been playing. He knows this sucked. And he's, I'm sure he's not excited about it. So we'll just, it's really just going to be about whether or not Munchie can punish him. Because, of course, it's the Pantheon. So there's a lot of gank potential. Adam's going to need to be very cognizant of that. You see it running the Ghost, too.
Yeah.
Extra move speed.
I mean, this Summoner Spell is going to scale so well in later team fights when he can just pop it and try and navigate around a lot of the threats that Blue Otter have. The one thing that's going to be annoying for Adam is Munchie on Pantheon has a point-and-click stun. There's also a point-and-click polymorph from Rovex. So there's not so much you can do other than just hope that you're faster and you can kite insanely well while mitigating any chance for them to lock you down for an extended period of time. But because Lojaz has 2 winning solo lane matchups, I would not be surprised if later on Lojaz starts to try and call for his laners to either move with him to invade into Munchie's topside jungle, or even just empowering dives later on.
Yeah, I mean, that's something we know of Lojaz, where he really is more of a facilitator. Props his team up pretty well. You don't see much of him asking for resources himself. This is a scenario where he could ask a little more of his laners because of the advantages that they haven't been in top.
Oh, close to a solo kill. Orianna burning flash for flash against Decoy, and not able to extend the all-in, but it is Summoner Spell for Summoner Spell, and the wave is on Orianna's side, so Decoy is going to be forced to recall and TP back.
You know, I appreciate that restraint from Orianna. Gotta imagine there is the chance the Q comes back online, and more importantly, see, I don't think there was any information on where Lojaz started and where he was. So if he was pathing top, that is a timer where he'd show up. So gotta love that respect paid.
But what if he just sent it? What if he said, I don't care if Lojaz is here.
I mean, I would feel amazing watching it. Is it the correct thing? No.
Good restraint. We love calculated reserved play. Even if we have the benefit of God vision, and we know where Lojaz and the enemy jungler is at all times, these players don't. And in these moments where you're operating with potentially higher tension and nerves on kind of like fully activated, depending on how like some of the younger players can adjust to playing on stage pressure versus how it is in scrims. Gotta make sure that you are fully tapped in, that you are aware of everything that is going on and not giving over any easy to punish mistakes. So far though, decent CS advantage for Decoy on this Aurora matchup into the Rumble, despite almost losing out on a all-in. And Adam definitely making sure that Samakin is not having a fun time still in this mid lane.
Yeah, that's right. Question still remains, Mark. What's Lojaz going to do with it? Getting closer to level 6? Haven't seen many ganks come through yet. But no, I would like to hopefully see something soon once he has access to that decent assist. Just getting kills onto Adam, onto Decoy, especially, would be so huge here for Dorado Gaming. Because again, you have a good amount of scaling here on both sides. I think Dorado Gaming, it is more of a balancing act because of the vulnerabilities you're facing in lane phase, like this. Good job, Adam.
Yeah. Playing towards the top side of the river, knowing that there are no reinforcements from Blue Otter side that can cut off his retreat path. So he is able to not only continue playing out this laning phase unaffected, but also wasting some time from both Munchie and Rovex trying to help alleviate some pressure from Samakin in the mid lane.
Right now, Dragon's up, but he is just going for it. Not a whole lot of interaction going on so far. This opportunity. Ping came through that Lojaz was going top, but I like this decision again. You have Vayne Prio. If you can add some pressure here in that bot side. No TPs from top laners, so they'd have to walk straight if they want to join. But I feel like Dorado Gaming is just stopping the Dragon take.
Yeah. And good restraint from Dorado. It's just one look, not even a full commit, just making it very inefficient for Blue Otter to take the Dragon, and also effectively wasting their time because now they can no longer commit because the bot wave was pushed in, so Spawn and Rovex have to move back, which means that they don't have numbers advantage on that Dragon fight anymore. So this is overall a better early game from Dorado's side, and we'll see if LoJazz can try and inflict some pain into Munchie's topside jungle, but Hub and Redemption might be in trouble. There's two fights going on. Hub forced to flash and pop the barrier. Meanwhile, LoJazz, oh my god, Rovex still got first blood, and LoJazz is forced to flash as he went way too deep, trying to inflict some counter jungling into Munchie.
Yeah, I either call decoy sooner or just don't do that. That was definitely a flash that did not need to be blown. Level 6 was secured. LoJazz perhaps was able to steal away the card camp, but at the end of it, it did cost him his flash, which pretty important resource there. So I don't know if I would exactly call that worth, especially because Munchie's hit level 6 now as well. Not too much game there.
We'll see if Munchie can find a look on the map with that Grand Starfall relatively soon. I think Samakin hasn't gotten a chance to base ever since an early TP. Has been sitting on this amplifying tome for quite some time, but finally is able to shove a wave in, and hopefully we'll get some good item components for himself. I don't even know what you build first into Vayne of all things. It looks like he knows that there's no point in trying to build defensive because Vayne does true damage as like percentage max HP, so I might as well just try to build some damage and hope that me alongside someone else can one-shot her.
Yeah. I agree. Oriana ulting for the wave. Grubs are up, so we could see an objective trade here, both sides of the map. I don't know, Matt. In Dorado, want to take this opportunity to go for this dragon. Now you have Adam, who's level 8, hasn't quite gotten a full item yet. He got some pretty decent damage, has Ghost, has ult. You can see Redemption and Hub angling as well, just to cover their jungler, but Munchie is here, so I think we're going to see a fight for this dragon.
Munchie currently on blue buff, and the rest of Dorado take up space in this river. Samakin tries to face check. Redemption holds the line for now. Munchie tries to go in, immediately punted back by Redemption. LoJazz starts to turn the fight. Dragon still at 1600 HP. Cease and desist, he dies! Who's gonna secure the dragon now from Dorado? They can't! The dragon resets, Munchie goes back in, Redemption forced to flash away. Hub and Adam trying to hold the line now, but they don't have a front line anymore, and the Comet Spear fade away from Munchie finds its target. Adam forced to flash over the wall, even popping the Ghost for that play, and it all goes sour for Dorado.
Yeah, that is brutal. This comp, you know, a couple more items in the back pocket mark. That fight looks great for Dorado Gaming, but they're not there yet. They haven't hit the breakpoints that they need, so you're just seeing Adam is... Yeah, that's really bad. That's... Oh, my day. Yeah, Mark, that's bad. It's not a good look. As much as, yeah. It feels really bad to lose a fight like that as Dorado Gaming, because you're hoping to play this tightrope kind of early game because you're dealing with champions like Pantheon and Galio. So trying to fight them like that, pretty difficult, and they pay for it. Now they lost whatever advantages they are gaining. They're down 2k gold, and they have nothing to show for it, Mark.
Yeah, not sure if we'll get a replay, but if we do, I just want to watch what... Dorado fans definitely don't want to see that one again, for sure. But if we do, I think the thing we have to look at is trying to see if Dorado just had a misunderstanding of what the condition and the goal of the fight was. Whether, are we playing to burn the dragon? Are we playing to turn? Who's supposed to do what? Whose job is who? Because I thought that the rest of Dorado are holding that choke point while LoJazz burns the dragon.
Yeah.
And then when I saw LoJazz sent it while it was 1600 HP, like 600 HP away from being able to smite it.
Yeah.
I was confused. I was aghast.
I would say I concur, Mark, because I was also expecting, yeah, I mean, their attention on this dragon for another second probably gets them the secure. I think the problem, you know, benefit of the doubt, this fight happens this way, whether they take the dragon or not. And maybe the concern here is that, okay, we have an angle, let's get the drop on them, and if we succeed in this fight, we can have it both ways. We can win this fight, and we can secure the dragon. So it was a risky play for what they must have seen as a better outcome. It's just tough because the way their comp works, that's very difficult to make work.
Yeah. So at the end of the day, regardless of what the game plan was, the execution fell flat for Dorado and Blue Otter with a massive punish, despite a solid start in just from the laning prowess and the laning setups that the draft had set up for them at the beginning of this game, because now Samakin can pressure Adam easily. Thankfully, Redemption is here behind him to make sure that Samakin cannot get much more out of it. There's no flash on this Galio, so that sets up a nice shutdown for Adam's Vayne, but Munchie's coming in with a movement speed off the empowered Aegis, but Lojaz blocks the engage. Pulverize from Redemption, and they get the kill onto Rovix. Lojaz punching through Munchie's body. They might be able to get one more auto attack. Adam using the passive from Vayne. Redemption willing to tank the turret. You know, ideally it would have been on Adam, but you know what? They got the gold. They got the gold at the end of the day.
They did, and you know, that's fine. That's good. I would have liked it more if they went straight for grubs. It was a pretty beefy timer there for Munchie. But I guess Lojaz not liking his chances, and of course he had the Sundered Sky ready to go. But that's a play that feels good if you're Dorado Gaming. I really didn't believe in it. I can't lie, Mark. But the fact that it worked, get some gold back into their pockets, especially in the hands of Adam and Lojaz. That's where you want it to go. I am ignoring the gold that went on to Redemption. I'm ignoring it. It didn't happen. So don't bring it up.
At least he has a locket. It's
pretty nice. He does. He earned that by himself through the support quest and assists.
Yep. Checks notes. Looks good. All right. Next objective. Next objective. The grubs have yet to be taken by either jungler here, and they're only going to be up for another minute and a half before the Rift Herald spawns. So time's a ticking. Where's my white rabbit with the clock picture?
True.
This the little stopwatch from Alice in Wonderland is like, I don't know if you can hear this.
Oh, no, I can't.
No, dang. I'm like tapping my wristwatch right now just to symbolize it, but
I'm picturing it. If that helps.
Thank you. Thank you. 2.5 minutes before second dragon of the game. Dragon stacking a little bit slower this game, as we already saw the first dragon was successfully stalled by Dorado when Blue Otter went for it originally. Then the second dragon, not so great from Dorado, and Blue Otter eventually took it for their first dragon of the game. And now, first items are coming in for a majority of these champions, and Adam with the experimental Hex Plate Rush. I'm a fan.
Oh, yeah. I like that too. It's a good look.
I think this is what, if I'm trying to think, when I first saw Vayne mid in LCS, like last year or 2024, it was between Insanity and JoJo. I just don't remember if it was JoJo playing Vayne or if it was Insanity playing Vayne. Because one was playing Sion and the other was playing...
It was Insanity playing Sion and JoJo played Vayne, I remember.
That's... Yeah. I think he also went Hexplate. Just the ultimate ability haste and the extra durability stats from the HP and and you also get a ton of movement speed and attack speed upon first casting your ultimate, which is it's really nice, and it makes it so that Vayne does not easily get one shot in these mid-game fights.
Yeah, something Adam is very much hoping he can do. Right now, minute till the next dragon coming through. Break, so it won't be a Hextech Soul. Looking at current strength, I mean, realistically, Dorado Gaming, still tough. You're waiting for that second item, this Vayne and Yunara, but you know, if they find an angle similar to what they found in the mid lane, where LoJazz can get it set up with that cease and desist. All it takes is a pick on a key target, like Spawn, like Munchie. You take them out, next dragon's yours.
Yeah. It's that simple. Coached by Beatdown.
I don't know if anyone wants that.
Might be a good fragrance idea, though. Oh, I think Coach is already a well-known brand, now that I think about it.
No, but we'll that's the brand. We'll call it the scent. They can't, I think they can own that. Okay? I don't know.
Not sure. Only time will tell. We'll have to look in that after the broadcast. But for now...
Only Jensen didn't take Bodied. Bodied by Beatdown would have gone crazy.
Dude, Bodied by Beatdown goes so hard, man. That's like up there with Sauvage by Dior. I think that's
wow,
like,
thank you. Oh my god.
Yeah. I'm really hyping you up right there.
I
Anyway,
know.
fight for Hextech Dragon between Dorado and Blue Otter. Wait a minute. LoJazz already sending it on to Munchie. Not a lot of follow-up. Punt away. Okay, well, red carpet is laid down on the exit route from Dorado, and they take some damage. Looking to re-engage off of LoJazz's Vault Breaker, but they just push them back behind this wall. Adam starting up the dragon. LoJazz tries to turn it again. Redemption sends it, pops the ultimate from the Alistar. Not really everyone is following up, though. Ariana has a flank angle. Adam tries to press forward and pops the ultimate. Does burn down Munchie, so they don't have to deal with Comet Spear Smite anymore. This dragon belongs to Dorado.
And this is the fight that they were expecting when going for that first Drake. We have good health bars on Blue Otter side, though. They can force.
Whoa, Ariana did flash and force the flash out of Hub.
Wow.
Decoy Dope finds a straggler in spawn. Rovex forced to flee. Samakin comes in with the flash taunt and the knockup with the Justice Punch. Trades it back on to Adam for a big shutdown. Does come at the cost of his own life, and Ariana can't really follow and clean up the play here. The rest of Dorado have sectioned him off, and he is completely isolated. Unless he can get to this blast cone in time. But Redemption, nice flash by LoJazz. Pops the blast cone before Ariana can get farther. Finds the shutdown onto Decoy's Aurora. And this game is insanely bloody here.
It is, and it's looking like Blue Otter are the ones shedding a lot of blood. Now you can see Dorado not only catching up, they've gotten a pretty sizable gold lead there. And you can see it, the comp, the value here. As long as LoJazz and Redemption especially, when he has that Unbreakable Will up, is able to soak up damage, you just keep these fights going longer. And that's not only great for Redemption, he can use more spells, but the more time, the more damage both Adam and Hub are going to do, making use of their respective passive. The LoJazz and Redemption, got to give them props, keeping these fights as long as possible to make that happen.
Boom! Precise flash frame from LoJazz to make sure that Ariana was not going to get out alive. Where does that leave the gold lead? Dorado now ahead by 2,000 in this second game.
Looking good. Right now things have slowed back down a little. And the objective to really fight for is the Rift Herald. Actually, it may not even be... Will they have enough time? Ooh.
Munchie sends it with the Grand Starfall, tries to stun up Decoy, but Between Worlds allows him to escape. Still ends up being a turret 1 gained for Blue Otter in that push. But everyone else from Dorado is pushing their efforts on the top side and taking up space. Rift Herald also should be secured here by LoJazz shortly.
Yeah, we'll call that a win. As long as it doesn't time out, which I don't think it will. That should be a great way for them to also set themselves up for the next Drake. Get them their second one and continue Drake stacking here. So while there was a hiccup around that first Dragon fight for Dorado Gaming, I think so far it's been kind of solid. Again, the Vayne pick was a little unexpected, but in a way, Blue Otter did set themselves up for it in draft and didn't think Dorado Gaming would capitalize.
Yeah, I would have to go back and check to see if Adam has ever played a competitive game of Vayne mid, whether here in Tier 2 or in any of the Tier 3 tournaments that go on in between the off seasons. But so far, it has led to him at least getting a solid gold advantage in lane. And the 1 or 2 fights that he's unleashed his ultimate, he's definitely gotten a lot of value. We'll see if Blue Otter can recalibrate to this new threat and see if they can find a way to come back, or if this will be Dorado slowly bleeding out Blue Otter and pushing us to a game 3.
question. Again, time, I would argue, is on Dorado Gaming's side. They have a lot of scaling in their favor, so the longer this game goes and the longer they hold on a lead, I really am liking their chances to take us to a third game. The Blue Otter, the pressure is really on them to be able to find successful angles. They tried it with that bot lane dive. They have a lot of global ultimates to be able to make plays. The last one didn't work, but they'll have the chance to make more. That's really what it's going to take at the moment, Mark. Or if you're able to get a stun onto somebody like Adam or Hub, you don't have an enchanter on your side the way Blue Otter have Lulu. There's a chance.
Ooh.
Wow. Bye-bye.
Well, what we talked about before, LoJazz being a prime facilitator and known in his career so far here in the Tier 3, Tier 2 scene as one trying to play to his laners and get them rolling and snowballing. It's exactly what is happening with this Vayne Vi setup. Just whatever side lane Adam is on, if someone is overextended, it's an immediate kill setup. And 30 seconds before the third dragon of the game spawns, they won't have a cease and desist available right on spawn, but I think Vayne's ultimate will be back up in time. Yeah, look at that.
Yeah. I think if they stall long enough, LoJazz will probably get his ult soon. Herald's definitely going to help with that. Should be able to get them another turret and more kills if Blue Otter aren't careful. Redemption, he has the flash ready to go. He has the unbreakable will, so he won't be sufficient. Sniffing one. Anyone close to me? Anybody too close? I'll get him.
It's on them to try and be the steady ones in making those pick engages because they got to be quick. Dorado pushing off Blue Otter away from the dragon. Are they? No way, they're pinging the Baron. I was about to say.
No. Come on, no.
That would have been crazy.
Yeah, it would have been crazy. Even 2 items, I don't know. Baron's pretty beefy nowadays.
Yep.
Ooh.
Logic's in trouble.
Oh
my goodness. Adam is pumping with damage off of that Essence Reaver and Hexplay 2-item spike.
All right. It's a good look there for Adam. You know, Mark, we were talking about new items earlier. What is there an angle for, what was it, Hex Optic?
I don't know about Hex Optics, but
the one that gives you range on takedown.
Oh, that is Hex Opt. Or hang on, I think that's Hex Optics. Yeah. I have no idea. I was looking at Vayne common builds, and it is already betrayed by what Adam built as his first 2 items. So I don't know what to trust anymore or what to look to.
Yeah, already in uncharted territory.
Exactly. I don't know if there's any reason to build both Hexplate and Fiend Hunter bolts because both give ultimate ability haste, but if it is good, that would be insane uptime on this final hour.
Yeah.
So
I don't know.
Yeah,
we'll find out. Adam will show us. He'll take us on this journey.
We're just here for the ride. Yeah.
Exactly.
Even though Adam has definitely been the flashiest one with this Vayne mid pick, I want to give credit over to Decoy, who does have a 2,000 gold advantage over his counterpart against Ariana's Rumble. And we know that this is an Aurora-favored matchup. Ariana almost had a solo kill onto Decoy early on in the game, for those that don't remember, but unfortunately, they never got a chance to leverage it, and the couple times that Ariana was picked off in the side lane has given Decoy a lot of free time to just make that advantage happen for himself.
Yeah, and again, remember, Blue Otter, they opened this up in draft. Aurora was showing. Dorado hadn't actually picked their top laner yet, and Blue Otter picked the Rumble right into them. So they really kind of did this to themselves. Can't stress that enough. And yeah, I agree. Decoy's been playing this one out really nicely. Has been a very stable pillar for his team in that side lane with how much gold he's been able to earn. And it's going to reflect in the team fights with the damage he's going to be able to do.
Overall, Dorado's setup is looking pretty strong here. You have a burst mage, you have 2 marksmen that can kind of pop off in these fights, and then not just 1, but 2 reliable ways of engaging and starting off a fight. And because now they have the gold lead, I think you can, I don't want to say be careless, but you can feel more confident about about the engages that you're picking. As long as your marksmen are right behind you, your damage dealers can immediately follow up on any picks that you look for.
Right. Honestly, I honestly agree. I mean, you have really great engage ultimates. Again, low jazz redemption. Can't be understated, the engage power they have here on this My Alistar. So it's really just about whatever angle they feel like they can try. They should just go for it. And there's honestly an angle with double marksman. Just a reminder, because we don't see this one very often. You take Baron very quickly.
Yeah.
Like Dorado Gaming, if Blue Water aren't careful, they could just take that before they even know it.
Yeah, I wasn't sure what the vision situation was like in Blue Otter's Blue Quadrant Jungle where Munchie was, but if they knew, they could have just ripped it right then and there.
Yeah, for sure. I think the fact that Robex was even checking, really to his credit, just clearly recognizing that, like, yeah, we could lose this any second now.
Yeah, because it's not just any double marksman, it's freaking Vayne as one of them, who just will shred that thing insanely fast, even if Yunara's not there. And if you have both Adam and Hub hitting it, that's Blue Otter are gonna always have to be wary of that potential threat. And because these side laners are now so insanely strong, it's hard for Munchie to commit to either one of these laners because you don't really know for certain who is protecting them.
Yeah. Right now, things are slowing down quite a bit, but Dorado Gaming still having that pressure on the map. Oh my god. Cool, man. I mean, no MR, so feels good. That's just the damage that Decoy is putting up right now.
Definitely not feels good for Munchie, who will try to jungle privilege his way back to full HP. Another dragon has spawned. This would be the third one for Dorado. Low jazz, quick vault breaker forward. Doesn't really go for anything else. It's a fake.
Confidence mark, that's what it is. Just dashing in there saying, that's right, I can press R on you at any moment. Respect that.
I like this from Dorado. They have Decoy pushing up on the top side while Blue Otter are pinned, forced to play for this dragon. Decoy getting a lot more gold for himself. Dorado do not have the full send it until Decoy makes his way over. Redemption forced to pop the ultimate on the Alistar. It's now an engaged cease and desist with Decoy, but Munchie was able to make his way onto the other side of the map, and he gets out from the engage pick. Samakin has to be the one that lands another look for Blue Otter to engage on. Adam already popped the ultimate, and somehow Blue Otter have burned a lot of the cooldowns from Dorado. So now it's going to be a battle of inches. Flash from Samakin, looks for Decoy, but a quick flash away. Munchie goes in. Oh, nice try, but it's Low Jazz that gets the smite secure, puts Dorado at soul point, but now they need to make their retreat. Orianna flashing forward, looking for Decoy. Still no flash on this Aurora. Grand Starfall will cut off his retreat path and ensure that Low Jazz cannot bail him out. Decoy just trying to run to the top side of the map, but should be run down eventually. I don't think he's getting out of this one.
Does look like they're okay, they are still chasing him. Oh, he might be able to execute. No?
Has it been enough time since he last got hit?
Nope. Nah, it doesn't matter. So, okay. That is actually a little unfortunate with how much time he took. Just because now he's a little desynced from the rest of his team for 45 seconds. I mean, this could be an opportunity for Blue to try and push and go for Baron if they want, especially with Adam showing bot side with no teleport. So that, plus the fact that that fight didn't really go the way of Dorado Gaming, is a little concerning, but it's looking like Blue Otter don't want to actually try for it yet.
Definitely gonna be grateful if you are a Dorado fan that Low Jazz did win the smite fight. So ensures that
that's huge.
You can now force Blue Otter to contest you for Mountain Soul about 3.5 minutes from now. GA has been acquired from Low Jazz. Like the purchase. You are probably going on a one-way trip the next time you send it on the ultimate if Flash is also used to extend the engage range. Hub, gotta be careful, has both summoner spells available. Rest of Blue Otter taking up space here on the entrance to Baron from mid.
Yeah, Hub feeling confident. Most of his team is with him, so he's okay to step up and defend this tier 1 turret. Adam, split pushing again. Some care needs to be taken here by Dorado and how they play this out. Blue Otter, though, big power spike there for Spawn, who has that Infinity Edge. So now he can put up damage with the best of them. He's going to help Blue Otter in some of these longer fights. They play them how they play that Drake.
Yeah, both of the marksmen from Dorado at 3 items. Storm Razor picked up for Adam, so he's going to have even more movement speed every time the charge is fully available on the next auto attack, so it just gives him stronger kite ability, stronger chase down potential. This Vayne is going to be schmoovin'. We're still 2 minutes away from this Dragon Point, and Blue Otter are trying to heavily group on mid-wave because Samacan can't take it by himself. Oh, Lojaz misses the Q flash, but still sends it with the cease and desist on the Spawn, trying to get protected by the Lulu. Massive knockup follow-up by Redemption, and Adam's the one that puts Spawn into the dirt. Adam's now sectioning off Ariana, pushing him to the left side, and Dorado are singling out threats one after another. The Otters are completely dried out. A flash from Adam looking for a 4th kill onto Rovex, pins Ariana on the wall with the condemn. Lojaz is there for the follow-up, and Dorado Gaming are howling to the moon. Dorado, can they look for the end beatdown?
I think they can. We got long spawn timers, Mark, and I think Dorado Gaming are ready to take us to a game 3. They fell apart in less than 30 minutes in game 1, but look at them come back in almost the same amount of time.
Impressive turnaround from Dorado in the middle of this series off of an impressive draft and very creative out of the box. Dorado Gaming sending this one to game 3.
There you go. Doesn't feel good for Blue Otter after winning game 1 so handedly, but a really nice comeback and a great response. Gotta give a shout out to the solo laners of Dorado Gaming. In particular, Adam and Decoy playing their matchups really well, playing these team fights really well, and were instrumental in securing this win here and keeping the series alive.
Love that we get to see such a stark contrast of what happens when the solo laners are set up for success here on Dorado's composition, specifically Adam on this Vayne mid. I mean, we knew that he had marksmen in his pool, or at least the Tristana, but the Vayne, that was an awesome angle that they found, and now things are going to get insanely close for game number 3, and I think it puts a bigger microscope on where these draft advantages are going to be won and lost here for either teams.
Yeah, absolutely, Mark. So interesting to see what both teams are going to be bringing up towards that 3rd and final game. You can see here, too, that moment where things really turned around for Dorado Gaming around that 15-minute mark. And for a while, it seemed like things were pretty tough, especially after and the way they lost that first dragon. But props to Dorado Gaming. They kept the cool head, and they just let their scaling do the talking for them.
Yeah, it definitely seemed like things could have been dark for them, but they now get to send us to a game 3. So for us, we're going to take a short break, and we'll be ready for game 3 right after this.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Train.
y'all, we're getting ready for game number 3 between Blue Otter and Dorado Gaming. And if you only watched the first game and tuned out, I understand, because that was such a dominating win from Blue Otter that I was expecting a 2-0 sweep. But Dorado have proved us all wrong, and they are going the distance here after a fantastic Vayne angle from Adam in the mid lane. And now I'm just really excited to see how this all comes to a conclusion between these two teams.
Yeah, and now you're kicking yourself for that one if you're Blue Otter with how that draft played out and how difficult the game ended up being for them as a result. So now going into game 3, you got to imagine they're locking in and they're going to try and focus on getting the best draft they can once again. And for Dorado Gaming, I mean, this is if we were just looking at these rosters and, you know, what we were talking about when we all met as a team, this isn't a matchup that we thought would be particularly difficult for Blue Otter. So the fact that Dorado Gaming take it this far is definitely a credit to them, and does open up that question: can they actually win the series as well?
Time will tell, right? And the other question is, for both of these teams, what are some of the bans are they going to let through going into this game 3? Because there's been a constant ban of Zoe, as it always seems like whenever you are playing it into Samakin, because you never ever want to give him the chance to get that champion into his own hands. But Azir has been constantly taken away from Adam. Looks like Blue Otter will be taking blue side, but they are getting second pick for themselves. So counter pick will come up to them. We flew through the bans, and Karma is currently being hovered for first pick by Dorado.
Yeah, no Ezreal available. So maybe, I mean, there are other options that we could see paired with for Hub. Karma, again, one of the most powerful enchanters, most popular for sure at the moment. So we'll see what Blue Otter are going to be responding with. As you called out, Mark, no Mel, no Orianna. So it's looking like Corki would probably be good.
Slam.
Corki Karma is probably pretty good, so you don't want to allow that. And there you go.
Corki Nami has been kind of like our staple. I want to win bot lane, guaranteed. And Corki early damage in the laning phase, insanely oppressive. Then Nami poke and sustain, insanely impressive. So you're guaranteeing push here for Blue Otter. And I think they're recognizing, like, hey, Dorado had a really strong lane setup for almost all of their lanes, and there's not much that Munchie could do early. So we want to empower him a bit more. But curious look from Lojaz going for the Wukong, because as you called it out before, Lojaz tends to be more of a facilitator jungler. Wukong kind of requires you to be more selfish and say, hey, I'm not going for this play. I'm going to make sure I'm getting resources and gold for myself.
Yeah, I mean, he is going to be paired up with Adam's Ahri champion. He's very, he's got a lot of experience on, very comfortable on, and some of his best games last year were on. So you got to imagine they're going to be working together and trying to set up potentially these big plays to lead to a charm to take down a marksman. We could see Lojaz look to play more for himself this time around, and it's tough too because I think this wasn't the game for J4 for Dorado either. So not many options left.
Yeah, both Wukong and Ahri can easily escape the Cataclysm, and if you pick the Jarvan too early, and then Hub goes for another marksman or carry that can easily escape it, then you feel pretty sad, because you don't want to just be expending ulti just for a Karma. At that point, I feel like you've already lost the plot.
True. And I like the angle here too for the Scion. You see Wukong Ahri, not the most amount of tank busting really ever. So now they're comfortable picking Scion. They're going to ban Gwen. Wouldn't be surprised if they ban something like Camille, something Decoy actually has a fair bit of time on over these past couple of years. And at that point, in that situation, it would just force Hub to have to play something with a lot of scaling into that late game.
If Hub wants to play something that can shred a tank, then probably doesn't have a lot of mobility or a lot of range at its disposal. So they're at least trying to set it up with this Jarvan ban so that the Cataclysm cannot completely ruin his day. One more bans in the chamber for both Blue Otter and Dorado. Remember, Blue Otter are going to get last pick. So it will go to Blue Otter first for the 4th pick of their draft. and then Dorado will round out their final composition with the last 2 picks.
Fair. Yeah, it's the York ban, which you know, ends up being kind of similar.
The Vex. Really respecting Samikin's champion pool here.
Yeah, I mean, with all the movement that they're working with here.
Alo alo.
Like that angle.
1234 1234. Em nào chưa bấm like em Đạt cho em Đạt xin một like anh em ơi. Vậy là em Đạt dậy rồi à, mẹ không ngủ đéo đâu. Mẹ vừa lấy buồn quá, định mẹ mày làm mới làm tí phê quá. Giờ dậy. Vợ bấm like em Đạt cái này 20 like bình luận tiếp nhá. Ban pick nó quan trọng. Em thì về trình thì bọn này hình như là cũng ngang nhau á. À không, bọn Dog này thì đánh ngu hơn bọn Blue Otter một tí. Bên kia có Ngộ Không, Ari. Rồi xong. Ủa cái gì vậy? Chó gát. Blue Otter win thôi anh em ơi. Làm quả lọ. Em vào như bấm like em Đạt anh em ơi.
Actually, I think would be kind of good because okay, Hub picked the Varus, which you know, you're going the on-hit build, will give you that DPS you need to get through some of these tanks. But if he's your main source of DPS, 2 beefy boys might be a little bit too much for him.
I think it also forces Dorado to basically say either you get to be at safe range and deal no damage with the poke variant, or you have to risk it all being in relatively short range against us and in order to burst down the tanks, which it's a pretty cool gambit that is being taken place by both of these teams. We'll find out whether Hub goes the poke variant or the on-hit build, but
surely not. I mean, lethality is pretty good right now, but it's tough. If he's going that poke build, he's basically committing to a timer where he's like, all right, I'm gonna win this game in 25 minutes. And to be fair, once he hits 1-2 items, he will be insane. But it does put himself on a clock.
Yeah,
I see.
Dorado have a strong mid-game spike. I think either whether it's the Varus poke build or the on-hit build, because Ori and Wukong, that first item for themselves, Malignance and Trinity Force, is going to be insane on the side lane setups. You have a lot of mobility, you have a lot of fast play potential.
Đâu full tank đâu ra mà full tank anh em. Sao full tank được? Đội hình của thằng kia nó ấy hơn mà. Sẽ full tank nhỉ? Sao đội hình sao anh em bảo đội hình kia là full tank nhỉ? Đâu có full tank đâu anh em.
He's not like Pantheon levels of oppressive when it comes to early invades.
So the thing, yeah, right.
Mà nhiều hôm qua con vợ giờ blue bú được cái trận hũ 5 chấm chính là dồn lai mẹ mình nổ hũ nhiều phết anh em mà. Dồn lai nổ hũ vãi đái. Dồn lai luôn. Ok anh em ơi, quay trở lại với game đấu này thì hiện tại thì bán pick đang là đẹp hơn và chất tướng cũng đang là em nghĩ là về mặt lết thì khỏe hơn đến từ vị trí Blue Water anh em nhé. Con tướng mà cần có cái khả năng gọi là bay nhảy bướm lượn thì có tay ra. Combo thủy ngục thì cần phải chuẩn đến từ vị trí ở Rolex. Rolex chỉ đúng rồi. 12 anh em đang ngồi xem livestream nhá, anh em vừa vào livestream nhá, bấm đặt xin một like và đăng ký kênh nhận thông báo nhất khi em lên livestream nhá. Cảm ơn tình yêu rất là nhiều. Là sẽ cố gắng bình luận cho anh em game đấu này. Chúc anh em một buổi sáng tốt lành. Anh em nào hôm qua thức khuya dậy sớm thì chúc anh em tinh thần phấn chấn, sức khỏe dồi dào, không mệt tí nào, và chiều mình vào mình lại xem Uzi Cup cùng em Đạt anh em nhé. Buổi chiều hôm nay thì lịch trình chúng ta sẽ là chuyến tàu đêm, chuyến tàu ban trưa. Lúc 2 giờ chiều chúng ta sẽ có Uzi Cup của Huya, và sau đó thì là có trong lúc đó thì có cả Esports World Cup của mấy thằng ở khu vực Trung Quốc nữa, vòng loại Trung Quốc. Đấy thì em sẽ làm cả hai. Thì anh em nào mà yêu quý thì anh em có thể bấm cho Đạt một cái nút like được không ạ? Làm cả hai nhé anh em nhé. Thì em đang không biết được là cái Uzi Cup thì như nào, mà cái Esports thì như thế nào, thì em đang băn khoăn. Đấy. Không như những kênh khác thì em Đạt thì cả hai kênh thì đều có đề xuất, nên là nhiều khi mình cũng băn khoăn để biết nên làm giải nào. Em thì em nghĩ là anh em chán xem Uzi Cup rồi, vì cái Esports World Cup thì dẫu nó cũng là giải đấu mà có những cái tên tuổi, những cái đội tuyển nó ok hơn, như là Billy, Minh, rồi thì là Thunder Talk, rồi thì là EDG các thứ, nó cũng là đội tuyển hạng 2 của bọn LPL, nhìn trông đỡ bẩn mắt hơn là mấy cái đội tuyển của mấy thằng IDS với cả Blood đéo gì. Nói chung dạo này em cảm giác là bọn Legend Cup ấy, bọn Uzi Cup đánh nó không giải trí như bọn Legend Cup ngày xưa anh em ạ. Ngày xưa Legend Cup đánh trông nó giải trí hơn nhiều. Bây giờ đánh trông thuần gọi là theo kiểu đánh theo kiểu dàn xếp quá. Em đặt tiếng to tí được không hem? Tiếng gì hả anh em? Tiếng game á? Tiếng game hay tiếng gì hả anh em? Hay là em đặt bỏ để nhỏ tiếng game đi một tí nhá. Anh đang cà phê mà mắc tiếng vẫn không nghe em rõ. Có thể em xem lại thế nào nhé. Đợi em đặt tí. Sao lại mắc tiếng nghe không rõ? To mà. To vãi lìn ra rồi anh em bảo em đặt tôi không to, khó nói. Để em xem à. Đây em đang để một nửa này. Ui giời. Đây em đang để một nửa này. Ui giời, đây để gần full đây, to vãi cứt, to gần bằng em đặt nói luôn mà. Vừa nói xong thì đã có trên công đầu nhau vị trí Blue Water rồi. Này em đặt lên cho anh em mấy mã nhá anh em nhá. Em vừa vào livestream cho bấm đặt sim live đăng ký kênh nhận thông báo mới nhất khi em livestream nhá. Cảm ơn tình yêu rất là nhiều. Chuyện này thì các thành viên của bên phía team DOG pick cái đội hình này trông nó hơi ngu anh em, đần độn quá. Em thì em không thích cái đội hình mà nó có những con tướng như kiểu là Varus với cả Gạc Ma, bởi vì là phụ thuộc nhiều vào kiểu skill quá. Đối phương thì lại quá trâu. Đặc biệt là con Varus gặp con Sion với cả con Mundo thì anh em mình cứ có nhau thôi. Cái trâu mà kệ mẹ nó, cứ kệ nó phi đầu lên nó ăn sát thương hộ đồng đội thôi.
Unfortunately for Ariana, is not able to combo his ultimate into his Q in time. Decoy able to at least break down the chain with his own rupture.
Rồi, vừa nói xong bên này có cho mình một pha mặt đất dậy sóng này, tìm vị trí của Redemption là sự phục thù anh em ạ. Chuộc tội, chuộc tội chứ không phải phục thù anh em. Không phải dở end Avenger. Nhưng mà cái tầm tối đêm thì em cũng không để ý lắm, nhưng mà có bao nhiêu người xem để em xem lại. Mà nói chung là ngày hôm nay em thấy là cái trận thứ hai á là số lượng người xem lên được 40 mấy người xem luôn đấy, nhiều phết. Dù là em Đạt cũng không hay làm cái giải LCK này lắm, vậy em lên cũng hơi muộn. Anh Long kiểm tra lại cái cà phê của cái máy của anh ấy, khả năng cao máy của anh tiếng nó bị lỗi đấy. Em thấy tiếng của em nghe khá to anh em à.
Most of it is just really through Munchie and the small advantages as he's been able to find through counter jungling as well as the one gank timer onto top lane. Dragon has been on the rift for about a minute and a half so far. We got grubs coming.
Trận đấu thì vẫn đang diễn ra cực kỳ chậm anh em ơi. Cho Việt Long Hổ nhá. Em Đạt chịu khó like ghê á. Bình thường anh em ơi, gớm có gì đâu mà chịu khó. Sẽ làm nhiều hơn đấy chứ. Đợt này dạo này khó ngủ, nếu ngủ được. Phải có cái giỏ cải này thì thôi chịu khó làm tí. Chứ cũng chả phải là hy vọng đéo gì cái câu chuyện là kiểu như là anh em gọi là cái anh em kiểu yêu quý và ủng hộ mở cái tài khoản chứng khoán hay là thay đổi cái người ấy các thứ đâu. Bởi vì thấy livestream mấy trăm người xem còn chả có thêm anh em thì chả có hội viên mới thì Làm cái này chắc là làm cho nó vui thôi anh em à, chứ cũng không phải đam mê đâu, làm vì like anh em nhé, nên là anh em vào live stream mình nhớ bấm like cho em Đạt là được. Đấy, chứ cũng không phải là làm cái gì nó gọi là ấy quá đâu, nên là anh em cũng không cần phải nghĩ nhiều. Đấy, và lại hôm nay em đã làm chót là để lập một cái lời hứa rồi, là quyết tâm là không QC đến 8 giờ sáng. Đấy, làm vì đam mê, không QC đến 8 giờ sáng luôn. Dù hôm nay view thì cũng đã đạt được đâu đó độ khoảng tầm chào Huỳnh Mai nhá, hello anh. Chuyện này chắc là dưới kill à. Hôm nay cái livestream này cũng được 500-600 người like rồi đó, 500-600 người xem. Của cái luồng này thì ít người xem hơn, nhưng mà được cái là kênh đề xuất nên là nói chung cũng vẫn ok anh em mà. Đấy. Tại xem ngoài đường đông mà thế thì chịu anh em ơi. Máy mình loa nó bé, với cả xem ngoài đường đông thì nó khó nói rồi. Chị em đặt thấy tiếng to lắm, anh em yên tâm nhé. Dù là hơi phê pha tí nhưng mà chắc chắn là em Đạt vẫn đảm bảo cho anh em những cái gọi là cơ bản, âm thanh mic rồi tiếng tiếc là vẫn là ổn, tạm ổn. Trận đấu đang diễn ra cũng khá là chậm chạp, phút thứ 10 nhưng mà chắc là hai team cũng chắc cũng chả va vào nhau đâu, vì đội hình của bên phía team Blue là đội hình cũng nhiều tanh, DOG cũng là cái đội hình nó cũng nhiều tanh. Được cái là Manchi là farm out với cả con ngộ không bên kia nhiều quá. Với việc là một con Mondo mà farm, úi rồi ôi, quả chân quá hay đến từ vị trí của Samkin. Nhưng phần này chắc là Rovek phải nằm thôi anh em. Bao gồm với vị trí của một con Ari, hồ lại phi hồ, hôn gió lại trúng. Qua cái pha này thì Samkin đánh lỗi quá, chắc chắn là Samkin sẽ phải nằm. 3-1 tại vị trí của DOG. Một tình huống đánh quá lỗi từ vị trí của Samkin. Chi anh ta vẫn cứ farm thôi, 3 quái rừng rồi. Lô rát pha này thì em đặt tên như kiểu lồn rát nhỉ anh em nhỉ, mẹ lô rát đúng không? Em có tên trông ỉa thật sự. Lô rát thì đang hết chiều cuối, nên là chắc cũng phải để cho con Corki farm tiếp thôi. Nói chung là đợt vừa rồi thì cái đợt phiên bản vừa rồi thì con Corki con Nami khá là khỏe, một cặp đôi đi đường mới chứ không còn là con Nami với con Lucian nữa. Chuyện này diễn tay kill rồi á, trả Lộc Hoàng 39 nhá, em không biết anh em ạ, em không rõ, nhưng mà nhìn thực ra 10 phút 4 kill cũng bình thường mà. Bọn này đánh kill cũng, nhưng bọn này kill thấp lắm, thấy đánh toàn kill thấp à. Hôm nay thấy nổ hũ nhiều vãi lìn anh em ơi, game đéo nào cũng nổ. Hôm nay em đặt xem game đầu tiên của bọn CCG đánh với cả mấy thằng WU là cũng nổ một cái hũ game 1 5 chấm, game 2 chắc cũng lại clean. Mà mấy thằng ngu được đánh giá là đội mạnh hơn ý. Trận này là Q 28.53 chấm, thế thì khó anh ạ. Em nghĩ chắc loanh quanh chắc tầm 28 Q, 27 Q thôi. Chứ để mà bú được cái 28.5 thì hơi khó. Bây giờ chúng mày đánh ra 4 Q chứ mà tí nữa phút thứ 15 nó lại không va nhau, nó lại rủ nhau, nó lại ấy thì cũng khó lắm. Ở phút thứ 12 thì sẽ ra rồng này. Nếu mà ăn rồng nhanh thì còn ra kịp 2 mục tiêu để đổi, chứ không là cũng gãy. Đấy, rồng thì chắc phút thứ 12, phút thứ 10 là hơn phút thứ 11 một chút. Bởi phút thứ 12 ăn xong chắc phải hơn phút thứ 12 thì chắc là phải phút thứ 17 mới có rồng 3. Thế thì khả năng cao là game này cũng va nhau nhiều anh em ạ. Cảm ơn anh em rất nhiều nhé. Chúc anh em một buổi sáng vui vẻ mát mẻ, tránh đâu chúng đó anh em. Anh em nào cũng đang hơi mệt mỏi thì em đã xin chúc anh em một ngày mới tốt lành anh em nhé. Đấy, tinh thần phấn chấn sức khỏe dồi dào, không mệt tí nào thì chiều mình vào mình lại chứng khoán tiếp anh em nhé. Làm tí thôi. Em Đạt thì luôn luôn là hướng tới cho anh em là cái ưu đãi nhiều nhất, hỗ trợ anh em được, đồng hành của anh em kể cả khi thắng khi thua, lên cho anh em những mã chứng khoán nó uy tín là một. Và cái thứ hai nữa là khi mà anh em thua thì hỗ trợ anh em hết mình, tránh cái việc là anh em bị kiểu như là bị cắt vốn. Bởi vì trong cái trò chơi này thì đứt vốn là một trong những cái mà em nghĩ là gãy nhất. Bởi khi mà mình đứt vốn rồi rất là khó chơi. Rồi, này có một pha đại hồng thủy tốt ở vị trí Redemption yếu máu, tốc biến lên, sao phải những khuẩn và đó đốc kill nhiều vị trí của chơi đi rừng bên phía team Blue. 4 đều cho vị trí cả hai team và sẽ là dòng 2 dành cho vị trí của các thành viên bên phía đội xanh. Những chú hải cẩu xanh. Otter đó là con Otter đó là cái con gọi là con rái cá. Đây ạ. Con rái cá. Otter đó là rái cá anh em nhé. Dù là cái avatar nhìn trông nó hơi giống cái con như kiểu con dê ấy, nhưng mà không phải đâu. Đây là con rái cá anh em ạ. Tầm này nhiều anh em chắc là đang ăn còn sáng đi làm, chở người yêu chở vợ đi công việc. Có vẻ như cũng hơi ít người hơi ít người xem một chút. Bình vẫn viên này thiếu chuyên môn vậy. Kamehameha thì mẹ mình làm. Trận này thì BO3 rồi anh em ạ. Hết trận này còn một BO3 nữa. Thì em đoán là cái game này nó sẽ đánh đâu đó đến phút khoảng tầm hơn 8 giờ. Thì cái BO3 tiếp theo thì đánh khoảng tầm 2 tiếng rưỡi thì chắc khoảng tầm hơn 10 giờ là end rồi. Để em đặt lại tiếp tục là nghỉ ngơi 2 giờ để lại tiếp tục làm tiếp giải nữa. Thế đó. Cuộc sống nó cũng đơn giản. Làm gì khó khăn chứ. Cái này nó dễ. Ủa. Cái kênh ui. Phải có kênh vào đấy được lên tận 19-20 người xem luôn, ảo thật đấy. Rồi nhiều anh em thức khuya dậy sớm phết đấy. 20-44 cũng được 65 người xem rồi, ngon luôn. 65-66 là người xem mà đông đấy anh em. Có mấy giỏ cải này lần đầu tiên cũng lâu lắm rồi em mới thấy chúng nó làm cái tầm sáng sớm như này anh em. Bình thường là không có đâu. Hôm qua thì nhiều anh em thức khuya xem Dota 2 thì chắc tầm này là cũng đéo dậy được đâu. Hôm qua Dota 2 nó đánh đến 3 giờ sáng mới xong. Nổ cái hũ 10 chấm cho mấy thằng Aurora map 2 xong cái game 3 nó ngửa dái luôn. Chịu chết. Hiện tại thì cả hai team đánh rất là chill. Từ 15 Blue họ đang muốn mở cho mình một cái con đường để ra khu vực hang sứ giả đá hồi sinh. Ở đây sẽ là một cái điểm mục tiêu để mà cả hai team có thể cạnh tranh nhau. Và Blue họ nên ăn con sứ giả này, hoặc là họ có thể ăn, hoặc là họ đơn giản là họ chỉ gọi là ARAM đường giữa thôi, gây áp lực đối phương không ăn được là được mà. Chứ không nhất quyết là phải va vào nhau làm gì cả. Vì va nhau là khả năng cao là sẽ ra ít là 3-4 kill. 3-4 kill thì nó phải ra khoảng tầm 12 kill ở phút thứ 16-17 cũng bình thường. Rồi, em lô rát em mới đang muốn đánh vào vị trí của Muchin. Hất tung một nhịp không thành công. Úi giời ôi, một đại hồng thủy hất tung được đến 3-4 người, hút ngay tức lên bảng đếm số. Muchin ta đang hồi gần như là đầy cây máu với cả cái trích quá liều của mình. Đi coi anh ta đi lại cứ đứng trên tấm thảm bất ổn, không phải là lướt đi đâu nhưng mà nhìn cho nó tù anh em. Và cho các khả năng cao là anh ta cũng sẽ phải lùi về trong tình huống này. Không đầu tư cho mình nó chính là dịch chuyển đến quá muộn màng và cho Gat đi bộ ra đến nơi thì đồng đội nằm xuống 3 người. Vâng, một tình huống mà sát thương đến từ vị trí của bên phía team BO3 không thấy đâu, khi mà Ari phi hồ vào thì gặp ngay tấm thảm bất ổn. Bảo mà nó tù. Thế này anh em kể cả nó có ra bao nhiêu kill thì nó cũng chỉ còn tầm 25 kill là kịch. Vì đội hình của Blue nó counter quá. Má nó. Một combo vào con Corki, một combo vào con Mundo hết mẹ đam luôn. Má nó nộ hỏa kinh ma cha. Sợ xích tội lỗi, mũi tên xuyên phá. Rồi thì là hất tung 2 lần với cả con ngộ không, nhưng cuối cùng thì con Mundo bật chiêu cuối hồi gần nửa cây. Hết chuyện. Y bài thơ anh em ạ. Chơi game nó cũng chỉ có đến thế. Trận sau em có làm không mà trận 5 nó mới có anh ơi. Đâu khang diệp nhá. Em không rõ được kill tham bao nhiêu đâu để ý đâu. Em từ đấy em thấy hình như là cũng có 28-29 thôi. Chưa thấy nhìn thấy 30 luôn. Em nghĩ không có 30 đâu. Này có 30 thì khả năng cao là DOG lật được. lật với 30 chứ còn như này không 30 nổi. Phút thứ 17 11 kill. Phát này đánh rồng thì có hai phương án. Một là phệt nhau rồng, thì tầm này thì Blue nó ao đồ cũ rồi. Anh em nhìn con Corki kìa. Một tên lửa định hướng, một bánh thường có cái nội tại của cái súng máy liên hoàn. Má nó Redemption ăn một cái dao phanh miễn khẩn thôi, máu một nửa. Thanh sinh lực của anh chàng này giống như kiểu là con gọi là một con cù, một thanh niên yếu sinh lý anh em ạ. Mẹ mày vừa mới cương lên cái xìu luôn còn nửa rồi. Rồi hất thành công đến từ vị trí của con cho gát, nhưng mà pha này đi coi chắc là khó về rồi, không có tốc biến lên cao này. Mà cũng cho vị trí của Sport. Đó thì em húp cũng có tốc biến, em bắn liên tục vào vị trí của Munchi có cho mình chiêu cuối. Người ta thậm chí còn có cả một con Nami bên cạnh, thì tầm này thì thực sự dứt điểm được con Mundo là không thể. Nên ta không đang được vận. Và muốn mở rộng đến từ vị trí của Blue. Cậu đi cầu về không có quá nhiều áp lực. Đường giữa muốn đẩy lính để có thể lấy thêm rất giáp trụ, gây áp lực để cho đối phương không dám ăn rồng. Nhưng Sport đéo quan tâm. Sở thích tội lỗi lần này thì là không trúng. Và Sport anh ta vẫn tốc biến lùi về được. Mặt đất dậy sóng thảy ra, hôn gió trúng vào vị trí của Samkin. Samkin không hề quan tâm. Lô Rát này đang bị đấm, đang bị đá. Munchi anh ta đang khá khó chịu, đang có cho mình nó chưa trích quá liều, nhưng mà quy liên tục hụt nên là lượng máu của con Mundo này đang giảm rất là nhiều luôn. Adam đang bị đấm, đang bị đá, và Adam, thằng này là Aden rồi, và Aden lại đi bộ về thành công. Một con Ari thuần đi bộ khi mà phi hồ dùng cả 3 lần không dứt điểm được ai. Nhưng mà khả năng pha này thì chắc là phải bỏ lại rồng rồi. 8-4 là nhau vị trí ở Blue. Và tạm thời thì DOG họ có cho mình con rồng đầu tiên của game đấu này. Đó là một con rồng nước anh em nhé. Linh hồn rồng của trận đấu này, linh hồn rồng nước anh em ạ. Pha vừa rồi thì em nghĩ đánh nhau là không hợp lý. Corki pha đó đã lùi về thành công rồi thì nên ăn rồng nốt. Được giảm đéo có đàm đi. Trần Nom nhá. Vẫn 39 anh em đang ngồi xem livestream nhá. Anh em vừa vào livestream nhớ bấm em đặt xin một like, đăng ký kênh nhận thông báo mới nhất khi em livestream nha. Đấy, anh em nào đang tìm một nhà máy xanh chín giúp nhanh chóng và nhiều cổng game cho anh em lựa chọn. Em có thể nhắn tin cho đặt có dụng máy bay xanh LPL sát thủ 13 để nhận chương trình chiết khấu lên tới là 10% tổng thu trong tháng đầu tiên anh em mở tài khoản. Và cái chương trình này chương trình ưu đãi đế vương nhá. Thắng làm vua, thua đòi tiền chiết khấu. Chỉ một anh em nào là hội viên em đặt BLV mới được nhận chương trình ưu đãi này. Đấy, chứ còn anh em mà mở nhà máy chứng khoán bên em đạt nhưng mà mở của những bên hội nhóm khác thì cũng không có anh em nhé. Thì nó có qua cái chương trình này thì nó sẽ là như sau. Ví dụ như là anh em là 10M trong một tháng anh em đánh chỉ rút được 5M thôi. Ví dụ anh em bị thua 5M thì anh em ở mùng 5 của cái tháng sau đó, ví dụ tháng 3 nhé, thì đến mùng 5 tháng 4 anh em nhắn tin cho đặt BLV nhận chiết khấu lên tới là 500k nha anh em, 10% tối đa mà. Hoặc là tối thiểu sẽ là 360k. Bên này thì đi coi lên bảng đếm số. Adam lướt lên phi hồ, hôn gió trượt đi luôn. Bảng hạ hộp dành cho vị trí của Monchi. Và Samikin thì anh ta cũng đã có cho mình hai mạng, một mạng hỗ trợ, một mạng kết liễu. Quá thơm. Sứ giả được thả là cánh trên. Và lại làm một cái trụ 1. Toàn bản đồ dành cho vị trí Sport. Quá giàu đến từ vị trí của một con Corki rồi anh em ơi. Khi mà đi lên khoảng tầm 3 phút nhá. Mundo trâu VL. Vậy còn phải nói. Mundo này nó không những nó trâu mà nó còn khỏe cơ. Anh em nhìn kìa. Đam của nó còn nhiều hơn cả đam của con Talia. Đam toàn tham nói chứ. Talia pha vừa rồi thì có đam đâu. Pha vừa rồi không, pha vừa rồi cái này bảng hiện thiếu rồi. Talia vừa rồi đam cũng nhiều. Đó là hớ cự. Đi vào vị trí của em húp lên bảng đếm số luôn. Mà cũng muốn cho vị trí Sport thêm một lần nữa. Và với việc con Baron đã ra thì chắc chắn sẽ là Baron free thôi. Đây nằm xuống 3 mạng hạ gục. Chịu chết. Giờ này bị đi lấy 3 phút em bảo anh em rồi mà. Em bảo anh em ở trong cái kênh phụ ấy. Còn kênh chính em không biết. Chấp 8.5 ăn 1.6 hèn quá. Ôi dồi ôi, có ăn là được. Đừng quan tâm với chuyện sang hèn gì ở đây. Có ăn là được anh em ạ. Ăn ít ăn nhiều, có ăn là được. Nhiều anh em cứ tham. Nhiều khi anh em chết chỉ vì có khi một gọi là 10% thôi anh em ạ. Có khi chết chỉ vì là một tí % của cái rate thôi anh em ơi. Có những con vợ đánh handicap thì chết, nhưng cuối cùng thì money line vẫn về. Handicap ăn 1.7. Handicap thì ăn 1.8. Còn money line thì ăn 1.7 mà cuối cùng thì là mất tiền đấy anh em, nhiều trường hợp như vậy rồi anh em à. Thôi ăn con mẹ mày con Baron đi, vâng, nhấp nhả cuối cùng thì Baron ăn mãi đéo xong. Quyết định là lại lùi về đến từ vị trí ở Blue. Game này khả năng chúng nó câu cái tham rồi anh em à. Trận này không có linh hồn rồng bên phía của team Blue, cũng không dám bên ăn trụ 3 đâu. Vì đối phương cũng bớt đàm khỏe quá. Hello anh Hoàng Phạm nhá. Thằng Varus ngáo lên cao thế ạ. Kiểu nó lên kiểu tham lính ấy, kiểu em Đạt kiểu bệnh, cái này là bệnh của mấy thằng ngu anh em ạ. Lên cao ấy, kiểu thích kiểu farm xong rồi kiểu bị nghiện ấy, nghiện cái cảm giác nghiện cái con tướng lúc mà nó đi lên nó bắn vào mấy cái con lính ấy anh em ạ. Di chuyển lên như thế là quá cao, rõ ràng tay dài nhưng mà lại đi gần đến lính để mà bắn nó sướng. Hẹn lẹ đi mấy em à. Em đang co chúng nó đây. Thôi xong rồi, pha này Ari ta chưa hồi lại cho mình phi hồ này. Phi hồ còn 8 giây mấy hồi. Và Manchi ta đấm cho con Ari còn gọi là xuống ngưỡng máu tử luôn cho nó cẩn thận. Và con dòng 40 giây nữa sẽ ra. Pha này thì sẽ là pha phiên đấu quyết định anh em nhé. Trận này thì Blue mà ăn được rồng thì sẽ ăn cả Baron. Về end game trận này khoảng tầm 25 kill. Nếu đánh chuẩn thì trận này sẽ tối đa là 25 kill có thầy ơi. Nếu mà đánh không chuẩn thì không biết. Ariana, ôi rồi ôi anh em nhìn kìa. Có cho Gát bật cái lò luyện hồn lên 1000 điểm lò luyện hồn ở phút thứ 23 của trận đấu, vãi cứt. Đi coi bây giờ mới đang có cho mình đó chính là 7 stack của cái chiều cuối. Nó cũng chưa quá to đâu, thậm chí còn không to. Có Sion cũng lại tấn khốc là tốt, trúng được 2 người, hất tung được 2 người luôn. Đi em sân yếu máu, sử dụng luôn cho mình đó chính là chiều cuối hút được 2 người đến từ vị trí của Ariana. Sau đó thì là bốc xoáy cuồng phong khá là áp lực đến từ vị trí của Ngộ Không, nhưng đam thì chả thấy. Ariana tốc biến ra khỏi tầm bắn của trụ nhưng ta vẫn phải lên đảo đến số. Adam anh ta đã hồi lại cho mình đó chính là phi hồ, nhưng ta đang bị đấm, đang bị đá cầu đi cầu về, không có quá nhiều tác dụng, mà đi coi cũng đã yếu máu và sẽ đi luôn trong tình huống này. Cũng còn cho vị trí ở Munchi. Tầm này thì nó là GG luôn anh em ơi. Ăn trụ 2 rồi về ăn rồng thôi, về ăn Baron thôi. Phát này ăn trụ 2 em thấy không hợp lý anh em ạ. Nên là về ăn rồng thì tốt hơn. Phát này có khi là chúng nó đang muốn chơi luôn qua Ari đó. Nhưng mà thôi thà. Một pha quét rơi cho vị trí Blue khi 4 người của bên phía team DOG phải nằm lại. Nhưng mà con Sion pha này tanh hơi nhiều. Sion cũng chắc không nghĩ là mình phải lên bảng điểm số đâu anh em ạ. Bảng gì đấy à? Bảng áp ấy mà, bảng của bọn ấy mà, không phải bảng ấy gì đâu. Bảng ứng dụng mà anh em không biết ứng dụng đấy à? Tầm mày ông cháu Cocky gọi là free anh em ơi. Mẹ 1.600 tiền chênh lệch anh em ạ. Mẹ mày nó đóng đến cái đồ thứ 3 rồi. Vâng, về đóng luôn thẳng một cái nọ thần Dominic. Đi con mẹ đang cung xanh lên thẳng mở nợ lên thẳng cái nọ thần như này, mẹ mày đối phương sao mà đỡ được. Mẹ bên kia mà không có tanh cơ, sao không lên mẹ vô cực nhỉ? Đối phương đéo có tanh, lên đồ của đấy ngu vãi. Đấy, anh em thấy không, kể cả nhá là kiểu team đang thắng ấy, nhiều tiền ấy, nhưng mà kiểu bọn này lên đồ rất là tù nhá. Rồi bên này thì một cái pha thủy ngục không quá đẹp, và mà đất dậy sóng lần này thì chắc chắn là cũng là đủ gọi là tiếp cận được vào vị trí của con Ngộ Không rồi. Ngộ Không đúng là không kịp ú gì mà chiều cuối còn không kịp dùng, phế vách học cứt. Thôi dừng lên bảng điểm số, mất Baron. Trận này 21 kill rồi. Ô, trận này 21 kill đánh chuẩn là chỉ ra 26 kill thôi, 25 26 đấy mà. Chứ chắc là đã lên được 26 đâu. Rồi bên này thì con lại chấn là trượt này. Nhưng mà có vẻ như decoy ta vẫn đang bướng. Rồi, hất tung là trượt đến từ vị trí của decoy. Đấy người ta gọi là cái pha chiêu dạn nứt. Và sẽ quyết định là sẽ không muốn bớ vào khu vực hang Baron nữa. Baron đã được ăn thành công. Đội xanh đã có Baron. Còn để chân chúng phải chi decoy yếu máu, sử dụng cho mình sơi tái những sát thương mà đi vào vị trí của cái con Sion này là không hề có. Có lẽ sẽ lại end game luôn mà thôi. Chuyển thành cánh trên để có thể đẹp linh đến từ vị trí của Adam. Vậy là game này chúng nó quyết tâm là diễn ra 26 27 kill rồi. Anh em đi dưới 30 kill ngồi yên thở khẽ anh em ơi. 22 kill rồi nhưng mà không ra nhiều hơn được đâu. Chỉ đến thế này thôi. 22 kill nhưng mà cũng không ra hơn được anh em ạ. Kill cũng chỉ đến thế thôi. Không thể hơn rồi. Quá khó. Tại cái kênh này của Em Đạt thì cũng không có nhiều người xem lắm thôi. Nếu mà để mà đông thì ôi, đông người xem vãi cứt. Ở bên kênh kia cũng đông người xem ấy chứ. Oh yeah. Anh em vừa vào livestream nhớ bấm nào là xin một like, một đăng ký kênh, nhận thông báo nhất khi mà livestream nhá. Đấy. Hai kênh của Em Đạt thì chắc cũng được 70 mấy 60 người là ok rồi. Like giải cỏ được 60 người xem cũng ok anh em ơi. Chủ yếu là Em Đạt bên anh em biết đến Em Đạt để mà chẳng may anh em đang chơi những bên nào lâu quá rồi. Anh em thấy là tao chơi bên này tao thua nhiều, tao chả được ưu đãi gì. Mà thua nhiều cũng chả được hoàn đồng nào rồi. Anh thua bên em, ví dụ anh em thua một tháng em thua 5-10 m. Nó có khi cả năm mà anh em phải thua đến hàng trăm, hàng 200-300 là chuyện bình thường. Nhiều anh em. Đấy. Thế mà cuối cùng loanh quanh thì bây giờ nhắn tin cho thằng nào thì thằng ấy cũng chối. Bảo là em biết gì đâu, bây giờ anh thua rồi thì phải chịu, kiểu như vậy. Thì em thấy như thế là không hợp lý. Em thì em cứ mặc định là anh em chơi với Em Đạt thì là kiểu gì thì kiểu cũng phải được. Em Đạt phải hỗ trợ tí tiền chiết khấu, chứ không thể nào để cho anh em thì lúc mà thắng thì không sao, tung hô, xong rồi đến lúc mà ra đê thì đéo thấy ai bên cạnh. Như thế thì không phải là một người anh em không phải là một người đồng hành, không phải là một broker tốt, giống như kiểu là gọi là bị gọi là lừa đảo tuyển dụng hơn anh em ơi. Rồi, bắt đầu tràn vào lấy trụ 3 không một đường dưới và sẽ là mối lính siêu cấp dành cho các thành viên của bên phía team Blue Water. Đấu đang khá là dài rồi nên là va vào nhau luôn đi thôi. Rồi, đẩy hai đường luôn đến từ vị trí của Blue, đánh rất chuẩn chỉ sách giáo khoa. Nhưng mà trụ 2 ở cánh trên thì vẫn còn. Rồi, DLG lướt lên một nhịp, cái phi hồ hôn gió thì lại là trượt. Có cho mình một cái câm lặng, và bên này thì đi coi tốc biến để chạy ông thì trúng 3 người. DLG đang toàn vỡ, họ đang bị dồn vào trụ 4 rồi, và bây giờ bắt đầu bật chiêu cuối được vị trí của Munchi. Và còn Ngộ Không vẫn đang chưa sử dụng cho mình chiêu cuối được, khi anh ta đang liên tục bị dồn ép và lượng sát thương của anh ta thì đã gần như là không có. Game đấu này sẽ kết thúc và thậm chí còn không có nổi 25 kill để tấn trúng được vào vị trí của đi coi ta lao lên trả sát thương. Sau đó lồ ra, ta bật cho mình chiêu cuối hất tung được 2 lần Munchi, nhưng trời ơi đam đâu ra thì không nói. Sport có cho mình một mạng hạ gục. Sau đó DOG tàn vỡ mất cho mình đâu đó là 3 người. Redemption chạy hẳn vào bên trong bệ đá cổ để có thể đảm bảo hiệp đấu này chỉ có 25 kill. Và đó là đúng 25 kill dành cho vị trí đặt BLV anh em ơi. 25 là tỷ số của game đấu thứ 3. Và đó là dưới kill, dưới time cho các thầy anh em nhớ. Chúc anh em thành công.
We gave the benefit of the doubt to the players like Munchie, who we weren't sure about how they would perform at the beginning of the split. And let me tell you, Mark, what a pleasure it is to be wrong, because Munchie is my MVP, bro. Like, let us talk to this guy, because what a great performance on his debut match.
The first game, Nocturne, getting that level advantage and being able to cast Paranoia pretty much off cooldown to great success. And then this Mundo game was probably just another huge example of what happens when Munchie is able to get a camp advantage in terms of tempo, in terms of overall experience, and he is able to just balloon it out of proportion. He had over half of the gold advantage by himself. This guy was close to 2.5 items over Low Jazz's Wukong by the end of the game. Complete decimation in the matchup.
I mean, bro, look at your screen, Mark. He almost tied for most damage in the game, alongside Sammykin. Like, he crushed it today. And honestly, it really bodes well for Blue Otter, who we were expecting to be a team to, you know, pick it up as the split goes on. Nope. They're starting the split off hot, and they are hitting the ground running very clearly. So now, my excitement for Blue Otter, which was already existent, mind you, has skyrocketed.
Yeah, I think if anyone had questions about Munchie and who he was going to be, well, now you have a pretty clear picture.
Ok các thầy cho anh em nhá. Vậy là anh em nào hôm nay ở trong channel Em Đạt là bú phần như là full nha các thầy. Kill thì cũng dưới, mà tham thì cũng dưới anh em ơi. Lên đủ cho anh em 3 mã nhé. Blue dưới kill dưới tham. Đầu game thì bên phía của team Blue Water bị dẫn 1-3, vẫn cả clean đến từ vị trí đội xanh thôi. Dù là giai đoạn đầu game thì có những phút chập chững bước vào đời, không anh em chơi vơi đấy. Đến phút thứ 10 thì DOG cũng dẫn được khoảng tầm 3-1. Sau đó thì cút. Mời anh em nhé. Đấy, đánh thế thôi, mình chơi game cũng đơn giản mà, gì đâu phải nghĩ. Đấy. Anh em nào đang tìm một nhà máy xanh chín giúp nhanh chóng và nhiều cổng game cho anh em lựa chọn, anh em có thể nhắn tin trong đặt có ứng dụng máy bay xanh LPL sát thủ mối 3 nhận chương trình chiết khấu lên tới là 10% tổng thu tháng đầu tiên anh em mở tài khoản anh em nhé. Ngoài ra có bảo hiểm cược đầu cho anh em là 900.000 và thường nạp đầu cho anh em là 500k. Chần chờ gì nữa mà không mở tài khoản ngay nhận quà liền tay cũng là BLV thôi anh em ơi. Đấy. Hai kênh thì vừa nãy cũng người xem thì có đấy, nhưng mà cảm giác là anh em chưa đủ yêu quý anh em ạ. Vẫn còn sự kẽ lắm. 21 44 65 à? Nói chung là anh quanh hai kênh như thế là được rồi. Chiều mai thì em là sẽ lên cho anh em 2 giải liền một lúc nhé. Thì chắc là Esports World Cup thì em sẽ làm một kênh, còn giải kia, giải gì nhỉ? Giải kia em sẽ làm một kênh. Nói chung là 2 kênh thì sẽ đều làm cho anh em có cái trải nghiệm tốt nhất. Ví dụ anh em nào mà kiểu chỉ xem là một màn hình thôi, anh em có thể xem một kênh. Sau đó thì sẽ có như kiểu là ấy ở bên còn lại anh em ạ. Em thì em không biết được là các cái giải đấu thì nó sẽ được cho đánh live hay không, nhưng mà em nghĩ là nếu như những cái giải đấu mà kiểu nó không cho nhồi ấy thì bình luận hay không bình luận cũng không quá quan trọng thật sự. Vì thường thì anh em chắc cũng chỉ xem một giải một lúc thôi. Xem thấy đéo được 2 giải anh em công nhận không? Rồi, chắc là khoảng tầm hơn 10 phút nữa mình mới bắt đầu có game mới anh em ơi. Chắc tầm hơn 10 phút nữa anh em ạ. Đấy, em là tông bay cho anh em đơn giản 2 mã thôi. CCG map 1 win, dưới kêu nhồi bú hết mà. Trận này em là lên cho anh em nhồi ngon mà. Mày đánh cho anh em trận CCG map 1 hũ 5 chấm mà. Đi mẹ, công nhận mấy cái giải này nó bịp điên anh em ạ. Thề. Đánh lên qua lên quay toàn nổ thôi. Nổ mẹ, DOG cũng nổ. Map đéo nào cũng phải nổ một game thì mới chịu được. Không nổ không chịu được anh em ạ.
Uncertain of how strong Mundo is, dude, this champion is just nuts in the right angles, and I think every jungler should look to pick up a Mundo in their pocket. I know Dardoch was the first one on that train last year, and then Skumon later popularized it internationally from G2 Esports, but we've been on this Mundo train for a while, Beatdown. We know how
we have been. And I mean, Dardoch already made me a Mundo believer, but somehow I'm more of a Mundo believer.
I mean, this is a world where Mundo jungle got nerfed, by the way. Like,
which is hilarious.
Yeah. What nerfs?
Yeah, like, what? I just feel like, you watch 7 Deadly Sins, Mark?
Yeah. Oh, well,
yeah.
No,
Did you watch a little bit of it? You watched enough, early.
It's the one with the pig, right?
Yeah. Oh, okay. If you're saying like that, then you didn't watch enough.
No, unfortunately I did not. Yeah. Sorry.
It's okay. I'll show you some clips later, and then we can make this joke next time. Next time we're.
Does it involve gluttony at all?
No, it involves pride. My goat, Escanor.
Oh, okay.
You've heard the voice. He's literally the guy who's like, my attacks have no effect on you. Who decided that?
I have heard of that. Okay. Yep.
Everyone loves it.
That checks out. I can see what you're cooking up there, Beatdown.
Why don't you know pop culture, Mark? You disappoint me.
Well, listen, Beatdown. Just a few years ago, I first started watching anime. I'm slowly catching up. Like, it took forever for me to get on the Haikyuu train when everybody was talking about it. Our close friend Summer was telling me forever. She was just like, you have got to watch Haikyuu. I'm telling you.
Right.
She told me for like a whole year and a half, and I finally watched it, and I'm like, Summer, I'm so sorry I did not watch this before. And she's like, yeah, you're stupid for that, but I'm glad you get to watch it for now.
I heard it. I heard her voice, the way you said that. It was perfect. It's so funny.
Yeah, and it is what it is. we should hopefully be queuing up our interview with the MVP of the match shortly. We will give you an update as soon as that happens. What else?
Yeah.
What else? Oh, we got our MVP. Okay, so Munchie is your MVP for our second series of the day.
Deserved.
And I think, yeah, I think there's no question about it. This guy had monstrous performances on both the Nocturne and the Mundo in games 1 and 3, respectively, single-handedly just making an Astro Canyon of a gap in the jungle role and leading Blue Otters to not only a huge journey, but we are going to get a chance to sit down with Munchie himself, making a successful series debut here in the NACL with Blue Otter. I am curious, do we have a camera with Munchie? Or Munchie, can you hear me? I'm going to take that as a no. Oh, wait. Munchie, can you hear me, brother? Hey, what's up? All right. I think we're getting cameras up in just a couple seconds here. Moment of truth. Bam. Let's go. Let's go. All right, Munchie. First of all, congrats on a awesome NACL debut. Monstrous carry performances on the Nocturne and the Mundo. First question I want to throw your way. For those that don't know you super well or aren't familiar with your game, myself included, I heard that you were a Master Yi and Rengar enthusiast on your come up. So when are those two picks coming out in NACL?
Oh, they're coming out when I feel like it. I mean, I thought about it for game 3.
I was thinking to beat down. I was like, is this where we get to see either one of these champions? But I think the Mundo was a solid pick, and you terrorized the map with it. Next thing I want to ask you, now that you have successfully gotten your first series out of the way in NACL, were there any nerves for you coming into your first match, or was it just kind of same old from scrims? Give us 1 second.
Sorry,
I think, oh yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, so I was pretty nervous going into it, cause
yeah,
I think it's only natural that on stage you're gonna be more nervous. Since we were watching the series before, Winthrop versus CCG, right? And we noticed from the games that everyone seemed to play really different on stage. The game was super slow, so I think it's fine to be nervous. But I was also nervous because I'd say we were kind of expected to beat Dog, so if we lose, it'd be very embarrassing.
You know, and that is understandable.
Yeah, and also like your debut game, in my opinion, it feels really special because I want to leave a good first impression on people, and I also kind of ran it down in scrims the day before. Yesterday, but that's because my headset broke. My headset's actually still broken, so I can't really hear my teammates in game. I'm kind of just speaking.
Hey, no headset, no play. Understandable, King. Don't you worry. And you know what? You got the inting out of the way before the big match itself. And usually, I look at that as a big win. Sometimes you got to limit test in the scrims, and then you lock it in for the stage game. But continuing on that thought process, on behalf of Beatdown, I wanted to ask you, what's it like playing and practicing in NACL versus when you were playing and practicing in Tier 3?
Oh, it's super awesome because I think just everything is better. The gameplay is a lot better. I think there's a lot more structure as well. It really feels like you're playing something a lot closer to real League of Legends instead of solo queue.
I could respect that, and I can tell that you had a ball playing not only two really aggressive picks in this Nocturne and Mundo, just getting in the face of your opponent, but also just having monstrous pop-off performances. Last question I'll throw your way before I let you go. I know that in the past, a lot of people said when they were first looking at you that you weren't much of a talker, but I've heard that you've been working on your communication a lot. Where do you attribute that change to? Was it just something that you imposed on yourself, or was it something that Blue Otter in particular has helped you a lot with?
I'd say it's definitely a bit of both, because obviously that's something my team would recognize and want changed. But to me, I think it's pretty important to talk a lot, since, in my opinion, it gives you more agency over the game. And if you think you're a good player, you should want more control.
You dictate the pace of the game, and if you want your teammates to back you up, then you got to tell them what the conditions you want in order to be able to get your advantage. And I definitely think it came through, since you had, I think, in games 1 and 3, one game you had a 5,000 gold advantage just over your opponent by the end of the game, and another you had like close to 5,000. It was like around 4,000. So, oh no, not the camera.
Where'd it go? I don't know why it keeps doing that.
No, you're good. It's okay. Quick keyboard check. Gotcha. All right, Munchie. I'm really excited to have finally met you, and I am now a big fan, and I'm hoping the best for your success. Before we let you go, is there any other shout-outs you'd like to give?
Shout-outs?
Just like any teammates or friends at home, family, whoever you want to attribute this to.
I want to shout out all my teammates, because I think they provided a really, really good environment. I think Blue Otter is the best place I could have ever landed out of any NACL team. And I also want to thank Draxer, because he has helped me with learning league stuff over the years.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Shout out Blue Otter, shout out Draxer. Munchie, it's a pleasure. Again, congratulations on a successful NACL debut. Massive W in the books. Best of luck for the rest of the season, buddy.
Yeah, thanks.
All right. And with that, our second series has come to a conclusion. We're going to be taking a short break. When we come back, just making sure that we have everything ready for our third best of 3, our final series of the day between Conviction and Maryville University. You don't want to miss it. Stay tuned. Okay, sounds good.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco.
Welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for our final best of 3 of the day. It is the banger of the week, Conviction taking on Maryville University, and a lot of community sentiment has of these teams, or both of these teams, at the top of the table when it comes to overall power rankings. Maryville University being one of the favorites here in NACL for quite a bit of time now, ever since being crowned NACL champions back in summer 2024, if I'm not mistaken. Beatdown?
Yeah.
Just making sure and checking my history, and then the partnership with Dark Zero for a brief period of time, and Dragonsteel, they were still running the top of the tables for... You seem so sad.
I am. I am. It's okay. Just keep going. Just keep going. I'll be fine.
Anyway, but for Conviction, this org has kind of shot up recently in power because a lot of the rosters they have fielded in recent splits have been super competitive. When we look at spring 2025 and summer 2025, they were the second team overall to at least advance to the LCS promotion tournament that we saw alongside Luminosity Gaming. But this rebuild from Conviction is quite a different one. But before we get further into the matchup itself, we actually have one more pre-match interview with Coach Niles from Maryville University. So let's go ahead and cue him in. Hell yeah. What's up, Aiden?
Hey, how you doing?
Doing good, man. I know you boys have quite a busy schedule this week, not only preparing for NACL, but also your Division 1 match next week as well. So how are you balancing all of that with the team right now?
We're balancing it by not having much balance in our life. I mean, we've been scrimming a ton. This is really the past week where we've been scrimming very consistently, you know, starting our scrim schedule 5 times a week, really picking it up for this point in the season. So we're really trying to get the meta down, looking at what are some of the best teams are doing in the world, and yeah, just trying to figure out what our style is.
Fair enough. And with some of the newer acquisitions on this roster, especially for this split in Opsinatus, I want to zone in on him. What do you think Opsinatus has brought to the team that has been unique to him as a support versus some of the other supports you've had in your program?
Yeah, so everyone in this team is basically the same age, but I call Guy the big brother. He's definitely got the big brother vibes, where he's very mature person. He stays calm, and even if things are going on, there's fire around him, he keeps his cool. So I really appreciate that. And I always tell him one thing that I love about working with him is I don't have to worry about his mental state. He's always very locked in. He recovers quickly, and it takes a lot of pressure off my shoulders because there's one less thing I have to worry about when I'm coaching. So I love working with Guy.
Oh, that's awesome. And that definitely helps spread the burden of leadership around your players as well. Last question before I let you go, Aiden. What are your overall goals? I know winning NACL and winning as many collegiate championships as you can, as you guys are registered for, but with a roster and a program that's kind of not necessarily in a full rebuild, but you have some developmental pieces that can go onwards, even with some of your more veteran members maybe leaving the program in a short amount of time. What do you see for the long-term future of the newer members here?
Yeah, I mean, I would just love to cement Maryville's legacy as being the very best place to be if you're in Tier 2 and you want to go to the next level. You know, we've done it so many times. There's still some haters. I don't understand why. So I just want to prove them wrong once again. You know, send K to the LCS for the first time, get Scary Jerry back in there, and whoever else goes along the way. So that's my goal. I'm doing it for the boys. I'm putting in the extra hours because, you know, I really love and I care for them. So I just want these guys to have the best showing that they can, to play the best league of their life, and to really make this a memorable season together. Because like you said, some players are graduating. Yeah, this roster won't play again together next year for sure. So I just want to make it memorable for them.
Beautifully said, Aiden. Always a pleasure talking with you. Good luck in your match, and we'll see you on the other side, buddy.
See you guys.
And we are back with Beatdown. I mean, Niles said it himself. Maryville has such an amazing track record for promotion of North American talent to LCS. They've sent APA up there. They've sent UG up there. What else can you ask for? And if there are still people doubting the prowess of the program that Clerky and so many other people behind the scenes have built, I mean, I don't know what else to say, but here we go. It's time to test their mettle against Conviction's new roster going into our final best of 3 for the day. Between, we have Insanity Tomio, some of the best parts of last year's Luminosity Gaming, who went the furthest to try and challenge Disguise for the guest spot. But also, we have some former LCS pros in Meech and Sniper coming from 100 Thieves most recently, and then Breezy, who still finds himself to be one of the top supports here in NACL.
Yeah, that's right. A lot of firepower. Big reason why we believe this is just one of, at least I believe, this is one of the top 2 teams that are going to finish the split. It really is going to be between them and Maryville, and up to everyone else to catch up. It's because 4/5 of this roster have more LCS experience than basically everyone else in the league combined. A lot of experience here, and we've seen what that can do for players like Insanity and Tomio when they've been able to perform in years past, not just last year, but even before when they had played for Disguise and won NACL that way.
Yeah. When we take a look at their opponents on the other side of the rift, it is Maryville University's current collegiate roster that they are also bringing into NACL for the season. K in the top lane, UG in the jungle, Spyrex in mid lane, Scary Jerry, and Upstonatus at bot lane and support.
UG just had to be different, man. He could have matched the pose that everyone else was doing. A little disappointed, I can't lie. But jokes aside, I mean, this is the other top team in the league there, Mark. Spyrex and UG, the duo that really turned this program around in League of Legends a few years ago, and the fact that they have just been dominating this league whenever they're here. UG, the first and only back-to-back MVP winner, is just honestly one of the best players this league has ever produced. Just shows you really how much power this roster is dealing with as well. And, you know, even if Scary Jerry, things didn't work out so well for him his first time around in LCS, he's always smashed in Tier 2.
I still think that he was one of the best pieces on that Team Liquid roster, and it wasn't his fault for them having the collapse that they did. And you could even see behind the scenes that Spawn was saying that, like, I just feel bad for Yuji because he showed up, insanely hard worker, insanely great attitude, always brought his best into the shop every single day, and sometimes rosters just don't work out the way that you hope they do, right? But yeah, I think UG definitely deserves another shot into LCS. You heard Niall say it. He's trying to make sure that he can get UG back up there, as well as give Scary Jerry another shot, who came into the Disguise roster last 2025 season, and it didn't pan out well for him. He's trying to make his way up there, and hopefully we get to see some more names, since Maryville already has a great track record of sending so many talents into LCS. But I want to scope in onto one particular matchup in our face-to-face, head-to-head matchup, and it is going to be in the jungle, because not only with the return of UG to NACL beatdown, we also have Tomio, who was part of that back-to-back NACL winning roster with Insanity in Luminosity Gaming. So for Tomio, he currently reigns as the king of NACL, and UG wants to take that throne back for himself.
Yeah, this is the thing, though. He reigns because UG left. That's the big thing. So now he's back, and it really just becomes that test for Tomio. Can he really stay at that top of the mountain now that, you know, our back-to-back MVP is here in the NACL once more, and he's playing with that Maryville roster where he had so much success, especially paired up with Spyrex. So this one's exciting. UG, we know what he's capable of. We know he's good enough to move on to Tier 1. He really shouldn't be in Tier 2. For me, it's about Tomio, who's shown us a lot of growth over these couple of years, that many years that we've seen him in this ecosystem. But we need to see now, can he get to that next step mark? Can he be that kind of player that takes over and really just demands that he should be promoted alongside UG?
Yeah, and speaking of two other players who are either overdue for another shot to the LCS, is involved in our next face-to-face matchup in the mid lane between Insanity and Spirax. A lot of fans loved when Insanity first made his name in LCS on that TSM roster, originally supposed to be just a sub behind Ruby,
God, yeah.
but then proved that he was such a great fit with Boogie at the time, and TSM made a pretty considerable run in that summer 2023 split, which then led to a majority of that, or the core of that roster, then being part of the Shopify Rebellion roster that they were hoping that would go far. Didn't find nearly as much success, but still think that Insanity is one mid lane prospect that is worth taking a chance on still for future iterations. And Spirax, he only had one stage game in LCS trying to relieve, I think it was Vikla at the time during FlyQuest 2023 summer, and that's not enough. If Spirax wants to go to LCS and give it a try, I think he definitely deserves the shot.
Yeah, that's the question. If he wants to, I think he could really earn that shot. He's always been consistently great in this league. Him and Yuji, man, they just tear things up. So really excited to see if he really hoping that it's something that he actually really wants to achieve. And if so, I really hope to see him be able to do so.
Yeah. Looking forward to now this matchup as a whole. We should be getting into draft in just a moment here. I'm super excited to see what not only Maryville University continues to see as their meta read, because we've seen some drafts from them over in Division 1, but the level of competition is definitely higher here in NACL than it is in Division 1. So Maryville are going to be put to the test now against what we think is going to be one of the teams, if not the team to beat here in Split 1 of NACL 2026.
Yeah, really, I think this is going to be a pretty fun preview of what I can only imagine is going to be a high-level playoff series, and honestly, potentially even the finals. And there's just so much strength and skill, experience on both of these rosters, and so much past success right here in this very league mark. So you got to imagine that they'll be able to, at the very least, go far. And again, it's going to be on the other teams to see if they can get up to this tier of gameplay. Really hope they can.
And because this meta, at least on the international level, has been defined by how strong top laners can be leveraged, I think this is a meta that both Sniper and K want to be able to excel in, because K, one of the newer faces on the Maryville University program, was a pickup once Zamudo was trying to make his way to LCS originally in summer 2025 last year. And they brought on K from the LATAM, I think the LRN scene, and I loved K. I loved his energy. I loved his volatility, but now he has to go up against Sniper, who, when he was first coming up, beat down. I mean, how much hype did we have about this guy? And we've already gotten into picks and bans. Bans already done. We have Mbessa first pick from Maryville University.
Wow, so already a potentially combative top lane here between K and Sniper, which will be really exciting, considering the hype that we were just building. And it's great to see Sniper return, too. I mean, you're right, Mark. It was really fun to watch his career from Tier 3 upwards, all the way to Tier 1 now. Hope that we can see him make it back up to Tier 1 again, as we see yet another very powerful set of champions come through here, that Ashe Seraphine.
Strong bot lane setup for Meech and Breezy right now, and you have a lot of engage and pick tools just from these two alone. So Conviction can either decide whether they want more engage tools from the top side, or if they just want strong fighters that can play around all the utility that Meech and Breezy will offer. But Maryville, quick slam of the Jarvan as well as the Mel. I mean, we talked about it before. That rebuttal can block both of these engage tools, and if Spirax is crucial on the timing, that's going to be a big terror for Conviction to deal with.
100%. And then, of course, you still have those lane advantages. You still have a lot of poke. You scale really well, too. It's good, even though Mel herself doesn't go in necessarily. That follow-up to this guy from Jarvan and Mbessa is exactly what they're looking for.
And with the Jarvan pickup, we know for certain that this Mbessa, even though we've seen it flex in the jungle, is definitely 4K now, a proper blind. The Renekton ban helps protect it a little bit. Curious to see what Sniper also has in his champion pool that he'll feel confident in taking into the Mbessa. The fact that Conviction are on red side, or not red side, but they have second pick and therefore last pick of the entire draft, they can wait until the very end to give Sniper an Omega Thanos like level pick. I don't know if it's like Riven
or
worthy.
they just pick Olaf. Or they just pick Olaf.
I mean, true. True.
Yeah. We'll see. Akali ban is, I actually think, pretty good. Probably thrown... Honestly, I think that's a Sniper ban. So...
Oh, Insanity plays it too, for sure.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know
really
if... I don't know how
probably...
comfortable Mel feels against the Akali matchup. You would know more than me, Beatdown.
It doesn't really sound fun. You just sound super... I've only played it like once, and also it was someone who was not Challenger, so I don't really put too much value in that experience.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Yeah.
I can understand the influence on that. A couple support bans from Conviction, just trying to limit the effective pool of Obstinatus as an answer into this Ashe Seraphine lane. No Nami means Corki value might go down a bit, and Bard is always a nice way to try and set up these engages or reset fights. So, not sure if Obstinatus goes for another enchanter. Like, do they look for hyper carries with Lulu instead, or do they go for more engage?
I mean, I honestly think Lulu works out pretty well, considering one's left. There might be, could be Lulu, go for a Yunara, pairing there in that bot lane. Depends really on how Conviction may want to play this next part. That's not real. Can't fool me.
I think no. Okay.
Oh, I liked it.
I was going to be down for a Xerath pick, just try to outrange the Mel. But you know what? This Anivia gives you a lot of utility on top of all the utility that you already have with the Seraphine and the Ashe. And I think if the interaction works where if a target is already slowed by Ashe, then Anivia E will automatically do the double crit and power damage.
True. So a lot of nice interactions between some of the Conviction champions that they're going for here. So, okay, it is going to be the Misfortune and Nautilus. Okay, wow. They're not really they're not really feeling whatever this new meta nonsense is. They're sticking with the oldies but the goodies. So you have Misfortune, pretty strong in lane. Not going to do well in this 2v2 because it's Nautilus, but expecting that wombo combo from the bullet time to be good. Oh my god, Mark.
It's time. It's time. Sniper throwing down the Aurelia, looks at the entire composition for Maryville and says, all right, coach, just pick me the Aurelia. Let me slam this matchup. I have no idea how it's supposed to go down, but a lot of people will tell you that as soon as Aurelia gets a Vamp Scepter in lane, she's hit full build. It's over for you.
Yes. I don't know if I've seen this matchup. Definitely not in recent memory, but I know in side lane, and if I'm looking at this entire composition, I'm not very scared if I'm Aurelia. So, and the more important thing too is that the ability to 1v1, 2v2 in side lane later on, I mean, really cannot be understated. Especially if he finds any sort of advantage early on. That's sustain. Again, now top laners, once you complete your quest, you can get to level 20. So those extra stats on a champ like that, I'm very concerned for Maryville.
It's not going to be a fun time, especially if you're the Misfortune. And there's not many tools that immediately stop this Aurelia from just unleashing a barrage of fury onto your backline, because Nautilus is your only point and click like buffer from stopping this Aurelia from getting to Mel and Misfortune. And even then, if she's dancing all around while the Death Charge is taking its slow time to eventually get there,
True.
I'm curious how well Sniper's able to play this out. Or if he just gets a lead on K and forces people to come to his lane, then that creates the map advantage for Conviction so that they can overload on the cross map. So I'm very curious to see how well this Conviction roster can play around Sniper and how the synergy of Tomio and Sniper will come to be, because while Tomio and Insanity definitely have that synergy from Luminosity, this is a newer collaboration of members here for this Conviction team as we head into Summoner's Rift for game 1 of Conviction versus Maryville.
That's right. A little bit of deviation from what we usually expect. Nautilus, while we did have seen things like the Alistar, Nautilus not very tanky. So really going to suffer in this 2v2 and is going to melt even with Aftershock. the longer this game goes on. And of course, the Irelia or Sniper in the top side, throwing down the gauntlet, as we often say here in the casting space. Really going to be exciting to see what he's going to be able to achieve. Already, you can see some advantages in the top lane. And yeah, this, I mean, there's nothing else to expect. This is what's going to happen.
There's a reason why Misfortunes will rush Bloodthirster later on, is so that they can shrug off a lot of the poke that happens once they start contesting mid-wave control. But yeah, early on, with no sustain in your kit and a support that only provides CC and not shielding or healing, it's going to be tough to survive if you are Scary Jerry.
Yeah, really the goal is just to farm as safely as you can, and the value there is going to be in the bullet time. Between that and the damage, RX is going to be able to put long range. The hope is that you can get a lot of damage down before interacting most of Conviction's composition. So definitely a difficult line to walk, but with the setup that UG and K are working with, when it comes to the Jarvan and the Ambessa, it's playable.
Looks like Sniper was able to sneak in a cheater recall on the top side and just walks back without even using his teleport. Has an additional longsword, and I'm assuming was able to buy that refillable pots as well. Oh, solo kill happened mid lane.
Wow.
What the heck?
I really hope we can see the replay on that one. I mean, you have a decent amount of range. Why was the body over there? I have so many questions.
So, if Insanity doesn't have flash, I'm assuming that maybe Insanity
yeah, I guess he flashed away.
Flashed. Yeah, flashed, and then Spyrex tried to flash away and still died, which is the worst circumstance to happen when you're like, I'm flashing away, I still die. Oh, what's the point? But it is what it is.
Yeah, it happens to the best of us. Flashing and dying doesn't feel good. Insanity gets a nice advantage from that. Gonna TP back to lane with 2 ruby crystals. Probably going for that Roa build, that extra bit of beefiness, and looking pretty good. Right now, Tomio, I wonder, probably walking to his Gromp, but Mark, I really want him to fight. This is our 6th game of the night. Just everyone fight, please.
Is it only our 6th game? It feels like it's been more.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the delays, the pauses, they do that.
Sniper being able to kill the entire minion wave and rack up his Ionian Fervor to full stacks, so always have to give respect over to the Aurelia whenever she is trying to lunge at you and look for those all-ins or extended trades at the very least. Sniper, again, he's able to fully push in the wave, and he's just walking back to lane with another Vamp Scepter. This guy has yet to just pop the TP. This is a massive advantage that he's just building up by himself.
Good stuff. It's honestly really good. It's just a big advantage, as you say. Like, he's already got a decent lead going on, and it's only going to grow once he hits that next wave.
Oh, great look, though, from UG. It's the flash from Obstinatus to try and root down Meech, but he flashes just in time before UG can get there. And now, at least there's no Summoner Spell on this Ashe.
Ooh. Sanity, nice movement. And yeah, Meech forced the flash, something they can capitalize on in the next couple of minutes. Maybe another gank. Coming through here from UG, we'll have to see. Outside, though.
This is insanely brutal for K. I mean, the man is trying to do his best to survive all-ins from Sniper, while he is constantly able to just stat check him on not 1, but 2 successful cheater recalls. Now K is finally getting a chance to bake. Yeah. I mean, Sniper...
Look at his health.
He's back to full, and he probably can just walk back to lane again.
I believe you are correct. I'm sure there's like some... Okay, yeah, he's just going to go for the TP this time around, which
just to match K's TP. That makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's going to be a need for him cross-map for a couple of minutes, so it's fine. I expect an all-in coming through there soon, so that'll be exciting. Oh, UG hitting level 6 makes me really want to repeat gank bot lane, and thank you. I love this direction, UG. Just keep going, please. Yeah.
Conviction have to make sure that they're communicating to their bot lane that Tomio is on the top side, and Meech can't be that pushed up or far pushed up But Yuji taking a very long route ensures that Meech did not know where it was coming from. Cataclysm locks down the Ash for the kill. The barriers pop.
Guys?
Oh, Yuji barely makes the gank work out for Maryville with one quick spear of that Dragon's Lance. And at least Maryville University are able to even up the kills here at 6 minutes.
Yeah, really nicely done there. Even though Scary Jerry doesn't get it, a big wave is being pushed into this turret and is going to be lost by Meech. And of course, that first plate's going down too. So, Scary Jerry, big benefit coming through here from the repeat gank from Yuji. Oh my god, he's dead.
Oh, public execution from K. Freeze frame.
No, come back, camera.
What's going to happen? Sniper goes back in Q. And Flashes understands that he can survive the turret dive. Welcome back, Sniper.
Oh, it's like he never left, Mark. You love to see it. Solo, Bolo, flash. Here's the kill, no problem. Not even close. I think he wishes the camera was on him, so he could emote on K once more. But really, just shows you, this is just but a glimpse of the problem that Irelia is going to be the longer the game goes on.
I'm trying to decide when top lane becomes over for this matchup, because that felt pretty defining. Yeah, that feels pretty darn
Perhaps
defining.
The second cheater recall.
It is so tough. K now with no TP, no flash either, and Sniper still a pretty sizable item advantage in the laning phase. I have to give credit to K. He tried to make that dive as close as possible, and despite all like the fancy movement from Sniper blade surging through all the minions, it was a well-timed public execution to snag him under the turret. Unfortunately, it just wasn't enough at the end of the day.
You know, I appreciate that consolation, Mark, because you are right. It was impressive. Didn't work out in the end, but it was still a good look. So now, Maryville gonna grab that first dragon. You can see really the difference those repeat ganks made. Now, Scary Jerry, Obstinatus, putting a good amount of pressure here into this bot lane. And of course, the presence of Yuji does contribute to that. And the amount of wards, good lord, in that bot side jungle. Oh yeah. Let's watch
I mean, look how he preps the minion wave for all these Qs.
Yeah. Good stuff. Now, Grubs, next thing to be fought for. It's looking like Conviction should have an easy time grabbing that one, which, for the most part, I don't really care. But this game, I don't think I would like that if I'm Maryville, Mark.
Yeah.
This Irelia already going to be a nightmare in that side lane, and anything to allow her to siege faster, take turrets quicker, something that I would not be happy to deal with ever in my life. Tomio knows 2 are enough. He's just going to leave. Yeah, good enough. I don't want to fight.
He can always return to the third grub later. Just wants to make sure that he's not spending too much time not farming his own camps and maintaining an advantage for himself, since Yuji did spend quite a bit of time on the bot side making the first gank as well as the repeat visit to Meech happen. And Tomio hasn't really gotten a chance to impact the map, as Yuji now on the top side escorting K so that he can fully crash this wave without getting all-in again. Meanwhile, the all-in onto Breezy forces the flash out of him. Still survives.
Narrowly, but yeah. It does have access to the ultimate too, so it'd be a little dangerous if Scary Jerry and Obstinatus are not careful. But overall, you can really just see again how this bot lane matchup has really turned around for them. Really nicely done for them to be able to make use of the ganks UG gave them. So now, you can see this gold lead get kind of crazy in the bot lane. Jerry is almost 30 CS up, and
oh, nicely done.
Nicely done. Nicely done.
Flash for flash.
Honestly, if you didn't cancel that flag and drag, would have been worse. Oh,
nice cleanse from Scary Jerry. Picture perfect. Encore. It's a good old sidestep from the Misfortune. Just walks it out. Throws up the thumbs up too.
Good try, guys. Good try. Appreciate it. Still here though, and he still has the flash. That's a big thing because he showed himself. Guess who's getting ganked?
Oh, Sniper in a 1v2. Can he navigate his way out of this one? Trying to Blade Surge and get resets, but there's no Blade Surge reset procs unless... Whoa. I've seen many Aurelia montages before, but unfortunately Sniper did not have Blade of the Ruin King just yet on that 1v2. Might have been a different story had he had it.
Or a minion wave, but yeah, it was close. It was really scary. So props to UG for capitalizing. Getting some reprieve for his top laner and more gold for his team overall. Led to them having a small gold lead, just under, or rather just over 1,000. Otherwise, things going back to that sort of slow game state. Next thing to play for, Ocean Drake in a minute 30. You got to imagine with these first items coming through for Maryville, overall, they're feeling pretty good.
Yeah.
Like, Bloodthirster, Ludens, really good first item spikes for Scary Jerry and Spyrax. And on the other side, Meech hasn't hit his first item, and Insanity just started stacking Roa, so I don't think they want to fight.
It will definitely give their respects over. But Sniper, I think he's still ready to lay down the law on the top side despite K picking up an Eclipse. Up to full. Tomio now giving some relief over to Sniper so that he can fully challenge K in the minion wave and crash it.
Jeez. And now UG again just going for another angle here on the bottom side. I mean, neither Meech nor Breezy have flash right now, so they have no choice but to just let this one go. And they're going to lose a lot of minions in the process. Only Tomio showing up is going to allow them to participate.
Oh my goodness.
Oh,
yeah,
my
that's another solo bolo, and this is what happens when Aurelia gets accelerated in the game. And he even had a little minion to taxi his way back out once he went for the dive. So now K is starting to struggle just because this matchup can be so unforgiving once you fall behind. Maryville are going to try to play to their strengths of their accelerated misfortune, though, and this will guarantee them 2 dragons to start off this first game of the final series of the day here, Beatdown.
Yes, K is like saying, guys, please tell me you're pressuring bot lane as he ends up falling yet again. It is good, though. Drake stacking exactly what he wants, and wow, they are putting the pain. Oh, my God. Well, okay.
That's a lot of ultimates, and Yuji says, how about one more? Cataclysm for the dunk onto Meech. And unfortunately for that Ash, there is no flash. But Tomio might just make an impact, just says, all right, well, I'm going to soak up this minion wave. The play is already over.
Breezy's like, but Tomio, there's no support farm penalty anymore. It's like, what's that? Sorry? Autoing minions. I'm sorry.
That's next patch.
Headset's acting up. We might need to pause, guys.
not quite. But that's a whole different ballgame, man. Oh God.
Don't
You
go
just
down the
reminded me
rabbit hole.
that's
I'm sorry, Mark.
Yeah. Hang on. I'm sorry. I'm getting PTSD from prior metas. But Maryville, thanks to Yuji's pressure on the bottom side of the map, has given them the gold advantage that is at least combating the fact that Sniper is getting quite scary in the top side of the map. He might even be scarier than Scary Jerry.
Yeah, that is probably accurate. I really, even though this is a pretty big deficit, I do kind of worry for how MU in some of these skirmishes, if Irelia is there. Sniper, I really think, can just do a lot of damage, especially if he gets a big ultimate, then he resets off his Blade Surge. But for now, Conviction, you can go ahead and grab this Rift Herald. Really good to be able to set up play, whether it's trying to take a turret, trying to take the next dragon, etc. Otherwise, no response from UG, but, you know, it would be what we've seen today. Just another excuse to gank Meech and Breezy again.
Mid lane might be a little tougher, but they're pinging for an angle, trying to invade through the bottom side of the jungle.
Look at Obstinatus.
Yep. Setting up deep vision control in that red quadrant. And anytime Meech oversteps on that mid lane wave, can just have a Jarvan and a Nautilus fly over the Raptor wall. Yuji's going to take these Krugs, at least just for the time being. And for Tomio, sure, he's gotten Grubs and he's gotten the Rift Herald, but I really want to see Conviction try and make a play around Tomio, because it seems like for how many times Yuji has threatened a lane or been able to impact a lane, he hasn't fallen behind in farm. In fact, he's even slightly ahead. And Tomio just might be dead. Pops the Crescent Guard, still has flash available. Doesn't even need the flash. Good, calm composure from the jungler of Conviction.
Yeah, good save there from Tomio. Really just loses nothing, because by the time Dragon comes, he should have his ultimate ready to go with time to spare. And some ultimates were expended by Maryville to make that play. Could leave them vulnerable to a play if the Ash Arrow lands true on anyone other than Scary Jerry, who's cleansing them really well.
Sniper's going to bring over Insanity. Okay, might be in a world of trouble here. Dashes over to the left and dodges out on the Flash Frost, but can't dodge out an Encore, and Sniper will seal his fate. Cleans up the minion wave as they look for a turret of their own on the top side of the map.
Yes, and Sniper, very happy to collect that gold for himself. He doesn't have ultimate, so... but the wave is here.
I mean, he has the minion wave, but I don't know if he can outplay three members here. That's a lot of damage coming out from Spyrex's Mel. A bit of a shame, maybe a miscommunication, because Sniper did have someone that was recalling right behind him, but just needed to communicate that he was going to look for a face check, and Maryville able to punish a little bit of greediness from the young top laner here.
Yeah, I think considering how soon Dragon was coming up, I think face checking just wasn't ideal. I don't think anyone on his team could have waited for him.
Yeah.
So now it's going to be Herald, mid lane. Should give an easy track to that bottom side river for Conviction as someone has to answer. Well, you can see most of Maryville University are coming through that bottom side Tribe Rush. There's going to be a battle for vision in and around this Drake. It is Maryville's soul point, something they would very much want to grab for themselves, and something Conviction equally don't want to let go. Or do they?
Well, interesting thing here, Beatdown. Sniper is committed to the Sigma male grind set of splitting a side lane and never joining a team fight, because he's got Hullbreaker. He's trying to take out these turrets as fast as possible. So Maryville are going to get this Dragon uncontested, and this will put them at soul point just under 20 minutes.
Well, it isn't soul in this Chemtech, so something Conviction aren't comfortable fighting for, and it's not going to be the biggest loss either. Sonata's in a little bit of trouble. I think it's an okay position for Maryville to be in. Soul will still be a good boon for them. I think if you're a Conviction, this is kind of a tough situation, because even though lane went well enough for your top side of the map, Meech and Breezy have been put pretty significantly behind, and your whole plan really at this point is kind of leaning on your Irelia, leaning on Sniper. And while he can do a lot of that damage in team fights, the value really is going to be in split pushing. So I think it's going to be pretty hard to justify him split pushing because of the objectives Maryville have taken so far this game. Like, you want to have him splitting while Soul's up, Mark? I'd probably say no.
Probably not. Conviction trying to tango in Yuji's own blue quadrant jungle. Good use of the beat drop will snag Obstinatus and lock him down. Encore comes through onto a couple members. Yuji caught in the crossfire, and K tries to fire back with the public execution, but Yuji is on the back foot, but Tomio gets slain by Scary Jerry and escorts his jungler back to safety. Conviction can't finish off the two-time most valuable prospect, and Maryville University do everything they can to protect their king as K tries to dance with Insanity once again. Spyrex is going to try to back him up, but Conviction now have Sniper right behind them. Insanity using his passive to bait K in again, and Meech is unlaying the damage. Sniper about to join the fray, has the flawless duet, connects it onto Spyrex in the back line, and Conviction play for the extended fight. Sniper does get taken out by the turret shot, but Conviction doing everything they can to keep putting Maryville on the back foot here.
We're fighting a lot more than I think we need to be, especially for if you're Maryville, but Conviction very happy to play that game. They're able to capitalize on it very nicely, getting the 3 for 2. Not really sure why K went back in here, but overall, I think this overcommitment is really what hurt them. You have a pink ward there. You're aware. You have the information that Sniper is heading towards you, so I think we're just overstepping a little too much here as Maryville University, and I think it cost them their whole gold lead, and it's going to make this game harder for them to win.
Maryville still have Dragon Soul to play for in 2.5 minutes time. Get a chance to see some of the damage this game so far. Sniper definitely leading the charts just because he's been not letting K have a good time in this first game of the series in the matchup. I want to see how well Conviction can try and leverage this split push side lane threat well before the Dragon starts to become an issue here for Conviction.
A few minutes before we find out. It's 2 minutes till that Drake comes through. Right now, the only objective on the map is Baron. I don't really see a world where either team take it right away, barring a grievous throw from somebody or an astronomical fight. So now it's just going to be about vision, playing slow, and punishing anybody who oversteps. Maryville University still have that soul win condition to be playing for, and you still have some scaling tools. Spyrax is only going to get stronger with time, but you still have the Irelia problem. That's a big win con for Conviction. 2.5 items on this champion. Sniper is really strong, especially in the 1v1s and 1v2s and things like that. As long as they allow him to keep doing so, he's going to be a big problem on the map that Maryville will have to overcommit to deal with.
Maryville having to most likely invest more than one member to keep Sniper pinned on the side lane, as Yuji's trying to hover Spyrax and see if Sniper will face check this bush again, guarding it with a control ward, but Sniper seemingly has learned his lesson from the first time he face checked it, and is not going to go for the play again. Looking to group with his team in mid. Maybe they can knock out this tier 1 turret before the dragon itself comes up.
See that focus here from Conviction, just working their way down and caught by a wall.
Yeah, the wall is so powerful against K. Cannot dash through it, even on the Mbessa. It's a big pickup. Numbers advantage now guaranteed for Conviction. And with Sniper here, he is ready to make sure that the pain is held. Obstinate is also caught, forced to flash over the Anivia wall. And now Maryville are forced to give up pressure on this tier 1 turret.
Yeah, I mean, again, really, just the power of this Anivia that I don't think really highlighted very much going into this match. Just the ability to create those walls. Really good against less mobile champions like Mel and Misfortune. But of course, even champions like Mbessa who dash. Can't dash through that wall. Great way to isolate people. So really not respecting that is a great way for Insanity to set up his team for a great play, many objectives.
Gold lead has been mostly stabilized now here. The dragon stacking was decelerated from Maryville. Conviction at least delay a potential Chemtech soul by another 4.5 minutes here in the game, closer to the 30-minute mark. And with the 2 item spikes now fully online for a majority of our carries here, Scary Jerry rocking a 3rd overall item spike. I'm just noticing, I don't think he's bought boots yet. He's just running. He's running on bare feet. Because I'm looking at the quest, and I'm not sure if that's either no boots or just tier 1 boots.
I don't know, which is pretty interesting. I mean, it did allow that extra bit of focus. Now he's at 3 items. Honestly, this game, I don't see a whole lot of auto-attacking, so it's fine. I don't see a lot of auto-attacking in his future. So now he has that IE. And then Mortal Reminder, which I think is super necessary because of the healing Sniper is doing to himself, and the healing Breezy is giving everyone on the team. So I think there's a lot of value there.
Gonna be potentially critical for an upcoming fight if Scary Jerry can find a really good angle for that bullet time to shred through Conviction.
Yes.
Setting up vision now on the top side. Mid wave under control from Meech. get a chance to rotate in, but K has, hang on, fight in the topside jungle. Tomio instantly pops the ulti. And thankfully for Insanity, builds a wall. Yuji looking to punish on this Icebird, but doesn't find Articuno just yet. Maryville are just going to have to just take their wins for now and be content that they did burn an ultimate off of Tomio.
Yeah, for nothing, I might add. They still have all their ults to work with here, and now you can see them fishing.
Ooh. Oh, okay. Well, the rebuttal was used for the encore. Can't stop the Crystal Enchanted Arrow, but no further follow-up from Conviction. They do not feel confident enough to look for Nautilus, and both big long-range engage tools have been used. Meanwhile, Aurelia is unattended on the bot side. Conviction, they just need to make sure that Maryville are not advancing with the play. Opsonatus is still going to get caught out, and Sniper has teleported, ready to unleash his fury. Finds Scary Jerry in the backline, and he knows that he's dead to rights. No chance to burn a flash or a cleanse. The rest of Maryville University are forced to scatter as Sniper continues to dive K under the second-tier turret. He's going in with the Blade Surge. The public execution snags him with just enough damage. Maryville University falling to the might of Conviction here in Game 1.
And the Baron is going to fall to Conviction as well because they are headed straight for it, Mark. Maryville University falling apart at the seams, and it's only getting harder from here, man. This 3,500 gold lead, which wasn't there a second ago, is about to shoot up even higher. Conviction, they have the rest of this game cut out for them. Now, we're seeing level 16 come through on Insanity, level 18, and counting for Sniper. And these extra item breakpoints mean that Conviction are in a very powerful position. One I'm not sure Maryville can overcome.
Yeah. A majority of the gold lead is pretty much in Sniper's pockets. But there's even a sizable gold advantage also in Breezy's pockets as well, since he's been able to pick up a decent amount of kills through, or gold through kills, and mostly assists in these fights. Yeah, there's a lot of pressure from Yuji focused on to Meech in that bot side, but Breezy never went down, and he's got a really nice build for him, the Diadem as well as the Echoes of Helia, so it's a lot of consistent healing and shielding across the board. Maryville are going to have to try to lock in and see if they can just overgroup into one lane and force these big fights before Conviction are able to group with their strong solo laners, but it's so far a race. Conviction are trying to see if they can break open the tier 3 turret before Maryville can regroup.
It's looking like that's exactly what's going to happen. Probably going to cost the inhibitor as well. No. Like, Conviction will back off. Still, big loss. Another structure going down, and a lot of gold Conviction will gain for it. Really just continuing to hold this advantage. No,
okay, Opsonatus makes it out. Look where Yuji is. He has the makings of a deep flank, but if Conviction just forced the engage here, Yuji's going to have to come and bail them out. A lot of damage from Scary Jerry's bullet time, but Yuji just wasn't there. Maryville University were not ready for a proper 5-on-5. Now Yuji, waiting in the shadows, will try to jump onto one, but knows that the numbers are not in his favor anymore, and just forced to take a retreat path instead. And I think Maryville are going to have to concede another dragon.
Yeah, they will. And the more, while the soul is not particularly strong, individual Chemtech Drakes, really great for a Seraphine team. And even Aurelia, where you have your own sustain going on with regards to Lifesteal, Omni-Man. So that's also going to be improved with every individual Drake. So in many levels, this game is slipping through Maryville University's fingers, and it's getting even harder to imagine how they're going to be able to come back into this one. Baron's done in 25 seconds, so maybe not much else is going to be done with that, but there's so much power available to Conviction. And unless Yuji's able to set up a flank like that and also execute on it, of course, I don't think Conviction lose any upfront fights.
It's definitely a tough spot for Maryville University to be in. Technically, they did shore up a decent amount of the gold deficit that they were experiencing somehow. I'm not sure how that necessarily came to be, because it used to be like a 4,000 to 5,000 gold advantage. It's now closer to 3,000 to 4,000 for Conviction, but There's an open inhibitor exposed through the bottom side of the map, so Conviction always have a path to try and end the game if they get a successful fight going for themselves. Insanity has teleport pushing through with the rest of his team on the bot side, while Sniper is escorting Meech on mid-wave, since Meech has been the target of many a pick from Maryville University this entire game so far, and just trying to lend some of his power to protect his AD carry.
Yeah, now things go back to sort of neutral. Everybody's recalling. Not a whole lot else is going to be going on, probably for a few minutes. We're still waiting on Baron. We're still waiting on the 6th dragon of the game. And really, Maryville is trying to clear out what vision they can, try and control this bottom side of the map at least a little, so that they can have a move to kind of have a presence on that top side when Baron does start to spawn. I don't know if they can actually try and fight for it, because walking into Conviction sounds like a nightmare. But at the same time, if they lose this Baron, I don't know how they'll ever get the dragon.
There was an impressive amount of vision control from Maryville that they had in that topside river. 2 of the wards got scattered out, a third falls, and Sniper is just going to try and force the all-in on K. Wow, that looked like it hurt. K is able to walk away safely, but they lose the tier 2 turret. Insanity looking for a pick. UG finds the flag and drag on Insanity. He pops the Seeker's arm guard to give him some time. The rest of Maryville will not force the engage further.
And Insanity still has the passive as well, so really not in too much danger. He's gonna go for the recall. We're just gonna go right back to it. I respect the angle from Maryville. This is exactly how these fights need to go for the rest of the game. You need to fish, man. You need to look. You need to force. You need to capitalize on anything like this. Ooh, that's tough.
It was close.
ZX.
No break for Obstinatus. Teleport coming in from Insanity. They're just ready to overload on mid-wave and try and push Maryville University out of the Baron pit and regain control of this space. UG, once again, has a flank angle in Fog of War. Has not been spotted. I don't think that ward saw him either.
They could
he
go
should
for
be
Meech.
spotted now. Oh my goodness. If he can find a crucial target, finds the flag and drag onto Meech, but he flashes away. Tomio buying space with the Crescent Guard, and Sniper tries to advance forward. K is going to be the first one to fall. The Encore flash catches 2 in the back line, and the rest of the divers come marching on in. The Saints are falling to Conviction once again, and it's all led by Breezy's Encore re-engage. The 5-man squad will send it down mid, and not even the king of NACL, UG, can stop them.
Yeah, the spawn timers, they're too long. We're looking at the end of game 1 here, Mark. Returning champions in Maryville University lost their first game of the split here. We're going to have to see if they can bounce back in the next one.
Conviction with the first win of the series. Now lead. And man, beat down. I mean, talk about a top lane Canyon experience.
Yeah.
They set up Aurelia for Sniper. That R5, oh, I guess not technically R5, but the last pick of the draft, and he built up that advantage without any interference from Tomio. He got 2 cheater bases, found a solo kill all in, gets out alive, and then finally UG is able to try and provide some relief, but at that point, a Sniper had done enough damage. But I think overall, it wasn't just Sniper, even Insanity. His Nivea provided so much utility, so many pick opportunities for Conviction to find some wins in that mid game when Maryville were ahead of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's tough too, because even though UG was able to get a lot of damage done on that bottom side of the map, at the end of the day, there was no answer for the Aurelia. And of course, you got to give a lot of credit to Tomio. I think he was playing these fights out very nicely. Great uses of the Crescent Guard to break up these skirmishes and really just focus down key targets to really not give Maryville a way to win these fights.
That is game 1 wrapped up in the books. When we come back from this break, it's going to be game 2 right here on your screen. So make sure y'all are staying tuned.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for game number 2 in our final series of the day in this action-packed NACL kickoff. 3 best-of-3 back-to-back. It's been a hell of a journey so far, beatdown, but this is the way that we always got to do it when we bring back NACL back to the fold. And Conviction with a game 1 win. Honestly, I know Sniper, definitely a lot of people looking at him as the hard carry for this game, but I cannot give enough credit over to Insanity. I think this was a really big solo lane step up from Conviction because UG did so much for Maryville, especially their bot side, that Insanity and Sniper were able to do a lot of heavy lifting to turn around that difference made.
Yeah, absolutely. Honestly, I think, yeah, Insanity was very quietly pulling a lot of weight in that first game. And overall, it was just a good performance again. I want to shout out Tomio once more. I think he was playing those team fights out very nicely, very effectively, and was even able to turn some questionable fights into winning ones. Basically was able to help close the door on any chance of MU winning. You can really see that moment on this gold graph where things were really never turning around. So now going into this next game, it's about Maryville being able to, I think, get a draft where they're going to be able to have a little more agency. I think champs like Misfortune, Nautilus, very useful at post level 6 with combos they're able to perform. But it seemed like they were pretty effectively neutralized for the most part afterwards.
Yeah. There was definitely a snowball potential for Maryville just through this Misfortune that UG was able to give a lot of early gold over to, continuously repeating gank after gank onto Meech and burning summoner spells into visits that guaranteed kills. But at the end of the day, could not stop the bleeding on the top side of the map once Sniper got ahead for himself in that Aurelia Ambessa matchup. Now going into game 2, we know that Maryville have first pick, but also red side, and Conviction will get second pick, and while being blue side. So Maryville cannot stop the counter pick from being a thing for Sniper going into the second game. Just curious to see what Conviction are going to try and set up for him, and if Maryville can try and snipe that away and stop it from being a threat like it was in game 1.
Yeah, I'd say it's pretty accurate, Mark. So now, as we're seeing a lot of the usual stuff get banned away, the Cassiopeia definitely less common, but of course an Insanity special, something you're really not excited to have to face against. That's why you're seeing that ban there if you are unfamiliar.
When does Insanity bring out the AP Kog'Maw again? That was lit when he brought it out last summer, man. That was...
He's saving it, Mark. He's saving it for something special. You know, first day, not quite.
I just don't know if AP Kog'Maw can hit like it did last year. But
did it get Kog'Maw get nerfed? I honestly don't remember.
I don't remember what the changes were, or if anything in the item changes during the offseason to now makes it so that AP Kog'Maw cannot exist. But Conviction, I'm not worrying about the Kog'Maw right now. They're just banning a lot of the standard control mages. They take away the Varus as well. Karma, it's the first pick for Maryville University, so that should guarantee that they have a semblance of a winning bot lane now that you have an enchanter instead of engaged support.
Yeah, I think there's pressure on Conviction to also pick up the Ezreal, just to not allow the Ezreal Karma combination to come through, but they could allow that and try and match it a different way, but it's looking like that's not going to be the case. This is pretty much what's expected, and I would imagine Tomio is just going to pick for himself here.
Conviction will divorce the Ezreal and Karma bot lane pairing from being together. Conviction can now look for either their own support matchup if they feel confident in what they want against the Karma, I should say. But Tomio just gonna secure himself Pantheon on the field, since Vi was also off the board, and that kind of leaves Pantheon as de facto the best skirmishing jungler available in the pool.
Yeah, definitely. Now we're like starting to slowly go down the list. I mean, like Yuji might end up on the Wukong or something similar when we get to that tier. Right now, the hover, we probably might see a Yunara locked in. Something hyperscale just to pair with the Karma, so it's going to end up being Sivir. And wow, K is just going straight to the Rumble. Definitely a signature pick of his. So we're probably in for a treat.
They can also protect this Rumble now with like an Aurora ban. I know Sniper has put in some games recently. So we'll see if Maryville University have done their homework or if they are at least wary of it and want to give respect over to both Sniper and Insanity once we get to that point in the draft phase. But Conviction still have a pick of their own, and they're locking in the Alistar for Breezy, which many fans will remember from last year when Breezy had the what was the call beat down?
It wasn't Breezy. Oh God, the flank so deep, King Arthur couldn't pull him out.
Yeah,
good times. Good times. Was that Breezy? Yeah, I guess it was. I don't know why.
It was either him or Zazel, but I'm very confident it was on Breezy.
Yeah, you're probably right. You're probably right.
Conviction going to try to ban out some next best junglers available that UG would go for. First one is the Nocturne. Now, Zehen could be something else on the chopping block here since UG has played Zehen jungle recently. Not sure if it's something that they feel confident into the Pantheon matchup per se, but at least for Maryville, they have taken away the Aurora, so no threat of the Aurora top lane into the Rumble.
It's possible, because I would agree it's tough to face off into the Pantheon, but I mean, so far you have a winning bot lane. If you're able to have winning lanes elsewhere, maybe it can give you that safety.
Yeah, sure.
Just to be able to get through your first couple of clears very safely. Well, we'll see if the route they actually want to go. Maybe Yuji will play Mundo, man. Who knows?
They eliminated the Ornn as well, so Maryville are banking on Conviction selecting their top laner for Sniper and then saving counterpick for Insanity in mid. Definitely makes sense in my book. Conviction thinking about their options, and a Yone. Okay,
no,
that was the longest 0 seconds I've ever seen in my life for a draft phase, and I'm a master at holding at 0 seconds in draft.
Oh, yo, low key, chat. He's not kidding. He's not kidding. In fact, he's dodged a lot of lobbies because of it.
No.
Unintentionally.
Unintentionally. Unintentionally.
Unintentionally.
Yes.
Sorry, maybe dodge is not quite. I couldn't think of like right.
I'm trying to fight a case right now.
You need a good lawyer, bro.
Please. Okay, well, the Mundo gets locked in. UG saw what Munchie was able to cook up in that series against Dorado for Blue Otter, and I mean, we know that Dardoch has been a spear holder of Mundo Hang On.
Oh, yeah.
There's a lot of funny hovers from Obstinatus right now, so I'm just going to wait. But Mundo Jungle, if protected, can outpace this Pantheon.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, right now, it is the Hui blind. Considering Mel and Nivea are out of the picture, I mean, it could be a Victor. Try to fight for Prio to at least give a lane that can help Tomio pressure this window. But if that doesn't end up working out, then yeah, Yuji, as long as he's able to have a little bit of breathing room in those early minutes, you said it, Mark, we saw what Munchie was able to do earlier on in the night, and I think it makes sense considering that what was showing at the time, especially the Ezreal, who we know not to be a big tank cluster. You know who else is not a big tank cluster?
Ari.
Yeah. So, Conviction really just banking on the mid game to really just believe that, yeah, we can snowball enough to win this game. GG won't matter.
Yeah.
Which, I respect that, and from a team like Conviction, I believe they can actually do it.
I definitely had a lot of questions of what Tomio was able to get done in the first game while UG was not only keeping his farm up and staying even with Tomio, but also doing more ganks than Tomio did. I feel like that first game, Tomio has a lot to step up for now that he's playing something like the Pantheon, which we know that Tomio at his best can absolutely run a map. He has that killer instinct in him. He just needs to unlock it. He needs to let it out. Anytime you see him on Volibear, you know that that guy's going rawr, like he's tearing everyone up. But
he's making noises.
Exactly. And for Maryville, you have a scaling jungler in this Mundo who doesn't want to necessarily scrap early on and make nearly as many ganks as he did on the Jarvan. So my eyes are on Tomio to try and basically do to the bot lane what Yuji did to his bot lane in game 1 as we load on to Summoner's Rift for game 2 of our final best of 3 of the night.
All eyes are on Yuji. I love that Mundo has one skin, Mark. And it's just accepted. It's like Muay Thai Lee Sin. It's just the one skin that everybody uses. Oh.
Ghost popped. Wow.
Well, I mean, you're forcing pots out from Breezy early, so honestly, with the cooldown ghosts on it, I would just call that worth. Especially with Yuji pathing downward. Any pressure you can add for Yuji, who's going to be finishing on that bottom side to maybe help get him a Scuttle Crab, I call that worth. I think it's good.
Yeah. Yuji already leashing up the Krugs while he's finishing off the red buff. Expert level clear on this Mundo so far. I rate it 10 out of 10.
Okay.
Would like to see... Oh, wait, hang on. Pan over to the bottom side of the map. Tomio has gone for a level 2 invade. So he did his Raptors, but he was spotted on a ward crossing into the blue quadrant. Scary Jerry and Obstinatus can't necessarily collapse just yet, but now that Yuji's moving on over, level 2 Mundo versus level 2 Pantheon, they have to communicate to Tomio that he's getting collapsed on, and Tomio, I think, just recognizes, I need to go and die to turret before anyone else gets any kill credit. Will Yuji look for a Q flash? Not going to happen. It's just an execute for Tomio.
Yeah, I mean, you did snag the blue buff. It's kind of worth because you don't give away the kill, but I mean, he no longer has the buff. So I'm not really... He's up a camp. That's about as far as that one goes. Long timer is enough that he can just run to his bottom side. But I think, honestly, overall, Yuji might be happier with this outcome. Am I crazy to think that? Is that ridiculous to say?
No. I think you're absolutely right. I mean, yeah, he doesn't get the kill credit on Tomio, but Tomio was in the middle of taking that Gromp and then realized, oh crap, I need to go KMS so that I don't give any gold over to MU. Like, in-game,
literally,
guys.
You're correct. No, that's factually correct.
Yeah.
Factually correct.
So all that Tomio can really do is, well, I only have enough gold to buy a control ward, I guess. So that's his best play. But Yuji gets to move into the top side river first, can contest this crab, can even look at Tomio's camps because
I like this.
Yuji is already level 3 and Tomio is still trying to make his way to his own level 3 spike.
I mean, yeah, like, Tomio's just finishing his red buff. Yuji's going to be able to snag this blue, probably just the blue. But as long as he gets that in crab, I think this is just going to be a very successful first clear. Jungler of Maryville University. So a bold opening from Tomio, but really just not panning out the way he was hoping.
So I'm noticing that the bottom third is not current. Yuji is currently level 4, so just avert your eyes for a moment, chat.
Yes. Good call. Good call, Mark. Until that one's fixed.
But yeah, Yuji already has full cleared a majority of his jungle. The only camp that he misses is the blue buff, but then he takes a majority of Tomio's top side jungle quadrant, and yeah, he's definitely for the better.
Yeah, really good. Gotta feel good for Maryville. Didn't have to do very much, and now Yuji finds himself ahead, which it's tough. You got to take these risks against the Mundo just so you can try and put him behind and slow him down, but unfortunately, this is the worst case scenario, as now Yuji is accelerated a little bit. And we've seen, again, in past games, both from Munchie today and Dardoch in the past, what it's like when this champion gets ahead. Monster to deal with, impossible to kill. And when I'm looking at champions like Ahri and Ezreal, I have zero faith in tank. I have zero faith in ability to kill tanks.
Yeah.
Reason.
Yeah, Conviction need to hit the ground running once they get that first item unlocked. Otherwise, they are going to get outpaced by Maryville's favored composition when it comes to later game scaling. Breezy almost run down by Scary Jerry, who pops the Ghost again, just like we saw level 1. Not able to fully finish him off. Breezy still holding on to heal and flash. Same thing for Meech on his barrier and flash. And Maryville just trying to open up a small gold lead through these small advantages that they're pushing for.
Yeah, this constant pressure too made it really hard for Meech to farm. You can see it. And CS gold lead probably going to narrow once the wave crashes. But overall, Scary Jerry, Obstinatus doing a good job keeping them under their turret basically this whole game under constant threat. Got to imagine, unless they get alleviated by Tomio, they're probably going to take an unfavorable recall, and that lead is going to grow a little bit for Scary Jerry.
Yep. Oh, and I think the wave is starting to push back against Scary Jerry, but they're just going to go for a quick, fast push, now knowing that Ezreal has certainly taken a base. Quick flash out of someone, looks like it was Spyrax. Maryville pressuring for this first dragon. Mundo, by the way, more Mundo propaganda. This guy solos big objectives insanely fast because his cleavers do a large portion of current HP damage. Insanity in a trouble and force to flash over the wall.
So ends up going flash for flash. Yuji very happily going to collect the first Drake of the game. And again, you're the team that's scaling. Getting the first Drake is phenomenal. You love to see it. Able to slow the game down much more. Your opponents can't really force you into a position with the threat of a Dragon Soul. At least not any time that's relevant to you not having your power spike. So great start to this game here for Maryville University.
Now, normally, based on precedence, I would say, but what if Conviction are able to make this come back through solo lane difference like we saw from Sniper's massive lead and then Insanity being able to find picks? Well, right now, K has not had the same treatment as he did in the Aurelia matchup where he was getting demolished 1v1 without any jungle interference. In fact, he has a sizable CS lead at the moment. Sniper has not been able to find any strong advantages, just trying to farm his way through the lane phase so far. And I, once again, cannot stress enough that Tomio needs to make not only his first ganks truly impactful and game warping, but also this Grand Starfall that's coming up on level 6 has to be one that pushes Conviction into a game advantage or like a massive gold advantage.
Yeah, no doubt. So eyes are going to be on him, getting close to level 6. Where is he really going to find his best angle here? I'm honestly looking topside just because of how much K has been pushing. And if he's able to secure that, and Sniper, even though it is Gnar and not quite the Aurelia, gold in his pocket is definitely not worthless, especially when you bring him towards those objectives that you're going to want to be fighting for in the coming minutes as Conviction. I mean, Grubs. Upcoming dragons, because if Maryville gets a second dragon, Mark, you're gonna solo cast this one because this is over.
You're checking out. You're just like, yep,
I'm out, bro.
I'm out.
I'm good.
I'm
it,
taking my
bro.
30. I'm taking my hour.
I'm taking my whatever it takes until this game is over.
What do you want to get for lunch beatdown? Actually, it's far past lunch. Actually, it's like, what, 10:34 where you're at right now?
That is exactly correct. It is quite late. But, you know, there's something I could get. I don't know.
A nightcap, maybe? You know, we're past dinner times at this point. Unless, do you want to go to Minerva's? You can go to Minerva's.
Oh, don't say that. Of course I want to go. But you're not here. Oh.
What if I just got a flight to Toronto right now?
You do it.
What if I just booked it? Okay, I will.
Yeah, do it. PSA definitely won't hold you up. You real?
A little. Maryville trying to press forward, and Tomio cannot defend his blue buff unless he forces the engage onto Yuji, but there's a blast cone there, and nice fear from Spyrax. He's just going to force the engage onto the flashless way. Spyrax cannot get bailed out this time, but at least Yuji can look for a trade kill, and now will try to pressure Insanity. He's got one more Spirit Rush Charm, is able to dash away safely, and it ends up being a 1-for-1.
Spyrax unfortunately not able to survive that one, so it ends up being an even trade. Which, I mean, again, Maryville, overall pretty fine. Scary Jerry, Meech going at it, but I think...
Summoner heal! Where's the honor in the 1v1, Scary Jerry? Come on, man. I'm just...
we don't do that here. We're here to win.
That's right. Play for the advantages that you can get. And Obstinatus ensuring that his AD carry is the one that forces Meech to leave.
Right, big wave crash too, so quite a loss there for Meech as this CS lead continues to grow. 23 moment in favor of Scary Jerry. And again, this is just the meta we're in, guys, where, yeah, you have a lot of easy engage potential, and it makes sense that a lot of supports in our league would prefer to go that route, but you're also sacrificing a lot in a meta where enchanters really are king at the moment, and that's the fact that you're just going to get smoked in lane. And unless you're getting a significant amount of jungle attention, that means your AD carry is going to get smoked. And unfortunately, that's been Meech's life today.
Whether it was UG running interference on that bot side in the first game, or just the enchanter versus engage support matchup, it's a tough one for Meech. But at the very least, Breezy has been trying to do what he can to either get some vision control or look for some proactive roams on the top side. Has not really found anything, so it is forcing Meech to be isolated a lot of these moments and windows here. Second dragon has spawned on the rift. Maryville will have first push in both bot and most likely mid. It looks like Spyrex is trying to set up maybe for a pick onto this Ahri, the way that he is hovering on that line brush, but I guess just waiting for UG to come swinging on through before he makes the push happen.
And right now, just gonna be that second Drake mark. I hope you're ready to do most of the yapping, because it's looking like Maryville are gonna be able to secure this. Up 2K, you're in a comp with what, the likes of Sivir, Rumble, Mundo, and yeah, that's my mark.
Meganar ulti into the wall, into the charm, into the stun from Tomio. That's where Conviction needs to make these plays happen. Just force onto a side lane. And Tomio didn't even have to burn Grand Starfall. He and Insanity just made the walk over to where Sniper was. And that's going to give him a little bit of extra gold. K does hit that first item spike anyway with the Leandry's Torment, but Sniper should be close in hitting his own Trinity Force.
Damn, Mark, I thought I could convince you that I actually left.
I was thinking about it. I was like, oh my god, did Beatdown actually just leave me?
No,
oh,
I'm here.
snap.
And talking more about the play topside, I mean, Mark, you know when I wanted to see that? 5 minutes ago, when UG wasn't this. When it wasn't like 40 CS up, already stacking that Heartsteel, like, it's a little too late, man.
2 levels ahead. I mean, at this point, Conviction can still make or try to make a big play, but it has to be a big play plus a bit of a throw for Maryville at this point.
Yeah.
And Maryville are playing a very relatively clean game right now. Breezy just clearing the waves so that Scary Jerry can't get any more gold off the turret plates, but can only do so much as a support Alistar to clear the minion wave and now force the base.
Right, not much else to be done, just delaying the inevitable, which is that turret going down. Not much else is being done here. I mean, again, we keep saying it because it's true. Conviction, we need more proactivity. This game is, this trajectory really is not beneficial to them. UG is only getting stronger and stronger. Scary Jerry.
Insanity immediately following up with the flash on top of Sniper's engage.
Necessary.
And yeah, that's a Rafa Grand Starfall if I've ever seen one. Sometimes where you're just like, oh, there's a play happening. I'm there. Oh, you guys already finished them off. Okay, well, I'm here, guys. I'm here for moral support. We're getting a precision play. Okay.
You know what? This play was precise. I'll give him that. You know, I'm just gonna ignore Tomio's ult. Good.
Did he at least get assist money? We're back to live. UG is still pressuring for the invade. I don't know if Tomio doesn't have smite. Yeah, he doesn't have smite. UG just walks him off of it.
Wow, that's brutal. That's a tilter. Mark's asking FF at this point. Can't lie.
I mean, this is such a difficult position to be in as Pantheon because you can't kill your jungle opponent. So all you can really hope for is like, all right, guys, let's just continue overloading on side lanes whenever they overextend. But UG just going to bring Obstinatus wherever he goes. If you thought Mundo was hard to kill, imagine trying to kill a Mundo through his health bar as well as Karma Inspire Shields. Tomio blocking the way for Breezy to get out alive, but it comes at the cost of Tomio's flash. Maryville University's bot lane and jungle are able to overload successfully on this top side and eliminate another turret.
Yeah, that final element too for these plays, that Maryville, or no, not Maryville, excuse me, Conviction, is it also just needs to be a play that, it needs to be like an overwhelming success. It needs to get a lot of gold. And this is quite literally the opposite of that. So Maryville, now, also securing that Rift Herald, is just going to be the pathway to more gold for them. And really just closing off the options that Conviction have available.
And for Conviction, all of their gold advantage, at least as individual advantages go, it's only on Insanity. He's the only one with the kills on this team. And even though Maryville have only one kill for themselves, they have massive gold advantages throughout a majority of their lanes. So Insanity has to do some miracle work. He has got to go Super Saiyan to try and bring this one back because he's the only one that will be a pretty considerate threat. He might be able to hit his second item relatively soon on top of it. So we'll see if Conviction can play around that spike as a way to come back in this game.
Now Herald is going to guarantee another turret falling for Maryville. Continue advancing their position. And now Yuji advancing on the bot lane, or rather, Insanity and Breezy. But with the charm, they're just going to be able to walk away. And it's Mundo with another Ocean Soul. Potential, by the way, Mark.
That is crazy. How'd that happen?
Crazy. I don't know. I find that very suspicious, but we just take what we get. And what we get is a very powerful soul for a very scaled
Oh, the McHale's cleanse from Obstinatus allows Yuji to break out of the charm from Insanity and continue the chase, forcing everyone from Conviction to give up space in the mid-wave. Rest of Maryville immediately collapsing on top side where Tomio was trying to make a dive happen onto Spirax, but unfortunately Sniper had to bail. And I don't know if Tomio can even get a 1-for-1 because he is getting chain CC'd to his death. Maryville University, exceptional map play and even more exceptional control.
And Maryville looking to take us to a game 3 mark. They don't want to go out like this the way they did in that first game. And they're well on their way to making it happen. Gold lead now. Getting closer to 4,000. See now. Oh, wow.
Holy, okay, well, Conviction trying to press the gas as fast as possible. They make the dive with both of their solo laners here, and it's successful. Breezy can tank up the last few turret shots thanks to the Alistar ultimate, and some signs of life are finally happening in this Conviction roster here in Game 2.
Yeah, again, might be too little too late, but this is exactly what they need to be doing. More of this. We need to keep it fast. We need to keep it loose at this point. Just make plays. Make as many as you can. Any angle you think might work, you have to go for it. This is a big gold lead that you're trying to knock down. And they've successfully knocked down a nice chunk of it. Still a lot more to go, especially considering that you're getting outscaled every minute.
Maryville still with an overwhelming gold lead despite Conviction's best efforts on that bot side dive. Baron is spawning in a minute. Dragon Soul for Maryville spawns in 3 minutes. And everyone is hovering towards the bottom side of the map. Tomio's trying to guard Sniper on this tri-bush, but gets spotted by a ward over the wall. And Yuji is going to push him out, maintaining this 2-level advantage over his jungle opponent.
And now, going to use that power to just pressure Conviction outside. Oh my god, that was one creeper. Gonna pressure a Conviction away deeper into their own jungle just to maintain this sort of vision around the Dragon Pit. They want control because in 2 minutes, that Ocean Soul from Maryville is going to be up and available. That's going to be the final piece of the puzzle.
Whoa, big pick on the Obstinatus. And an immediate collapse from Conviction's roster ensures that there is no counterplay from Maryville University to bail out their support.
Oh.
Potentially looking for a follow-up onto K. Doesn't need to flash, though, as Insanity Spirit Rush charges do run out. There's still 2 minutes before this second dragon spawn, or the fourth dragon spawns. UG gonna get knocked up here and stunned up, and the Ignite is ticking down, so he's not gonna be able to heal up nearly as much, and there's no Karma to bail him out, so he's forced to flash over the wall. Good True Shot Barrage for some damage, but Spirax finishes off Tomio, bails out his jungler from going down, and the rest of Conviction are not able to find Yuji. He heals up back to nearly full, and now he's ready for a second fight alongside the rest of the Saints. Sniper overextended, tries to hop to the blast cone, but get there in time, and now Yuji is ready to lead the charge for a second fight. Insanity is pinned against the wall, and he's smacked by a briefcase and burned to smithereens.
And you see the pings. That means it's time for the Baron. It's a little early, but when you get a team wipe fight like this, you might as well just go and send it. 2-item Sivir means you're going to take this one relatively quickly. Maryville, again, just continue to stomp on the gas as they run over Conviction.
Yeah, this feels almost impossible to recover from if you are Conviction. They had their best shot at taking down Yuji. However, they stopped the Baron push. Looks like Dragon Soul is coming up a little too soon, and they would rather just get the redeploys back on the map for that and set up control, which honestly, I can agree with.
Yeah, I think that's I think in the end that's a wise choice. Even with the empowered recalls, they may not make it in time. And your guaranteed permanent buff, that is a great way to help you win the game. That's something that they want to prioritize. 15 seconds. The recalls were still a bit late, delayed by that True Shot Barrage, but if they're strong enough, they'll be here to be able to have an impact and still have that first touch on the Dragon.
Insanity and Breezy trying to fish for a pick, but Yuji is not the ideal target. Oh my goodness, look at the damage coming out from just Spirax and Yuji onto Insanity. Tomio sends it onto Spirax knowing that he doesn't have flash available, but is still able to escape to the tower. Oh, but the Comet Spear finds him! Big shutdown, a big moment for Tomio. Is this enough for Conviction to force Maryville off of the Ocean Soul? Probably, but Maryville are content just to push it.
Baron would be ambitious, but not impossible for now. Big sigh of relief to deny that Ocean Soul, at least for 5 more minutes here. So Conviction, they buy themselves time, whereas they need to use that time to still find some kind of picks, find some kind of place to generate more gold here. And yeah, this fight was brutal. Like, props to Tomio, being able to essentially 1v1 Spirax there, Comet Spear over the wall, worked out really well. Otherwise, the sustain is just too great for the rest of the team, especially Yuji. So, unless they're all focusing the same person, hard to imagine anyone's going down.
Still an overall Maryville University favored game. Conviction are making nice moves here to try and hopefully manifest for themselves a comeback, but it's still... so many things have to align before that even happens. That being said, Maryville's gold advantage is spread out over their jungler and their bot lane. If Conviction are able to find Scary Jerry in these fights, and then deal with Yuji later on, I can see the vision beat down. I still favor MU heavily, though.
I would say I think I agree with you, Mark. MU are pretty good. MU are in a really good position here right now still. Again, Conviction gonna have to get creative like they have been these last couple of minutes if they want any chance of coming back here. Getting that Ocean Drake was good. They just need to keep this up.
Meech, unfortunately, is not going to really do too much damage to this Mundo as these Mystic shots feel like tickles. Insanity looking for Scary Jerry. That's the target we called out for. Gets the cleanse from the McHales.
Wow.
Isn't enough.
He got
One
him.
flash auto attack from Sniper for the Boomerang. Gets a massive shutdown.
Wow.
The Sniper is about to go
God.
Mega very soon. K gets flashed on by Meech. Conviction! Can they make this comeback actually happen? Sniper might have overextended, but he has the hop to get out alive. UG tries to push on forward with Obstinatus and Spyrax. It's really up to the Quay to try and punt in some damage. The rest of Conviction can't look for a Baron immediately off the back of it, but it's kind of happening here, Beatdown.
Kinda. It's looking like they want to force it now, and you know what? Fair enough. UG getting close to level 16. If it's not now, when? Committing teleports, it's going to be a 50-50. They might even turn the play.
Turning on to UG. Does he have the ultimate still available?
Wow,
No, big shutdown. The first death of UG this entire series. Conviction. Find their man, slay the king. And Maryville Saints are left no ruler to lead them. And this Baron should be Conviction's to claim.
It is. They secure it. All 5 are alive. And just like that, they decimate this gold lead. Now down to less than 1,000. It's basically meaningless. And what a big set of plays here for Conviction Esports. We were counting them out, Mark. Like, we got to be honest here, where against this composition, we needed these kinds of plays and activity much earlier in the game. If we didn't see them, we figured they just weren't going to happen. But you got to give it to Conviction. The tenacity there, pun intended, well, pun unintended, but I'm going with it. To be able to just keep searching for these angles is admirable. And it's now gotten them in this position where they not only erase the gold lead, they have a lot of standing gold where they can use this Baron buff to get a gold lead for themselves.
I mean, we highlighted the small window possibilities. Like, hey, you know what? The gold lead is on UG and Scary Jerry. If you can find the AD carry first and then deal with the tank later, it's a possibility, but probably not going to happen. And then boom, manifest it. Question is it our fault? No, we're not going to take credit. Conviction, definitely the ones that are able to prevail and find the winning angle off of Insanity, forcing that charm onto Scary Jerry and the rest of his team following up beautifully. Conviction now with the Baron buff into trying to see if they can make the siege into the base of Maryville and open the gates. They've only broken tier 2 turrets so far. Spyrax pushing on the top side, getting some gold for himself. Now has a death cap completed, so this way will deal a lot of damage. The question is, will it be enough, since Insanity has been running the map in this mid lane matchup so far?
Right. The damage is definitely far from negligible. It's just going to be about whether or not he gets caught like he has been in these last couple of skirmishes and fights recently. It's going to be really important. He needs to keep his distance and use that damage from the death cap that he just finished to be able to pick people from range. Nice charm coming through here. And this is really the way for Conviction. Get MU to walk into you. Hope you can blow up a key target. And just use whatever poke you can to chunk people down, it seems. If they win yet another fight, Mark, I mean, they've secured this dragon. They really could be on their way to closing out this series.
Be quite the comeback here for Conviction after Maryville having a very impressive early game. Not just one game, but now 2 games in a row. On the hunt was popped by Scary Jerry, trying to see if they could pick off Tomio and Breezy before they escaped, but they managed to sneak a blue buff over for themselves. And credit to Tomio. We had a lot of criticism about his lack of proactivity, not only in game 1, but also game 2. And it was definitely showing its ugly side and consequences of UG just getting that natural 2 level advantage. But Tomio has come up huge in these second half of the game fights, where able to find key targets, pop carries in the back line, and he's closed the level lead for a majority of the game now.
Right, really big comeback here for Tomio and Conviction as a whole. We're going to see if they'll be able to continue this trajectory here. Getting 2 Drakes, really big deal. Even the 2 Ocean Drakes, the bit of healing that you get from it that's going on all the time. it really adds up, especially if they actually manage to get all the way to 4 dragons. So that's the current goal for this Conviction roster. Just keep up this pressure on this bottom side of the map and see that if you keep stacking these Ocean Dragons, if they manage to turn this into an Ocean Soul, well, Mark, we're in a very different situation entirely.
Maryville trying to take a post on that top side river entrance. Not going to find anyone. Tomio and Meech being careful not to face check into any threats. Insanity waiting for someone to overextend on this bot lane to catch this wave and look for a pick. Maryville not going to bite. And Conviction are not going to show their members just yet.
I like it. A little bit of fishing here for Insanity. It's basically what needs to happen. Sometimes players give you freebies. So I think it's worth playing for. Otherwise, and at this point, we need to see recalls very, very soon. Baron's up in a little over a minute. Be a great way for Conviction to be able to kind of continue what they've been doing these last couple of minutes. But of course, MU, they have something to say about it. Deathcap coming through, IE coming through, they are very powerful. Pound for pound when it comes to damage, MU should be able to win these front-to-back fights. It's through creativity that Conviction has been able to pull out these wins for these last 5-10 minutes or so. And it's just going to be about whether or not they can continue being creative.
If Maryville are able to properly use UG as their front line and Deathball through him with Karma shields,
yeah, GG,
it should still be favored for Maryville University. There's no Serpent's Fang to reduce the shielding either from a majority of these members, but Conviction are looking for creative flanks and angles. Tomio gets snagged by Hui CC, but Scary Jerry gets jumped on. Breezy looks to section him off. Look at the combo from Tomio and Breezy, able to isolate Scary Jerry once again. Even through the Ghost and Flash, the Maryville AD carry has been picked off in this fight. And just in time before the Baron spawns, we'll see if Conviction want to push it all the way.
That one was played out so nicely from Conviction. The way they split up to hit the same target, Mark, they're not done.
Sniper trying to look for UG on this Mundo. He's healing up an insane amount. Breezy caught on the red carpet from K, forced to walk away, and UG heals back up to full. That is not balanced. Holy camoly.
I mean, bright side for Conviction. Mundo ult's down, at least for the moment. Bars might be a little too low to actually start out on the Baron. Missed opportunity there, but still, being able to get the 1 for nothing, force out some resources, actually could see a world where off this recall, they just go and rip the Baron. We're still 40 seconds from the Dragon. Mundo ult is still unavailable. Same with that Rumble ulti. You could take advantage of that if you sprint for it right now, but the risk is too great. It is still MU threatening Ocean Soul, so they're just going to walk down.
Conviction do not have full vision control since that one ward from Maryville will spot them on the line brush. Maryville can use UG to safely face check into this river. Control ward finally snuffs out the last light from Maryville. It's now complete darkness, trying to enter into that bottom river. True shot barrage for a little bit of poke. UG getting taken down to almost a third of his HP. Decent damage here from Meech's Ezreal now that he is 3.5 items, but Maryville might just pull a Baron Gambit while Conviction commits to the Dragon.
I mean, it makes sense. Move is 4, and Tomio can join with that Grand Starfall, so honestly, I don't think this is a viable option for Maryville University. Good move from Conviction to threaten it, recognize that they don't have to sacrifice this Baron for the Dragon. So it's going to be their third Drake. That is 3 stacks of that 2% healing going on every 5 seconds. So now these longer fights, especially fights where they back off and come back, they're going to have that little bit of sustain on their side as well.
You can feel that Maryville are just starting to run out of options. What seemed like such a straightforward game from UG getting accelerated on this Mundo and the composition almost just kind of writing itself has been overturned by Conviction's tenacity and their relentlessness to make this game still potentially a sweep in their favor rather than a full 3-game series. And now Conviction for the first time have the gold advantage in this second game, and they're positioning for a Baron take.
and they really could. They could start this and then just have Maryville University walk into them. You can see the way Conviction are setting up these team fights, kind of breaking themselves up, but still converging on the same target. Scary Jerry has been that target. He's so much of this comp's DPS. If they take him down early yet again, it is going to be Conviction's Baron. Scary Jerry still doesn't quite have the flash as well, so he is vulnerable. He's got to be really careful. He doesn't want to get picked off again.
With Spell Shield and McHale's, Scary Jerry has to depend on those two tools alongside all the movement speed that he's getting from not only his kit, but also Obstinatus with the Inspire Shields to maneuver him out of uncomfortable scenarios. Conviction not able to spring the trap just yet. Maryville are not giving them an angle where they can easily jump onto a Scary Jerry in the mid lane. Yuji always escorting him on the wave and being with him at all times because they know how dire it is to protect Scary Jerry before his flash comes back up.
Yeah, and the fact that this Baron angle hasn't started yet has given Scary Jerry to get that summoner time to get that summoner spell back. Right now, things are going pretty slowly. I think if we don't see a Baron play in the next 30 seconds or so, I don't think we're going to see one until after the next Dragon. I think both teams, since now it's going to be Soul no matter what, once we get to that 2-minute mark, it's really just going to become a big focus on trying to secure control over that Dragon pit, because this could very well be deciding who wins this game.
Sniper showing on the bot side while Mega gives Maryville the confidence to just take that tier 2 in the mid lane uncontested. Sniper taking this Gromp while Tomio is shadowing Sniper on the bottom side of the map. As you said before, Beatdown, the threat of a Grand Starfall allows Tomio to even be on the opposite side of Baron and still join at a moment's notice if Maryville ever decided to get frisky and start rushing the Baron as fast as possible. But I think both of these teams are not going to be looking for a Baron angle anytime soon now that we're under the 2-minute mark before Ocean Soul for both of these teams now.
That's right. Now you're seeing Insanity making sure that top wave is pushed in as much as possible. And I think he's going to stay there a little longer to get one more wave in before recalling, but I'm seeing... No, we're just setting up some vision here. Yeah, it's all about Dragon Mark. This could very well be what decides the whole game. Who gets this Ocean Soul? It's going to be a death sentence for the opposing team, almost certainly. Is now Conviction, the ones who get forced out, sacrificing a bit of that initial space because of what Insanity is able to get done on that top side. Shoving in a number of waves here, forcing Amy to bleed some gold.
Breezy stays cool, does not pop the ultimate. We'll be able to maintain it for the upcoming fight. As Maryville were hoping that Breezy would panic and pop some tools. Doesn't happen. 35 seconds before Ocean Soul spawns. Maryville are in great position through mid and this bottom jungle quadrant. Sniper has a flank angle trying to push in through the bottom side of the map where he's pushing up this wave, but has to pay respect to a flank coming in. Insanity gets caught and forced to use the Spirit Rush. Big cooldown to not have for this upcoming fight.
I will say, level 16, a good amount of ability haste alongside Malignance. It won't be down for, honestly, that long, Mark. It's pretty quick. So, as long as Conviction can buy some time. You see, like, it's already a quarter of the way down. What really matters here is that Sniper cycled his Rage Bar pretty well. He is basically going to be able to get Mega Gnar on a moment's notice once he starts ulting, and that's going to be the setup that they need.
Sniper trying to build up the Rage now. Tomio threatening on the right side, but he's far away from the Dragon. Sniper now goes Mega. If Tomio can get into the pit, he can easily secure this Dragon. Yuji rushes in. He's going to bank on it. Red carpet laid down. Yuji goes in. He secures the Ocean Soul for Maryville University. Insanity sectioned off by K. Still has Spirit Rush to get into the pit if he wants to. Rest of Conviction now bailing towards the bottom side of the map. Yuji leads the charge. Breezy gives his life and punts him back, but it's a shutdown over to Spyrax, and they're wanting more. Meech might just get run down, forced to flash, but he gets hit by the beef briefcase slow, and Yuji will send him back to the fountain in just a moment's time. Sniper finds one back on K, might be able to go Mega, but I don't know if he can hold the line. Tomio is intercepting the minion wave through the bottom lane, but his entire team is falling one after another, and yet Tomio might have saved this game, but they are going to push through mid and see if they can push this to a Game 2 win.
Yeah, Tomio's going to have to come back. Actually, no, there isn't enough of really a wave. I think we're just going to see the recall. I think they're going to go straight for the Baron, just sack this bottom inhibitor. So it's still a big win for Maryville University. Yeah, Tomio saves the game, but only for a little bit longer. At the end of the day, what's an inhibitor to a Baron buff and an Ocean Soul in a comp like Maryville University?
If you are a Conviction fan, you're going to hope that this gambit does pay off, because Maryville are now insanely strong. Ocean Soul plus Baron. They have an insane amount of tools to allow them to make the Game 2 win here after Conviction worked so hard to try and wrestle control of this game back in their favor.
And you asked for it earlier. Tomio's completed that Serpent's Fang. Going to be able to minimize some of the shielding that Maryville University is working with at the moment, and not a moment too soon. I'll tell you that much. Also really good to have that Executioners as well, just because, you know, some kind of Grievous Wounds is basically more than, I don't know, I need a word stronger than mandatory, Mark, but for now I'm just going to go with mandatory. Because now Yuji's level 18, he has Ocean Soul.
Crucial, vital.
Yeah. He is, he's going to be very hard to kill. In fact, Conviction, if they go in for a fight, they really can't focus him. It has
This is an interesting game, though, that they're playing, because look, Insanity's pushing up on the top side, Tomio's pushing in through mid. They're just taking peace with the fact they cannot contest the push from Maryville on bot side, but because they've already taken the inhibitor, they're trusting that their 3-man push plus the super minions is going to be enough to force Maryville back.
Wow.
This is really nice on-the-fly macro from Conviction, and just being able to problem solve and realize, hey, like, these are our outs for the time being.
Yeah, making the best of a tough situation. Got to give them a lot of credit for that. This is pretty much what they need to do to keep themselves in this one. But they are playing on a knife's edge. One slip, you get caught in a fight, it's GG.
True.
Even then,
wait, what's happening mid?
might be able to just
Is there a pick on mid? Insanity looking for Spyrax. Tomio is there. Flash immediately followed up by Flash from Tomio. He and Insanity, the core duo from Luminosity, are trying to make the comeback happen. Breezy caught in the middle of 3 people, but he has a flash to get out. He's bought enough time. K will regroup with the rest of the Maryville squad, but they have the base because now Conviction are going to try to look for a push in both mid, maybe top, but Maryville does have Baron-empowered recall, so they make it back in time.
Wow, Conviction. Keeping this one tight, all things considered, really impressive stuff for them to be able to, you know, take what slim margins they've been able to catch back up into this game. Very few options were available to them, but they played it right, recognizing targets like Scary Jerry, who they needed to repeatedly focus on. Or in that last fight, Spyrax, always preying on the vulnerable members of Maryville, and they're doing it again.
Obstinate is forced to flash. The Serpent's Fang doing work, cutting through the Inspire shields. Tomio trying to cut him down to size. Insanity follows up on the play. Breezy finds K-Dex. No way it happens like this. Scary Jerry forced to flash away. Yuji can hold the line for now, but GA has been popped by both Tomio and Scary Jerry. Can they find him? Yuji's gonna body block all of the Mystic shots from happening. Tomio trying to make the Grand escape, but the Grand Star falls flat. NC is cut down by Scary Jerry midair. Insanity just teleported in, potentially into his death. Yuji's leading the charge. Scary Jerry fires another boomerang, says you better duck, buddy, cause I'm coming for that Game 2 win. Spyrax finds Meech with the severing bolt, and Maryville are ready to put this second game to rest.
Maryville's not done yet tonight, Mark. We're going to a third game. And despite Conviction's best attempts, you can't beat Mundo, not at 43 minutes.
Down to Sniper and Breezy to see if they can make another miracle happen. Can their Conviction hold strong and holding out this game? He cuts off one minion wave, but there's another one coming up very fast. Breezy will end up giving his life to stall this game out. He doesn't even die just yet. Sniper is distracting Spyrax and Scary Jerry, but a teleport is coming in from K, and they have 2 cannon minions to push through. The Nexus turrets are like paper to Maryville, and even if Conviction tried to push him to the limit, Maryville still aced the exam. GG, well played. We're going to game 3.
Wow. Closer than it needed to be if we're really considering the draft. So really, again, gotta give some quick praise once more to Conviction for how they played those last 20 minutes. Really just really making me believe that they were actually potentially going to win that game. But at the end of the day, like, you just got hard outscaled by Maryville's composition, and it really showed in those last couple of fights, especially with Mundo. Because, dude, like, what?
Yeah, and that was too hard to defeat, and so crucial for Yuju to have picked up that Ocean Soul in that Smite fight. Otherwise, I think we would have been looking at a 2-0 sweep from Conviction, but...
Ôi cái địt. Game hết rồi à? Ôi cái địt, cò mẹ, game hết bố rồi ạ. 27 kill đã. Địt cái mẹ đi trên kill rồi. Chết rồi. Nhưng bây giờ game nào ấy? Ủa game này game nào ấy? Địt mẹ, game này game nào ấy? Trôi ấy. Ủa game nào vậy? Game này game thứ mấy á? Ủa game thứ 2 đúng không? Ôi địt mẹ, thế game thứ nhất về bao nhiêu kill vậy anh em? Rồi chúng ta còn phải có game đấu thứ 3 anh em ơi. Mẹ trận này căng nhở. MU đánh căng thế. Phải có game thứ 2, game thứ 3. Game thứ 3 mình sẽ đi cover con Nice Vim nha anh em nhé. Ăn 6 cái dưới kill rất ngon à. Ok luôn. 6 cái dưới kill thì chịu rồi. Ok anh em vào livestream chọn là xin một like em ơi. Này có giải em ơi, đúng rồi. Ăn xiên khe à? Tốt vậy. Nhiều anh em bảo em Đạt là kênh này restream. Stream đâu, restream đâu anh em. Stream chuẩn mà. Chào Hoàng Duy Lưu nhá. Chào MNHH nhá. Ây da. Nếu gọi nhìn lạ lạ đéo nào nhỉ. Lô Hiệp Phùng nhá. Chào top 1 remix nhá. Ây da, top 1 remix này bình thường làm kênh mình đéo luôn. 38. Bây giờ đấy được 130. 160 mấy, hai kênh của mình được khoảng tầm 67. Làm này anh em thông cảm, nhưng làm một game nghỉ một game anh em ạ. Chứ nếu mà làm kiểu như là làm thông ấy, ý không có sức mà làm tiếp cho anh em cái game của bọn Uzi đâu. Làm thông không có sức làm Uzi đâu anh em. Đánh cái này loanh quanh là phải đến 11 giờ hơn mới xong, mà Uzi thì 2 giờ là lại chiến đấu tiếp rồi. Không thể nào mà làm được anh em ạ. Vua chúa ơi, quỷ đéo làm được. Không thể làm nổi. Vì em còn nhớ hôm qua là, ví dụ như ngày hôm qua nhá, là Uzi nó hết lúc hình như là 7 giờ. 7 giờ hơn 7 giờ. Thì kể cả là có ăn uống xong xuôi thì nghỉ ngơi luôn thì cũng phải 9 giờ. Đéo được, đéo kịp. Nhưng mà gọi là vào cái tầm gọi là ngày ngủ đêm bay nó khó lắm. Thôi, mình tham lam nó vừa anh em ạ. Vẫn thế thôi nha. Làm vậy thôi. Này cái bảo restream mà restream. Mỡ mà restream, trời đất thiên thần ơi. Mà bà đánh gì em Đạt ơi à? Bà em Đạt tin tưởng vào CNV anh em ạ. CNV. Anh em nhìn nhá, thì chiếc lỏ à. Trái. Cứ đội bên trái là thắng. Ok chưa? Chiếc lỏ có thợ luôn. Thợ đỡ phải thắc mắc. Chiếc lỏ có thợ. Thợ đấy em đặt lên chiếc lọ ok không? Và ok luôn chứ. Nhìn cái biết ngay, nhìn cái dễ hiểu ngay, dễ tưởng tượng ngay. CNV anh hay mà. Chẳng qua kia mày nó thua tí rồi. Thì mẹ anh em nhìn mẹ nó còn ao đến cả mười mấy nghìn tiền mà. Đến 1 game 2 mà trả hơn tiền. Chẳng qua là đối phương ăn vào giống nước khỏe quá phải thua thôi. Chắc loanh quanh độ khoảng tầm 90 phút nữa là bắt đầu vào game. Cái nào có đăng tin một nhà máy xanh chín nhanh chóng vào nhiều cổng game cho anh em lựa chọn. Anh có thể nhắn tin cho Đạt có ứng dụng máy bay xanh FPL sát thủ 13 là kim phần đầu của mình anh em nhé. Và đăng ký phần đầu của mình này. Mở tài khoản chứng khoán mới trong tháng sẽ được chiết khấu tối đa 10% tổng thu tháng đầu tiên. Dễ hiểu là anh em nạp vào 10M chẳng may thua mất 5M. Thì anh em sẽ được chiết khấu tối đa là 10% tổng thua vào tài khoản cá nhân hoặc là tài khoản chính nha anh em. Vào ngày 5 hàng tháng. Và ra còn có bảo hiểm cực đầu 900.000 với thưởng nạp đầu cho anh em là 500k. Chương trình ưu đãi lắm anh em. Chào Bùi Quang Anh nhé. Nay có Esports World Cup là giải gì thế em Đạt? Esports World Cup là giải đấu của đây là vòng loại khu vực của bọn Trung Quốc anh em nhé. Lương Minh Thu nhá. Trận này thì Q thì vẫn dưới 27 nhưng mà tham thì 44. Vãi lồn của game. Game sau thì chắc là chỉ có một kịch bản thôi anh em ạ. Anh em chưa đăng ký kênh thì đăng ký kênh của em Đạt BLV nhé anh em nhé. Ngày hôm nay thì em Đạt cũng rất là chăm chỉ. Đấy, là anh em nhìn siêu chăm luôn, siêu chăm chỉ luôn. Đi con mẹ những con bạn díu vãi lồn. Thì con mẹ may cái game mày giải này nó đánh lâu anh em ạ. Anh em vừa vào livestream trong Đạt Simon đăng ký kênh như anh em ơi. Khổ thế. Lại đăng ký kênh của Đạt cái nào? Trời ơi. Đấy, ACL này thì anh em vào anh em bấm like đăng ký kênh thật nhiệt tình cho anh em, cho em Đạt thì anh em ơi. Hiện tại là chỉ có kênh của em Đạt thôi. Em Đạt thì làm 2 luồng cho anh em. Anh em nào mà hay xem kênh KGL thì cũng sẽ có luồng để xem, mà anh em nào hay xem KPL thì cũng có luồng để xem luôn. 2 luồng siêu ngoan luôn, chưa? Cũng là có kênh nhiều view, kênh ít view hơn nhưng mà vẫn là có luồng nữa, còn vợ, 2 con vợ. Đấy, gọi là cày súp của YouTube đây anh em. Rồi. Tầm này là đông người xem nhất đấy. Tầm này game này và game sau là đông người xem nhất, bởi vì game này hơi dài. Game này hơi dài nên là đông người xem. Còn nổ hũ nữa thì nó lại là vô đối người xem luôn. Chiều nay chúng ta sẽ gặp nhau lúc 2 giờ chiều. Giải đấu Uzi cũng như giải đấu Uzi Cup với cả giải đấu Esports World Cup. Cái này là vòng loại khu vực của China, tức là đang tìm cái người để được đi vòng loại khu vực anh em. Thay vì là như ngày mùa trước ấy là Esports World Cup ấy là đánh theo kiểu là thằng nào top 2 và top 3 là sẽ được đi, thì bây giờ chuyển sang là thằng nào nhỉ? Nó sẽ chuyển sang khác anh em ạ. Ô cái lồn đấy. What the fuck? Ô cái lồn đấy. Ôi cái địt, con mẹ cái lồn đây. Ôi game. Ê, cái trò này game map 3 hay với Liên anh em, nó chọn ngẫu nhiên. Không phải lồn, map 3 chọn ngẫu nhiên anh em ơi. Thằng nào ban pick nhiều thì được vào được pick luôn anh em ạ. Phải cướp. Đéo theo ban pick gì anh em ạ. Thế thì trận này GEN là đúng. Trận này em đặt lên cho anh em mấy mã. Má nó bảo nó pick luôn bảo. Bục bắt đầu. Phát mẹ 5 thằng mẹ 10 con tướng luôn. Anh em mỗi thằng 5 con tướng luôn, đéo quan tâm. Thì mẹ giống như kiểu Yu-Gi-Oh xào bài chứ. Đây là lá bài quyết định của tao. Đi trêu vãi lồn anh em ạ. À không phải anh em ơi. Đi mẹ trêu à? Đi mẹ như nào nữa là như nào? Bắn pick như nào? À chắc là lỗi rồi, lỗi hình ảnh anh em ơi. Má nó hay là cho nhầm rap vào đây. Chỉ có bố tổ chức này, giải tổ chức nhìn bịp đéo chịu được. Má nó mẹ giải tổ chức chứ bịp đéo chịu được anh em à. Bình thường anh em hay xem em Đạt BLV là hôm nay là không có nhiều kênh để xem, quyết định để xem kênh em Đạt đúng không? Đấy. Thì hôm qua thì anh em hôm qua thì không biết anh em nào bị ra đê cái trận Tundra không? Em Đạt hôm qua thì lên cho anh em được cái mã Tundra, cái mã Aurora map 2. Thì mẹ nổ hũ, nhưng mà map 3 thì mình lại tin tưởng Aurora quá thì mình lại theo. Đấy, nên nhiều anh em bảo em Đạt là chết rồi, anh theo em anh thua cái này. Thì bảo ok, anh thắng đầu tiên thì được chiết khấu tối đa 10% tổng thua mà anh cứ chơi đi. Mình game vừa rồi đánh hũ thì bây giờ thua ngược lại không vấn đề gì. Nó bảo à thế à? Nhiều anh em lại thắc mắc lắm. Em bảo là cứ mùng 5 inbox em nha. Chỉ có nhiều hay có ít thôi. Nhiều em tính em xài lợi lắm. Nhiều khi khách thua ít vẫn cho. Ngày xưa cho nhiều, giờ thì đỡ hơn tí thôi. Rồi anh em dạo này xem nhiều kênh linh tinh, mở tài khoản nhiều nơi quá. Thành ra là kiểu cái lúc mà mình bảo là anh ơi mở tài khoản chứng khoán mới nhé, thì bảo anh bên này anh lại có rồi. Mình bảo là mở mới bình thường mà. Nhưng mà nhiều ông bảo lười. Mình bảo thôi thế cũng được tùy. Nhưng mà làm YouTube để bây giờ thì thực ra thì em nhận định là anh em bây giờ xem YouTube ấy, nó chia sẽ làm ba loại viewer. Là một loại là một thể loại là xem viewer là xem theo đề xuất, là bây giờ sẽ xem kênh em Đạt. Một kênh là sẽ xem kênh của cái thằng đéo gì ấy, với cả một kênh là sẽ xem linh tinh. Đấy. Thì nói chung là thôi thì mình ít người xem nó cũng tốt, còn hơn là mình livestream nhiều mà nó cứ sập, nó dở hơi lắm. Bởi vì em biết được là YouTube bây giờ nó có thuật toán là kênh nào của mày mà viral quá, mà đề xuất nhiều người xem quá, mà có dấu hiệu gọi là CB, thế là nó sẽ sập, đánh sập bằng AI luôn. Dưới 33 là đẹp, 2 trận trên rồi à. Đâu ai giúp YouTube nhá. Đấy. Đấy thì chắc là không nhiều kill đâu anh em ơi. Trông thì tưởng là nhiều kill nhưng lại không hề nhiều kill tí nào. Đội hình của CNV thì có con Nocturne à. Nocturne tắt đèn em xa đâu. Em xa bị ban mẹ rồi.
Conviction can give Sniper last pick here and go ahead and select their answer into Azir for Insanity.
Lên cho anh em mấy mã anh em ơi. Cho Luận Lê nhá. Thả con A-Mid nó búp gậy xanh cho 2 con X với con bọ cạp khỏe VL. Chào Perizon nhá. Ok anh ơi. Hôm qua em xem để thề luôn. Trông quả ngày hôm qua em thề luôn, thằng Pure đánh nó gần như là kiểu là nó muốn đố bạn cũng không được anh em ạ. Bởi vì nó cầm nhiều tiền nhưng mà nó kiểu như là đồng đội mới là cái thằng gây đam chính. Nó vào chả tác dụng mẹ rồi. Mà A-Mid đánh đến phút thứ 35 mà mẹ trên đồ mẹ không là rẻ lau. Mỗi cái BKB với cả farm thêm Radiant. Không có Manta nữa. Nên nó đánh chậm anh em ạ. A-Mid là phải có Manta đánh nó mới nhanh. Luận Lê nhá. Ôn dưới kill à. Ok anh em ơi. Anh em nào thích đi cái ỉu thì anh em có thể đi ỉu anh em nhé. Này thì em không có quá nhiều những cái lời khuyên cho anh em về mặt về những cái mã kill time. Nhưng mà anh em nào muốn tham khảo thì anh em có thể vào trong channel của em Đạt BLV. Đấy, đường link em khi phần đầu comment anh em nhắn tin cho em Đạt nhé. Mở tài khoản chứng khoán là anh em sẽ được vô. Chứ cũng không thu phí thu phèo gì của anh em cả. Thì bình thường thì anh em mà muốn đánh chứng khoán thì anh em cũng vẫn phải nạp, vẫn phải lên vốn ở đâu đó. Thế bây giờ thì anh em thay vì anh em lên vốn đó thì anh em lên vốn với em Đạt, anh em chơi thôi, anh em chẳng mất cái mẹ gì. Còn tập bảo hiểm cực đầu 900.000 và thưởng nạp đầu 500k nữa. Đấy, 500k là đối với anh em là bóc à. Qua xem mỗi trận Aura và Tunra. Ok anh em ơi. Đi mẹ vãi Liên thật. Ôi luôn mà Revenge đi top. Ai cả cướp. Trông có vẻ là giống như kiểu tướng tố đi phải. Dù là em cũng không thích con tướng Revenge này lắm, nhưng mà hình như nó là tướng tủ đấy các thầy ơi. Thấy mẹ rồi. Anh em vào livestream bấm cho là xin một like, đăng ký kênh nhận thông báo mới nhất khi em livestream nhá. Chiều nay em sẽ làm cho anh em 2 giải song song là giải UZ Cup cũng như là giải Esports World Cup. Thì anh em nào yêu quý anh nhẹ em Đạt thì hãy cho em Đạt xin một like và đăng ký kênh nhận thông báo mới nhất khi em livestream nha. Không biết là nên làm Uzi bên kênh nào nhỉ? Đúng rồi. Em biết làm Uzi bên kênh nào anh em ơi. Giờ em Đạt cũng hay làm Uzi Cup mà. Em Đạt hay làm Uzi Cup mà. May quá đợt này mình tỉnh đòn. Mình cũng làm Uzi Cup ở bên kênh KPL rồi. Nên đợt này lại làm luôn cả Uzi Cup bên này luôn. Quá ngon. Quá ngon anh em ơi. Ôi mình xí mình đi mà. Urigo. Urigo. Up Ubiso. I don't care yo.
This is the meta that Sniper can excel in. This is the meta where he needs to take the league by the reins and run it, because in this world.
Cái anh em vào livestream nhóm là xin một cái like và cái kênh nhận thông báo mới nhất khi em lên livestream anh em nhé. Cảm ơn cả anh em rất là nhiều. Chúc anh em có thật nhiều may mắn, thành công rực rỡ. Và tầm này thì anh em nào thức khuya dậy sớm thì chúc anh em ngủ dậy tinh thần phấn chấn, sức khỏe dồi dào, không mệt tí nào. Chiều vào mình lại bế tiếp nhá anh em nhé. Game để đánh liên tục với anh em ạ. Ngày mai hình như là cũng có cái giải đéo gì tầm tối. Hình như buổi tối ngày mai không có giải anh em ơi. Tối mai chắc là nghỉ ngơi, chắc tầm 2-3 giờ lại 2-3 giờ sáng lại chiến đấu tiếp ngày hôm nay thôi. Mãi như ngày hôm qua anh em ơi. Đi mua đi ai đây em Đạt ở trận này. Em Đạt nhận định cho anh em là mấy thằng bên CNV anh em nhé. Em nhìn giải này thì nhiều anh em chưa xem bao giờ. Anh em hạn chế chơi xem kênh của những cái thằng mà nó không ý như kiểu là nó chưa xem giải này bao giờ. Chứ em Đạt ngày xưa là làm giải này rồi. Đấy, kinh nghiệm của em Đạt là con Revenge, là một con tướng có thằng Sniper biết chơi. Thằng Tomio này cũng là một thằng biết đánh, biết chơi điện tử anh em nhé. Insanity đánh cũng được. Đấy, chứ còn mấy cái thằng như kiểu là Yuji, Keiji, Spirak thì nó không phải là những cái thằng mà chơi chơi lâu đâu, nó là những thằng mới thôi anh em ạ. Cái thằng MU này nó cũng mới cải tổ đội hình anh em ơi. Hello Hà Trần nhá. Chào Minh Thu nhá. Uzi Cup là giải gì? Uzi Cup là giải Legend Cup anh em ơi. Có kỳ flash á. Có kỳ pha vừa rồi thì đánh hơi gà anh em ạ. Anh rồi nhìn con Riven nó hành con Sion kìa. Nói chung là con Riven thì giai đoạn đầu game thì hành được Sion, nhưng mà mất mẹ con xe rồi. Mất mẹ con xe từ vị trí sniper. Đối phương vẫn bú được xe, bú được 50 vàng, thơm phúc. Ở đường giữa thì chắc là cũng sẽ là cái combo là đi farm thôi. Hai trận này đảm bảo với anh em là farm loài cứt luôn. Hai thằng lồn này farm loài cứt anh em ạ. Đội hình thì mẹ mày Asia với Sion thì chả farm mãi cứt ra. Vấn đề là cái combo, vấn đề là trận này thì cái combo của thằng Insanity với Tomio nó phải hay nhá anh em nhé. Combo TF với cả Nocturne thì chắc là anh em biết chơi rồi. Combo gọi là ganh ở mọi lúc mọi nơi. Bật chiều cuối lên phát là có tầm nhìn toàn bản đồ luôn, phi thẳng vào mồm đối phương luôn, nếu quan tâm gì đến trời đất sao chăng. Qua đội hình này thì, nhưng mà bên phía của team MU thì nó lại có một cái chân tướng để búp cứu, hơi khó chơi đó. Bên này có ác mộng đến từ vị trí của Tomio, quang bài răng xịt, có bài vàng và lựa được cái bài vàng hay bài xanh đây. Quyết định là lựa bài vàng đến từ vị trí Insanity, nhưng mà lại phải ném vào vị trí của Yuki tốc biến lên đánh thường, và đó là màu của mình cho vị trí Spirak. 2-0 dành cho vị trí của MU. Vâng, vẫn là MU, vẫn là đội màu đỏ. Liệu thì sẽ vào hàng hay là bú liếm đây anh em ơi. Ôi mẹ, đường dưới cặp Corky với cả Lulu ấy, ăn được cặp Junara với cả Neko hả? À thật đấy, Junara. À không hơn đâu anh em ơi. Ngang tham ngang nhau rồi. Ôi ôi Breezy ơi, mày tập trung mày hit lính cho đồng đội cái mày ơi. Đi mẹ mày ngu như con chó anh em ạ. Thề. Ôi thằng Breezy nó đéo biết chơi em ơi. Mẹ mày mới phút thứ 4 mà đã ao mẹ một way này thì chết dở. Đường trên thì càng về lết thì sniper nó sẽ càng phế anh em nhé. Cú điện tấn khốc lần này thì là chưa mắc ping, nhưng đủ khiến cho sniper thấy nhớ mẹ. Đấy, nhưng mà được cái thằng sniper biết chơi điện tử anh em. Q3 tốt, lướt E về. Thì một cặp em nghĩ ở trận này cái cặp mà Riven với Sion chắc là cặp gọi là đáng xem nhất. Chứ còn cái tầm TF với cả Asia thì chắc chắn là không có kill nữa, không có dừng rồi. Cái cả cặp đua kill bên đường dưới nữa. Em thì em thích kiểu trong team mà người ta phải đánh đua kill với nhau xong rồi kiểu combat các kiểu ấy. Chứ còn mẹ mình đi đường cứ ganh nhiều khi cũng không hay. Macro quá không thích anh em à. Nhiều khi kiểu đi đường với nhau đua kill, solo kill nó hay hơn, kỹ năng cá nhân hơn. Giờ những cái đấy là bản sắc của Liên minh huyền thoại giờ nó không còn nhiều nữa. Đua kill cũng ít. Đây, anh em nhìn pha này, Junara level 4, có kia chuẩn bị đến level 5 rồi. Kém gần một ống kinh nghiệm đến từ vị trí của MH. Chào Xuân Quân rồi, giải này delay bao nhiêu? Giải này delay khoảng tầm 3 phút thầy ơi. Delay khoảng tầm 3 phút của vợ nhé. Chứ mà giải này thì cũng dễ chơi. Ngày hôm nay anh em cứ dưới kill là về bờ anh em ạ. Đi mẹ đánh 44 phút vẫn về dưới kill là anh em hiểu cái trình. Trận này dù chúng nó đầu game nó đánh bao nhiêu kill thì vẫn là dưới kill rồi. Trận này thì em đã tin tưởng có CNV. Nhưng mà em đã đánh cái dưới kill dưới tham rồi. Phòng cái trường hợp chẳng may bọn CNV đã ngửa sớm. Nó mà thua là nó sẽ thua thẳng cẳng luôn, chứ nó không thua như cái game trước đâu. Game trước là kiểu còn câu kéo thời gian, rồi còn lật các kiểu ấy. Game này thì em nghĩ là không anh em ạ. Bắt đầu mở rộng từ vị trí của Tomio, bắt đầu khoảng tầm 2.500. Chắc phần này là muốn canh vào vị trí của TF, khi mà con tướng TF mà nó không có cho mình tốc biến. Sẽ là dòng đầu mình cho vị trí của Tomio thôi, thậm chí là còn có luôn cả con cua ở sông dưới. Phần này Tomio, anh ta nhìn thấy vị trí của Yuji. Và Yuji lao vào đập nhẹ một cái thiết bảng cân vào đầu của con Nocturne hơi yếu. Insanity anh ta bị hất tung về với cả cái Fase thiên hạ. Tầm này chắc cũng thôi. Trả đàm sát thương tầm này thì là nói chung cái sát thương của cả hai tướng này đều ít cả. Để mà solo bolero được cái cặp mid này thì gần như là không có. Thế anh em nhìn quả Asia Sulima sắp phô xong mẹ con TF nó đéo quan tâm luôn mà. Trông buồn cười đã man. Rồi, này Insanity, ui cái bài đỏ farm như cái đồ bòi. Đệt mẹ mày mất mẹ ao lính đánh xa luôn mà. Revenge thì pha này chắc là xuống đánh cái quả hồi phục, hồi lại chút máu. Cắm mắt không? Không thèm cắm mắt luôn mà. Không thèm cắm mắt luôn, xuống ăn quả hồi phục thôi. Rảnh quá không việc gì làm, để lính chán thì lại đi ăn quả hồi phục. Chung mà tầm này thì em thấy Liên minh huyền thoại cảm giác là nó hơi, nó cũng kiểu đánh nó cứ kiểu cũng bị farm hòa nhiều quá ấy. Kiểu vào đánh nhau nhiều thì kiểu mất não. Nào Jerry bật cho mình đó chính là số máy liên hoàn lên, nó muốn dí vào vị trí của MS. Có chiều cuối đó chính là kính dầm đến từ vị trí của Nocturne. Chưa sử dụng cho mình đó chính là cái sóng năng lượng, và đó mà như vị trí của Sniper khi kích hoạt chiều cuối lần 2 đến từ vị trí của Raven. Sát thương giai đoạn đầu game là cực kỳ khủng khiếp với cả quan tướng Raven này. Nhưng ở đường dưới một pha dual kill, mọi người nằm lại đó là vị trí của Breezy, hỗ trợ bên phía team CNV anh em ơi. Đội đỏ nghe chừng đường bot đánh nát quá nhở. Ao mẹ 14 chỉ số lính rồi. Và sẽ còn bị cách biệt nhiều hơn nhé, 14-15 chỉ số lính ấy. Con số không hề ít đâu. Con số không hề ít đến từ vị trí thành viên của bên phía team CNV. Giờ đi đường mà đánh nát như này là hơi gãy nha. 4 kill ở phút thứ 8, thế là ít đấy. Anh em còn nhớ cái trận vừa nãy có cái trận của bọn gì nhở? Bọn đéo gì ấy nhỉ? Quên mẹ tên rồi. Cái bọn cái BO3 thứ 2 á. Đấy, trận đấy chúng nó 10 phút 6 kill. Cuối cùng đánh đến cuối cùng hết game 25 kill. Không có nhiều kill đâu. Giải nào anh em Đạt không biết, chứ giải này thì em thấy rất ít kill anh em à. Nhưng mà nổ hũ nhiều quá. Ngày hôm em thấy nổ rất nhiều hũ nhá. Đấy. Một pha ganh cánh trên từ vị trí của Nocturne thì đơn dưới bị solo bolero đùa kill chứ. Nhục. Thể đánh không lại rồi vẫn cứ cố tình ạ. Khó chịu vãi. Farm đi. Rồi bài vàng ném như cái đầu bòi đến từ vị trí Insanity. Không farm được một con lính mà. Rồi đánh cảm giác không mượt mà lắm đến từ vị trí của thằng TF này. Không phải Chovy được đánh TF em ơi. Không phải Showmaker được đánh TF. Tất cả những thằng mà dám đánh TF ở trong giải chuyên nghiệp thì nó chỉ có TF của Showmaker với cả TF của Chovy thôi. Còn TF trong những cái giải đấu hạng 2 như kiểu cái giải Uzi Cup thì đầy. Anh em nào không biết thì con TF ở trong những cái giải đấu như Legend Cup, Uzi Cup là rất là nhiều người chơi nhé. Mấy thằng này sợ địch nó nằm xuống. Không phệt nhau đâu anh em ơi. Với lại chúng nó không biết can đam ấy. Giải này nó như kiểu là giải Challenger của mấy thằng North America. North America bây giờ thì nó là bọn LCS, đúng không? LCS hay là năm mùa trước thì nó là bọn LTA đấy anh em. Đấy, là North America đấy, LTA. Đấy. Bây giờ thì LTA thì là cái giải hạng 2 của nó là bọn ACL này. Nó giống như kiểu bọn LCK CL đó anh em. Tôi đánh sớm hơn và ngu hơn. Những cái tên mà có khi chỉ một mùa sau khi biến mẹ mất rồi. Để tấn khốc tốt này. Thăm Saiyan biết trận tử đó anh em rồi. Bật chiêu cuối định mệnh lên tìm vào vị trí của một con bài Corki bị đấm, bị đá, bị nối dây ác mộng, và đó là mạng shutdown dành cho vị trí của Insanity. Rồi Natu anh ta đã làm tất cả những gì ta có thể rồi. Lulu này là búp hồi máu này, búp khổng lồ hóa này. À hồi máu chưa hồi. Vào đấy bật hồi máu thì vẫn dẻo rồi. Rồi bài vàng tốt đến từ vị trí của Insanity. Đang có một pha tiếp cận ganh vào con Lulu này. Lulu yếu máu, pháo hạt trượt. Và có vẻ như là Tomia phải tốc biến để có thể ăn được cái mạng này. Đó lại là một mạng nữa dành cho vị trí thành viên của đội đỏ. Ba đều cho vị trí cả hai team một lượng tiền bắt đầu chân cân lại trở lại rồi. Đấy, những cái pha gánh rất áp lực đến từ vị trí Nocturne giai đoạn đầu game. Chúng ta cùng xem lại pha thi đấu này. Có định mệnh này, có bài vàng này, làm choáng này, nối dây ác mộng này. Ôi rồi ôi khó. Có khi không trả đam nổi anh em ạ. Mà pha đó là con có khi nó mới trả một tí đam thôi. Mà nhìn ông cháu Rui ra đã gần dẻo mẹ rồi. Khó. Anh em vào live stream trong là sim một live đăng ký kênh để nhận thông báo mới nhất khi em live stream nha anh em nhé. Cảm cả anh em rất là nhiều. Đây thì em đã sẽ làm cho anh em giải đấu là giải đấu Uzi Cup cũng như là giải đấu Esports World Cup. Rất mong là anh em yêu quý và ủng hộ. Anh em xem nhiều, cảm giác tin tưởng cũng như là muốn ủng hộ em Đạt thì anh em có thể nhắn tin cho Đạt có ứng dụng máy bay xanh em sát thủ 13 để trong phần đầu bình luận. Hay bây giờ nó để ở phần đít của bình luận ấy. để mở tài khoản chứng khoán nhận chiết khấu lên tới là 10% tổng thua em bán đầu tiên anh em nhé. Anh em nào đang chơi ở những cái nhà máy chứng khoán quá lâu rồi, thua cũng rất nhiều rồi. Đầu tiên thì chỉ thua 5M, 10M, về sau thua đến tận 20M, 50M, 100M. Anh em tự hỏi là thế mình cứ thua như thế này đéo có ưu đãi gì à? Thì đấy, đây là lúc anh em mở tài khoản chứng khoán mới nổ họa chúng 3 người đến từ vị trí của NACL, nhưng chưa kịp sử dụng xoắn chói. Thì dù gì đã về thành công với cái lốc xoáy cuồng phong và tốc biến rồi. Bên này thì có lao vào xỉa với các lưu động, các cần quét, sau đó thì là Sulima Shuffle vị trí của Mage. Rồi lên bảng đếm số thì khả năng Calabrese cũng sẽ cút thôi, không còn cái vị gì cho con NACL cả. Double kill dành cho vị trí của Ngũ Không. Năm 3 dành cho vị trí của MU. Vâng, MU rồi. Đi Đệt con mẹ mày em mu này nó hay vậy. Trời ơi, ngu một tí đi để tao chửi em nào. Trời ơi, cũng là đội tuyển ấy, cũng là màu đỏ ấy, cũng là hai ký tự đặc biệt ấy, nhưng nghe chừng là anh em fan MULL thì lại chuẩn bị được chui ra khỏi hang rồi. Hay quá đi. Game 1 thì thua trong vánh, game 2 lật kèo, game 3 lại thắng thì nó lại là OSK luôn. Dạo này kể đợt trước kiểu như mấy cái thằng kiểu MU nó giống như kiểu mấy thằng tê đỏ đúng không? Kiểu đấy nó cũng tượng trưng phết. Kiểu nhiều thằng biết nó ngu ấy, nhưng mà thì mẹ vẫn cứ xem, không dứt ra được, không hiểu kiểu gì. Như Dota thì có thằng Nigma là cái thằng như thế, biết là nó ngu nhưng mà không thể nào làm gì khác được, không thể nào mà ấy được. Còn bên Liên Minh thì không có cái đội tuyển nào như thế, nhưng mà bên Liên Minh thì thực sự là không có đội tuyển nào mà kiểu như là nó nhiều huyền thoại nhá, nó đạt nhiều cúp vô địch nhá, xong đánh lúc khôn lúc ngu bất thường lắm. Đấy. Thì nói chung là giống thằng T1 là giống màu đỏ thôi, chứ còn thực sự là nó cũng không hề giống tí nào luôn. T1 vừa ăn 2 cúp chung kết thế giới. Con vợ MU đá bóng này làm thì có cái cúp mẹ gì, giờ xuống đá cúp C2 mẹ rồi. Mà C2 còn đéo ăn được ấy chứ. Nói chung là mỗi một thời kỳ nó anh em ạ, nó là gọi là mỗi một thời kỳ nó sẽ có cái gọi là suy thịnh khác nhau, và nó đến từ con người anh em nhé. Nó đến từ con người chứ nó không đến từ bất kỳ cái gì cả. Nên là cái điểm khác biệt chính là bản thân của anh em đó. Nên em ở đây thì không phải là mới sáng sớm nói đạo lý, nhưng mà nếu như anh em nào mà đang có công việc ổn định, vẫn kiếm ra nhiều tiền, anh em tập trung vào công việc đó. Đấy, để cái này anh em để đam mê thôi. Ví dụ kiểu ban sáng để uống cà phê khách hàng ngồi buồn thì mở máy ra xem Đạt tí. Anh em mà có buồn tay anh em vào thì anh em chỉ vào một cái game mà anh em xem Đạt thôi, sau đó thì anh em nghỉ, thế thì ok hơn. Chứ còn cái game này trò này nói thật chỉ có thắng ở thời điểm và thua là về mặt tổng thể cuộc đời luôn anh em nhé. Đừng để nghiện quá, chơi nhiều nó ngu đi đấy, rồi đến lúc đó làm việc được đâu, mộng mị hết cả, áo hơ luôn đó các thầy. Rồi vừa mới pau một phát thì có vẻ nhiều anh em không muốn nghe em Đạt nói chuyện, cũng như là không muốn nghe mấy thằng custom xàm lờ lắm. Nhiều anh em không biết thì cái thằng Beatdown, cái thằng da đen này thằng này nó bình luận khá là nhiều nhá. Từ năm ngoái nó bình luận cái giải này rồi. Cái thằng này là một thằng Weibo, vừa Weibo này vừa là fan DC anh em nhé. Anh em nhìn qua này, đằng sau ở đó thì nó sẽ có những cái hình ảnh như là Batman này, Superman này, hình ảnh của Học viện Anh Hùng này, Superhero Academy này. Xong rồi có cả anh Luffy này. Luffy rồi ở kia là đi mẹ boy lớp à? Ê, cái ảnh như là cái ảnh ngay phía bên phải bên nó là hình như là ảnh hai thằng đàn ông đúng không? Phim boy lớp à? Để lúc nghiện thì chỉ nghĩ đến chan mà không làm việc được à? Nói thật với anh em cũng bảo anh em rồi, em ấy là em luôn em nhiều khi có những lúc em lười, em muốn cát, vì em biết là kiểu như là mình mà bình luận nhiều quá anh em xem được anh em lại chơi. Nên là nhiều khi là mình những tháng vừa rồi anh em thấy em Đạt cũng có bình luận mấy đâu, tháng vừa rồi Đạt đâu có bình luận nhiều đâu. Đấy, đợt này tự nhiên YouTube lại cho em cái trọng trách là có cái đề xuất thì thôi, thì những cái giây phút như này thì hy vọng là em cũng hướng tới những anh em nào mà mới chơi. Đó, tầm mà anh em còn đang chơi cái tầm gọi là mẫu giáo tiểu học ấy, anh em đánh một tay tầm 500 1 triệu ấy, nghỉ đi nhá, dừng ngay còn kịp. Đừng để đến lúc mà một tay 5-10M rồi, hoặc đến như em Đạt nó còn kinh khủng hơn nhiều, với x10 x20 như thế thì là mất hết đấy anh em ạ, mất hết đấy nhá. Đấy, đừng để lúc đấy xảy ra. Còn nếu mà anh em xác định là bây giờ anh em đang như thế này, anh em có ít, anh em chơi ít, đến lúc mà anh em có nhiều tiền thì sao? Ông bà già nằm xuống này cho các mảnh đất thì có vợ có con rồi, cắm con mẹ đi hoặc nó như nào đó là chết dở đấy anh em ạ. Nhá, em nói trước để cho anh em, nếu mà anh em muốn chơi cái bộ môn này mà kiếm tiền từ nó thì anh em phải vào channel của em Đạt và đánh rất ít thôi. Một ngày em Đạt chỉ làm trận nào em Đạt đánh trận đó, chứ không có kiểu là anh em cứ chơi theo cái kiểu là nhá, 10 giờ sáng chơi NACL em Đạt bình luận, 2 giờ chiều đánh Esports World Cup, xong rồi hết Esports World Cup đả sang quả giải Uzi Cup. Đấy, Uzi Cup hết xong bắt đầu chuyển sang quả giải Valorant, CSGO, xong rồi CSGO hết xong anh em lại bắt đầu đánh Dota 2. Thôi thế thì sớm muộn cũng ra D thôi. Anh em nào học xác suất thống kê là anh em sẽ hiểu. Nếu như anh em chỉ đánh có đúng một trận thì là anh em sẽ là 50-50, tỷ lệ thắng 50-50 nhá. Nhưng mà nếu như anh em đánh 10 trận đến 100 trận, tỷ lệ thắng của anh em lên thì nó chỉ còn lại khoảng tầm 5-10%, 20% rồi. Anh em rút kinh nghiệm. Bởi vì đôi khi mình thắng là mình đánh đều tay lắm, nhưng mình thua là mình gấp thép lên. Anh em phải, còn nếu ở đây là một cái bài học nhá, anh em nào đang thua cầm gấp thép, đã vào dây đen càng đánh nhỏ. Ví dụ anh em đánh trận này, trận trước nhá, bọn CNV nó bị lật nhá, anh em đánh khoảng tầm 500.000 đúng không? Ví dụ game 1 CNV thắng, anh em đánh 500.000, anh em thắng nhá, hoặc là game 1 anh em thua 500.000, game 2 anh em chỉ đánh 300 thôi. Game 2 anh em thua 300, game 2 anh em thua 300, game 3 anh em chỉ đánh 200 thôi. Cứ từ chứ anh em đừng nhiều anh em thói quen như này nhá. Game 1 thua 500, bảo đi mẹ mày bố mày gỡ lại, ô đây đánh 1 triệu, game sau đánh 1 triệu, đánh 1 triệu xong lại thua tiếp, thế là tổng thua 1,5 triệu. Thua 1,5 triệu anh em bảo đi mẹ 1,5 triệu đéo chịu được, phải đánh 2 triệu. 2 triệu lại thua, thế là đáng lẽ từ ban đầu anh em chỉ đánh có 500.000 mà anh em thua con mẹ mà gần 5 triệu. Thế làm sao mà anh em gỡ nổi, đúng không? Đánh đều tay 10 trận mới ăn được 5 triệu mà cuối cùng chỉ để đánh đúng 3 tay là anh em thua mẹ hết rồi. Đây là một cái kinh nghiệm cho anh em chơi. Anh em nhớ đến cái lúc nào mà anh em thua dây, đã theo dây rồi anh em phải càng ngày càng đánh bé lại. Đến khi nào mà anh em gỡ được cái game trước của anh em thì anh em mới gấp dần lên. Em hiểu chưa? Mất bao lâu mới nghiện được, bỏ làm sao được, chỉ thế. Thế nên em Đạt mới hướng đến những cái anh em mà đã nghiện rồi. Em biết là anh em nghiện rồi thì giờ vốn anh em cũng không còn nhiều đâu. Kể cả là chơi tháng đầu tiên với em Đạt thì có khi anh em chỉ thua giỏi lắm được một chút xíu thôi, chứ một phần rất là nhỏ so với tổng số tiền anh em đã thua ở những cái nhà máy chứng khoán, những cái trang web khác. Nhưng mà em sẽ làm cho anh em đến nơi đến chốn, sẽ hỗ trợ cho anh em. Đấy, hoàn trả cho anh em cũng như là chiết khấu cho anh em để anh em thấy được là tìm được đúng người đồng hành rồi. Thằng này không chỉ lúc thắng nó tung hô mình, nó tung hê mình, mà cả lúc thua nó cũng đồng hành cùng mình, nó hỗ trợ mình. Thế thì là ok hơn. Chứ còn nhiều anh em biết mà đánh mẹ thề với anh em luôn, chúng nó gửi đúng cái đường link mở tài khoản, tháng đầu tiên chơi ít, tháng thứ 2 chơi ít, bắt đầu loanh quanh nửa năm 1 năm thua con mẹ một tỏi luôn. Thua mẹ một tỏi nhiều lắm, nhiều trường hợp như vậy lắm. Thế đến lúc mà đến với em Đạt xong nên là bảo là bây giờ anh thua bên Kinh nhiều lắm rồi, giờ anh cũng chả còn nhiều đâu. Thì em bảo là thôi không sao anh ạ, thà là 1 đồng. Thế nếu như mà bây giờ anh đã bị một thằng nó lừa mất ví dụ anh ra ngoài đường, anh đã bị một thằng nó lừa mất 1 triệu rồi, thì liệu khi mà có 200.000 thì anh có vẫn mua đồ nó không? Không, đúng không? Đấy. Thôi bỏ qua. Chào Nhật Nguyễn nhá. Này thì lấy bao lâu à? 5 phút nữa mới đánh lại nha các thầy. 5 phút nữa. Anh em nào chưa like, chúng ta xin một like và đăng ký kênh nhận thông báo mới nhất khi em live stream nhá. Đâu anh Thư nhá. Like chậm tụi nó đánh rồi á. Một đâu ra. Đô Trường Nguyễn nhá. Cảm ơn 16 anh em đang ngồi xem nhá. Kênh em Đạt thì tầm này vua rồi. Em Đạt tầm này thì nó là vua rồi anh em ạ. Nhưng mà khổ cái là kênh em Đạt thì lại không bình luận, không làm sớm, làm hơi muộn. Với lại nhiều người ta cũng không thích xem em Đạt lắm anh em ạ. Em không hiểu. Chắc rằng Đạt cũng hay chửi viewer quá. Thông cảm thôi. Chửi tí thì càng đúng không? Chửi tí gì càng. Ôi bị game sau rồi anh em ơi. Không hủy game đâu anh em ơi. Một là có trường hợp mà đang lỗi thì tí đánh lại thôi. Cái giải này bị suốt ấy mà. Càng này em là càng thích. Càng này em là càng thích anh em ơi. Càng này em là càng thích. Game nó càng dài thì mẹ mày tí nữa nó lại càng kết thúc muộn. Hả? Sao giải này delay khoảng tầm giải này chắc phải delay 5-6 phút đó hả? Sao lại đánh xong game được? Lịch trình người ta vẫn đang tốc độ như này, anh em bảo nó đánh xong game rồi, chết dở không? Xong đâu mà xong, vơ vẩn. Anh em lên thái lên thuyền anh em ơi. Chung mà hai luồng thì nó có cái sự chênh lệch về thời gian nhưng mà nó chỉ bị chậm mất vài giây thôi. Còn cái việc mà tỷ số trực tiếp nó là nhiều, nó là ấy thì thì không nói làm gì anh em. Lỗ Thái Long nhá, phải chi đổi tinh hình đạt 1 lít thôi, chịu. Like đặt có tên thế thì chịu chết anh em ơi. Mình mang lại giá trị cho anh em chứ đâu phải là mình ăn bám hay là mình đi xin sổ hay là mình tạo truyền thông đéo đi đâu mà mình phải làm thế. Sống con người phải trẻ con, giờ cũng có tí tuổi rồi, phải trẻ con đéo đâu, sống vô học được anh em. Nhiều trường hợp kiểu nó cứ nhiều trường hợp viewer caster ấy bình luận nhưng mà viewer bên dưới xem rõ đông nhá, mà chỉ chửi viewer, chỉ chửi caster thôi. Nào thì thằng này ngu, thằng này béo, thằng này gay, rồi thì mẹ thằng này thì thế nọ thế kia. Như riêng Em Đạt nhá, không bao giờ quá mẹ mày con lợn nào mà mẹ mày nhìn thoáng mà có dấu hiệu kiểu trêu quá đà cái cút luôn. Khen cho lắm tí nó ngửa ngang à. Vậy anh Lê Đông ơi, cuộc đời đã làm gì anh mà sao anh nghi ngờ thế thái nhân sinh vậy? Nếu mà game luồng này thì là luồng nhanh nhất rồi các thầy. Không có luồng nào nhanh hơn đâu, các thầy không phải lo. Không phải lo câu chuyện là sao nó lại bị chậm hay nó bị nho kia, là không phải lo đâu anh em. Còn dĩ nhiên là game thì luôn luôn là bị delay rồi, anh em chịu khó đừng có spoil nhá. Tại ông kia cứ khen MU à. Ngoài nói chung là mấy thằng mà kiểu bắt đầu bằng chữ M xong sau đó là chữ mu là phải bỏ anh em. Luật Nguyễn nhá, trên live vẫn nổ điểm mà sao không hiện nhỉ? Chắc là nó bị lỗi đấy anh em ạ. Em đoán là không phải là điểm tỷ số đâu, chắc là kiểu như là chúng nó đang bị game nó đang bị lỗi ấy, thì chúng nó tiếp tục chúng nó đánh ở trong cái phòng đấy. Thì khả năng cao là rồi vừa mới nói xong thì bên này MU đã 12-7 thôi. Mẹ bố giải như cục cứt anh em ạ. Phải cờ cượt ghê với nhau tè lưới là 13-7 nhau vị trí ở MU. Thứ hai là MU vào ăn Baron mà có lẽ là muốn end game sớm. Giải này trận này thì em đặt lên cho anh em cái mã dưới Q dưới tham. Và MU thắng. À dưới Q dưới tham mà CNV thắng thì bỏ mẹ rồi. Cút rồi. Khả năng là về được 2 mã Q tham thì khéo chết mẹ Money Live với handicap. Má cày. Đọc ngược lại cái gì anh Quang Bùi ơi? Đọc ngược lại cái gì? Cái gì mà phải đọc ngược lại? Alo. Em mu tầm mày ăn được 3 rồng mà nhìn trông mấy thằng CNV gãy rồi đó. TF hơn tiền thôi nhưng mà AD bị yếu. AD yếu anh em ạ, trận này AD yếu quá, không đánh được, đam bị yếu anh em ơi. Hết trận này coi như là hết giải NACL nhá, thì chắc là phải khoảng tầm 2 giờ trưa thì anh em mình mới quay trở lại xem livestream của Em Đạt được. Ta sẽ làm giải Uzi Cup mà nó lanh quanh giờ 11 giờ anh em nghỉ 3 tiếng chứ mấy. Rồi bên này bật cho mình kính dâm lên, lao vào vị trí nóc tơn có nối dây ác mộng và sau đó thì là một pha hoảng sợ được em KG. KG nó quá trâu, nó vẫn lùi về thành công. Đối phương đã đầu tư cho mình đó chính là một chiêu cuối. Team này tầm này thì chắc là MU chắc cũng chẳng quan tâm gì đâu. Mất cái chiều cuối hoàn tưởng thì tầm này thì CNV không đánh ra được. Pickle Raven cùng với cái đội hình ngộ không Lulu thì chắc là nó tí nó tìm ai nó vào người đấy thôi anh em. Rồi xong. Một con mắt rất khó chịu và đó là dịch chuyển bọc đầu đến từ vị trí của dịch chuyển để có thể gây áp lực đến từ vị trí MKG. Bật định mệnh lên nhưng mà không quá ác mộng thì giờ lao ai? Điên à? Sniper bên này lướt EA ra để có thể né khỏi cái tên lửa định hướng và đó là linh hồn rồng lửa dành cho vị trí thành viên của bên phía team MU. Một pha phân chia thiên hạ quá hay đến từ vị trí của Sirac. Mê lệnh MS yếu máu lên trên lảng đến số tốc đến của bên kia bờ tường. Scary Jerry sẽ có cho mình đó chính là pha double kill. Không, nó chỉ là một mạng hàng cục, còn một mạng thì dành cho vị trí của Ngộ Không và một mạng dành cho Azir. 3 người nằm xuống, MU còn linh hồn còn cho mình đó chính là bộ loại Baron và họ sẽ ăn game đấu này ở phút thứ 28 trận đấu. Vâng, game đấu kết thúc chỉ sau một cú pau. Không kịp biết được là bên trong tình hình như thế nào anh em ạ. Đúng là giỏ cải anh em ơi. Giỏ cải mẹ mày nó còn không cho người ta biết được là kiểu diễn biến của game đấu như thế nào anh em. KG bên này thì hơi yếu, dùng dịch chuyển rồi KG anh ta sẽ phải biến về với cả cái hiệu ứng của bộ loại Baron. Và đang là 23 kill ở phút thứ 28 của trận đấu. Vậy là có khi nào game đấu này nó sẽ ra khoảng tầm 28 hay 29 mạng hay không đây? Khi mà MU bây giờ họ đã ao rất là nhiều tiền rồi. Là anh em đi dưới tham là ngon luôn. Trận này tham để đấu với 33 anh em nhé. Vậy là xong rồi đấy. MU trận này hay quá. Rồi chúc mừng anh em nào là fan của MU ở bên bóng đá nha anh em nhé. Bóng đá thì có thể ngu nhưng mà bên ACL này MU là một thế lực. Bọn con Nevin này đánh hay đấy. Bọn đội đội đỏ này, cái thằng CNV này đánh hơi bị hay đấy. Mùa trước nó vô địch đấy anh em ạ. Mùa trước là nó không vô địch nhưng mà nó đánh cũng hay. Tởm phết đấy. Mùa này đánh như đồ bòi. Lúc 01 thấy MU tận 3.9 nên vào luôn à. Ok, chúc mừng Thái Long nhá. Đầu game mấy thằng CNV nó cũng đâu có hơn nhiều tiền đâu mà sao lại 3.9 cho mấy thằng MU rồi nhỉ? Chắc là bịp rết rồi. Thôi vậy end game đi các em ơi. Rồi, tầm này thì sợ cái đéo gì nữa. Sion trâu như một con chó điên. Rồi, bài vàng trúng vào vị trí của Sion đang bị trụ bắn. Thôi Sion đi ra ngoài đi. Trụ bắn Sion còn có khoảng tầm 2/3 thanh thôi. Lượng máu cũng không phải là quá nhiều. Bài vàng lại trúng vào vị trí của Azir. Nhưng mà Azir nó xỉa cho thì TF gọi bằng khóc tiếng mán. Tomio đang đi đẩy lính ở đường giữa. Nhưng mà có vẻ như anh chàng này cũng nói thật là cũng tầm này lính. Mấy con thiên vương chủy nó gõ con nắp tơn này. Có khi con nắp tơn này cũng mất máu đó. 3 map mà thua 0-1 rồi nên vào hũ. Win tổng chắc win tổng đúng không? Win tổng phải 3.9 chứ đúng không? Làm gì có chuyện này. Đánh thường 3.9. Nhưng mà anh em hiểu như này. Anh em đánh win tổng 3.9 thực ra chả giải quyết được cái gì. Bởi vì nhá, game 2 nhá, mấy thằng MU nó lật mà. Mấy thằng MU lật đúng không? Nó lật thì là cái hũ to, có khi phải 7, 8, 9, 10 chấm. Thế anh em mà để tiền đánh map 2 là anh em quá cái tiền cái hũ 3.9 này rồi. Cái game này thì anh em đánh MU lại cũng 2 chấm mấy nữa thì là coi như là anh em đánh ấy, em khuyên em đặt đừng bao giờ đánh tổng, đừng bao giờ đánh tổng BO3 BO5, ngồi khấn lòi lồn ra mệt lắm. Đánh anh em đánh mẹ nó, đánh thì anh em phải đánh ấy cơ, đánh thì anh em phải đánh từ map vột nó mới tối ưu được. Còn map tổng thì nó mở một trận nó mở được có 2-3 lần, 3 lần đúng không? Rồi này lao vào combo vào vị trí của Ngộ Không gần như trắng cây máu ôm bật cho mình lốc xoáy cuồng phong và pha này thì Ngộ Không đã phải ra đi rồi. Nhưng mà sẽ còn rất nhiều những con cá khác phải trả gió. Và đó sẽ là những con cá Sniper và Tomio thôi. Đã có cho mình đó chính là 3 nhà lính siêu cấp rồi. Bây giờ thì cái gọi là base của bên phía CNV trông không khác gì cái chuồng lợn này. 16-8 trận này chúng có quyết tâm diễn tham kill à? Vãi lồn thật, ao 6.000 tiền có linh hồn rồng lửa, 3 rồng lửa, 1 rồng đất mà chúng nó đéo end game. Chịu chúng mày luôn ấy. Trời ơi là trời. Rồi lại đi về lại ăn Baron ạ. vãi cả cứt. Thôi xong pha này bớ vào vị trí của Insanity. Nhưng may quá anh chàng này có cho mình cái bài vàng khá là sớm. Đó là một cái bài vàng để có thể ngắt đi cái nhịp tấn công đến từ con Azir. Spirak cũng sẽ phải lùi về cùng với cả vị trí KG mà thôi. Nhưng mất đi cho mình đó chính là chiều có bất khả kháng cự. Về phía của MU tầm này ăn con Baron hơi bị là nguy hiểm nha. Đối phương sắp hồi lại cho mình là cái hoang tưởng rồi đấy. Rồi quyết định vẫn ăn Baron đến từ các thành viên của bên phía team MU. Rất máu lửa anh em ơi. Thế này chúng nó giết kill tham rồi. Con bà nó áo 6-7 nghìn tiền anh em ạ. Mà chúng nó vẫn vô lao nó đánh như này được. Lô Hải Phạm nhá. Cảm ơn Hoàng Phạm nhá. Trời ơi 16-8 24 phút 24 mạng phút thứ 32. Kill đầu game chúng nó để 28-29. Mà bây giờ chúng nó đánh con mẹ mày ra 24 rồi. Tham chúng nó để 33. Bây giờ chúng nó đánh ra cũng 32,24 rồi. Khó quá. Này Yuji anh ta lại làm gì đây? Anh ta đi lên đi bộ ăn nhẹ một cái bài vàng đến từ vị trí Sanity. Đồng đội chưa đến nơi nhưng ngộ không thì đã mất đi cho mình 1/4 thành sinh lực vô cùng vô duyên và vô học đến từ vị trí của Yuji. Mày đợi team thì mày đánh cẩn thận cho tao bố mày cái. Đợi đồng đội đi. Và bây giờ sẽ là thế lính 3 đường có bùa lợi Baron. Một đại tấn không tốt đến từ vị trí của Yuji. Và rồi phong rồi. Và này lốc xoáy cuồng phong lên. Scary có mạng Breezy. Sau đó thì Sniper anh ta lại phải nhảy Q3 để lùi về. Tiếp tục là những pha xì áp lực từ vị trí Spirak. Không ai mất máu cả. Bật hoang tưởng. Kính dâm đã được đeo. Nhưng tầm này thì đam đâu thì không ai nói. Surema sắp phổ tầm này thì không đẹp. Nhưng anh em có thể thấy sát thương đến từ vị trí của Tomiola không còn. Tốc biến lên. Scary có một mạng hạ gục. Anh ta có mạng thứ hai không đây? Anh ta chưa có mạng thứ hai. Jerry tốc biến lên. Riven tốc biến lên để có thể combo. Nhưng anh em nhìn sát thương gần như là không có. Spirak yếu máu. Spirak ra đi. Và đó là 27 mạng hạ gục tròn trịa. 33 phút đồng hồ và chỉ có 27 mạng hạ gục. Vậy là về cho anh em cái dưới kill anh em ơi. Còn Tham thì đéo về nổi khi mà vừa nãy hình như là anh em bảo Tham là 34 hay là 33 ấy nhở. Nãy thấy có con vợ bảo 34 hay 33 đó anh em. Trận này em đặt hơi gãy rồi. Trận này em đặt lên cho anh em mã hơi gãy. Địt mẹ chịu Tham 33 mới cay anh em ơi. Giết Tham của em đạt. Rồi và anh em nào có đang tìm một nhà máy xanh chín làm giúp nhanh chóng và nhiều cổng game cho anh em lựa chọn. Nhắn tin cho đặt theo đường link LPL sát thủ mới 3 là khi phần đầu của mình nhá. Mở tài khoản chứng khoán mới anh em được chiết khấu tối đa là 10% tổng thu em tháng đầu tiên nha anh em ơi. Ngoài ra còn có bảo hiểm cược đầu 900.000 và thưởng nạp đầu cho anh em 500k. Anh em nên nhớ rằng chương trình ưu đãi đế vương thắng làm vua thua đòi tiền đại lý chỉ có em đặt BLV mới có thôi anh em nhá. Đấy, không giới hạn về số lượng tiền anh em sẽ được nhận. Anh em thua càng nhiều anh em hoàn càng đã nhá. Tối đa 10% tổng thua. Ví dụ thua 500 ví dụ thua 5M sẽ được hoàn tối đa là 500. Tối thiểu sẽ là 360k cho những anh em nào quê ở Thanh Hóa. Và cảm ơn tất cả anh em đã ngồi xem livestream. Chúc anh em có một buổi sáng tốt lành. Rồi chuẩn bị nghỉ ngơi ăn sáng ăn trưa rồi. Ăn sáng ăn sit thì 2 giờ chiều chúng ta lại tiếp tục với quả combo Uzi Cup và Esports World Cup anh em nhớ. Về dưới tham á, chào Thành Hổ Sky nhá. Dưới tham anh em đánh nhồi mới về anh em ạ. Chứ còn 33 đầu game 33 anh em ơi, cày vãi lìn. Rồi và hiện tại chỉ có 32 like thôi. Anh em nào mà chưa like thì bấm cho là xin một like, đăng ký kênh nhận thông báo mới nhất khi em lên livestream nhá. Mời tất cả anh em. Em tin cho đặt cứ dùng máy bay xanh em đặt đang để ở phần bình luận anh em ơi. Đợt trước thì em đặt để cái phần bình luận nó ở chỗ ấy cơ, nhưng mà nếu hiểu sao bây giờ thì đừng. Hiểu anh Thái Long nhá. Anh em inbox cho đặt cứ dùng máy bay xanh LPL sát thủ mùa 3 anh em ơi, để em đặt có thể hỗ trợ cho anh mở tài khoản chứng khoán mới nhá. Đấy. Rồi, cảm ơn anh em, cảm ơn 66 anh em. Bye bye. Đấy, anh em tạm biệt anh em nhá, đi ngủ ngon đi, đi ngủ tí đi, ngủ trưa chút đi, ăn uống gì đó ngủ trưa một chút đi. Đấy, chiều lại mẹ mình lại bận đấy anh em ạ. Thề luôn. Giá như anh em này đều là hội viên của em Đạt thì tốt. Em Đạt có thể hỗ trợ cho anh em được nhiều hơn, chứ còn nói chung là thắng hay thua tầm này khó nói lắm. Hôm qua em Đạt đánh Dota cũng khá ổn đấy. Hôm qua em Đạt về mặt con team nhá, là em Đạt tin tưởng vào Tundra tuyệt đối. Nhưng mà cái đéo nào hôm qua vui quá lại chết. Lôi Nam Nguyễn nhá, lại 27 kill à. Ok anh em ơi, cảm ơn anh em, bye bye. 50 anh em, cũng còn 50 người xem cơ mà. Anh em muốn vào trong channel đấy anh em nhắn tin cho đặt câu dụng máy bay xanh LPL sát thủ mới 3 anh em nhá. Đường link em ghi phần đầu của mình là các thầy. Đấy, 33 phút 30 giây, con mẹ nó cày thật sự. Rồi, thank you. Cảm ơn tất cả anh em, chúc anh em một buổi tối vui, chúc anh em một ngày mới tốt lành anh em nhá. Ngày mới giờ 11 giờ đêm mẹ rồi. Em inbox cho đặt con ứng dụng máy bay xanh LBL sát thủ mới 3 để mở tài khoản mới anh em nhá. Máy kênh của em Đạt cái kim cũng được 27 này, 45, 27 36 là 160 người, được luôn, được của nó đấy. Đề xuất nên là em Đạt vẫn phải làm chứ, thật với anh em luôn. Không có đề xuất em Đạt dí buổi làm nó thật luôn đấy. Mấy cái giải này làm cái tầm đêm hôm khuya khoắt chán vãi cứt. Mà làm gì có ai xem đâu. Đêm hôm khuya khoắt mệt bó mẹ. Em ngồi làm cho anh em từ 4 giờ sáng giặt dẹo, từ 3 giờ sáng rồi giặt dẹo này. Thằng nào đi dưới tham bằng đầu trồng cây á. Lô anh Hoàng Vũ nhá, phải chịu thôi. Phải chịu thôi anh em ạ. Trận này chúng nó đánh ao 7-8 nghìn tiền này. Dòng 4 từ phút thứ dòng 4 từ phút thứ 25 mà chúng nó đánh ra 34 phút. Chịu. Bố ai mà đỡ được anh em. Tê nhá. Rồi chuẩn bị livestream. Anh em nào muốn nhắn tin cho bạn ứng dụng máy bay xanh thì nhắn tin qua đường link em ghi phần đầu của mình nhá. LBL sát thủ 13 các thầy ơi. Cảm ơn cả anh em rất là nhiều.
Any chance of comebacks or turnarounds, as there's multiple angles that Sniper was trying to find and just couldn't brute force his way through Azir alone.
It really was just a good performance there on the Azir from Spyrax. I mean, a champion that we've seen him perform on really well over the couple of years that we've seen him in this tier 2 space. And the fact that, you know, newly buffed, back in the meta, Spyrax is able to put that on like a nice comfortable pair of shoes and honestly just
Bye bye 9 anh em nhá, nghỉ ngơi đi ạ, nghỉ ngơi đi. Chiều tối hôm nay anh em mình lại tiếp tục với combo mới. Chiều nay chúng ta lại tiếp tục với cả Esports World Cup và Uzi Cup anh em nhá. Bye bye. Thank you Kamsamita. Nhìn nè, hề đéo chịu được. Thề làm mấy giải này gãy vãi lồn ra. Cố làm gì. Mấy giải này làm gãy lắm. Làm cũng phải làm thì cho vui thôi chứ còn. Úi giời ơi, mẹ vớ vẩn con vợ thì không có đề xuất, thằng này không, thằng danh con không có đề xuất. Mày trước mày bảo ai cướp view, mày ta cướp view thật cho mày xem. Mày tưởng mày cướp view, mày ta cướp view thật cho mày xem. Bình luận viên mới nổi cơ mẹ. Mới được quá. Đang được Tạ Vi cô stream cùng viewer xây phòng khách. Đấy, anh em nào không biết thì Tạ Vi này em thấy cũng khá là xinh xẻo, trắng trẻo. Mỗi tội đẻ rồi nhá các thầy nhá. Trông xinh thế, đẻ rồi nhưng mà làm MC cưới được đại gia chỉ có đẻ thôi, làm đéo thì đàn bà chỉ thế thôi anh em ạ. Nhiều chị em thì ước mơ nọ ấy kia nhưng mà một đời người thiên chức của người phụ nữ vẫn là làm mẹ. Có làm rời làm biển đi chăng nữa mà không làm được là không làm mẹ được thì cũng vẫn cút. Cái đàn ông thì đấy, tự dưng không phải là tự dưng là cái xã hội càng phát triển, không phải là tự dưng ngày xưa cái giờ hồi còn bộ lạc ấy mẫu hệ hết mà, bởi vì người đàn bà là người phụ nữ là người có khả năng duy trì nói giống, người ta được tung hê lên, nhưng mà càng về sau thì cái việc duy trì nói giống nó càng ngày chỉ là phụ thôi. Mà duy trì nói giống là phải duy trì ra những người nam thì mới săn bắt hái lượm phát triển kinh tế được. Ngày xưa chỉ săn bắt hái lượm linh tinh thì săn bắt thì cũng không cần phải đông quá, đông vừa thôi. Đấy. Bây giờ thì nó khác rồi. Ok anh em nhá, bye bye thì các thầy. Còn vẫn còn 10 anh em ngồi xem mà đéo hiểu người đâu vậy. Rồi thôi được rồi, nghỉ thôi, bấm like đi thì nghỉ nhá. Khổ lắm rồi. Hôm nay là vị trí ngày hôm nay em đặt livestream cho anh em tổng cộng là mỗi một cái BO3 đặt làm một trận. Có tổng cộng là đánh tổng cộng là 8 trận thì em đặt làm được có 3 trận thôi. Thế là được rồi anh em ạ. Làm nhiều làm gì, mệt lắm. Chết ở đấy đấy. Ăn đụng ở đấy đéo ai làm gì, đéo ai đỡ ở đâu.
Humble King, I can respect that. Yuji, looking forward, since conviction
Hết cũ
is
giải
what
rồi.
a lot of community thinks as one of
Hết
the
mẹ giải liên minh luôn rồi.
in the standings. Is there
Tí
any
nữa thì
other
14
opponent
giờ
that
thì có
you're
cái giải
really
của
looking
bọn
forward
bọn
to
cái gì
challenging
đấy?
yourself against?
Arena Challenger Series Spring.
Before playing this match, I thought Conviction
Ôi,
was
anh em lúc 2 giờ chiều anh em nhé, nghỉ ngơi một chút, nghỉ ngơi đi anh ạ.
top 2 team with
Nghỉ
us,
ngơi,
but I don't
ăn
really
miếng
have
chè,
anyone
làm miếng
in
bánh,
mind
uống miếng
that's,
chè, làm
I
miếng
guess,
bánh
better
anh em ạ.
Conviction.
Cho anh em một ngày mới
I guess based
vui
on
vẻ,
streams or
mát
based
mẻ,
on the
hiền
players,
hòa.
I think
Anh em
we're
thức
just
khuya
good.
dậy sớm, tinh thần
Just
phấn
like
chấn
the
sức khỏe
whole
dồi dào nhé, không mệt tí nào thì ngày mai mình vào mình lại chiến đấu tiếp. Ai có nhu cầu mở tài khoản chứng khoán mới hay nhắn tin cho đặt code dùng máy bay xanh để chiết khấu lên tới 10% tổng thu 5 tháng đầu tiên. Chương trình ưu đãi chỉ dành cho hội viên đặt BLV thôi nha. Ngoài ra thì còn rất nhiều chương trình ưu đãi của web nữa. Chờ anh em đến mở tài khoản ngay và nhận quà liền tay đặt BLV thôi. Còn chần chờ gì nữa nào? Cảm ơn tất cả anh em. Link ghi phần đầu của mình nhá. Nhớ bấm like và đăng ký kênh. Đến chiều tối em đặt bình luận thì là còn đến chiều đặt bình luận thì anh em còn nhìn thấy thông báo. Cảm ơn tất cả anh em. Ủa, thì mẹ làm rồi giải lói le ra được